cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 How Dare You Steal My Monster? Just after receiving Wu Duo's thoughts, before Su Fan could react, he saw a mechanical puppet several feet tall appear from behind a small building. The lower body of this mechanical puppet is somewhat like a spider, with 8 thick lower limbs, which are not only flexible but also extremely fast. Its upper body is a human figure, with 2 waist-thick claws like giant scissors, and a scorpion-like tail swinging back and forth behind it. The dark and shiny tail hook looks extremely intimidating. The giant puppet rushed to Su Fan in an instant, and with a fierce swing of its thick claws, several spells such as fireballs, wind blades, and ice cones smashed towards Su Fan. Fuck. I originally thought that this giant puppet could only fight in close combat, but I didn't expect it to be able to cast various spells. A gangster knows martial arts, and no one can stop him. This is fucking. There was a flash of lightning under Su Fan's feet, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, and several spells whistled and smashed at the place where he was just now. As soon as his figure appeared beside the giant puppet, a thick scorpion tail whistled and swept over. Su Fan was shocked. This giant puppet was not simple. Its reaction was so fast. It was not inferior even to the human giant in realm. He teleported again and disappeared on the spot. The ferocious tail hook of the scorpion tail almost swept past Su Fan's shadow. Su Fan's figure instantly appeared on the other side of the giant puppet. Before he could stand firm, he swung the big sword in his hand fiercely, and swung it a full circle. Whirlwind slash, a terrifying storm eye was formed with Su Fan as the center. Countless yellow sand was swept up wildly, and a sandstorm as high as more than 10 feet was formed in an instant. The violent rotation of the storm formed of Ardek's center of the airflow, and the air in the whole world seemed to be sucked dry. A sword light with an extremely cold murderous aura flashed, and the 4 lower limbs on one side of the giant puppet were cut off. Even all the mechanical puppets within a radius of hundreds of meters were cut in half by this sharp sword light, leaving broken limbs all over the ground. Boom! The giant puppet, which had lost its 4 lower limbs, fell to the ground. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and he had already appeared above the giant puppet's head. The magic sword swept across again, chopping off its huge head and sending it soaring into the sky. Although it lost its head, the giant puppet was not destroyed. It still waved its 2 pincers and scorpion tail wildly. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense swept over the giant puppet. He jumped up and jumped onto it, and the big sword stabbed into its back fiercely. Hoolah! The huge body of the giant puppet collapsed in an instant and fell to the ground motionless. Su Fan pulled out his magic sword. This giant puppet was still quite difficult to deal with. It might not be possible for a giant and cultivator to take it down. He glanced at the building, his eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense swept through the building. Su Fan found that there seemed to be only one monk in this building. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and he disappeared again. He had already appeared in the building, and saw a man in black standing there. The other party was more than 2 meters tall, with a body like a skeleton, and a thin face like skin and bones. And the whole person was like a skeleton. It also had a single horn several inches long on its head, and a tyrannical light in its sunken eyes. This is not a human. At best, it is a humanoid creature. Su Fan's eyes flashed with lightning, and he activated the Thunder Eye's magical power. An invisible divine thought instantly pierced the other party's soul. Bang! A layer of blue transparent shield instantly appeared on the other party's body, blocking Su Fan's divine thought. Su Fan was immediately shocked. What kind of magic did the other party cast that could withstand his powerful divine thought attack? At this time, the black-robed man on the opposite side waved his hand, and with a boom, the building next to Su Fan moved. What kind of building is this? It's like a transformer, instantly transforming into a giant mechanical puppet several feet tall. Although this giant puppet is huge, it is extremely fast. It swings a pair of thick mechanical arms and smashes towards Su Fan. There was a flash of lightning under Su Fan's feet, and he disappeared from the spot. He had come to the front of the black-robed man and slashed down with a sword. Wujizan, he seemed to have turned into a sword, and the sharp sword light seemed to tear everything in front of him. The edge passed through the space and made a sharp whistling sound. Facing Su Fan's sword, The black-robed man sneered and his figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! Su Fan slashed the place where the other party was just now, leaving a long gully several meters deep. At this time, several buildings nearby also moved, and they turned into giant puppets and rushed towards Su Fan. The tallest puppet was more than 10 feet tall, and the black-robed man was sitting in the cabin at the head of the puppet. Damn it! They're actually playing Mecha with me. Several giant mechanical puppets rushed towards Su Fan, some carrying a chain hammer more than 10 meters long, some holding giant swords and shields, and some holding huge battle axes. Anyway, there are all kinds of weapons, and they cooperate very well. There is also a giant puppet that actually flew into the air, unfolding its mechanical wings more than 10 meters wide and hovering in the air. Not only that, these giant puppets can also cast spells, fireballs, ice cones, wind blades and other spells are overwhelming and smashing towards Su Fan. Moreover, there will be several strange-shaped magic weapons that shoot out from nowhere and attack Su Fan directly. This is not to mention the densely packed small puppets around, which are also rushing towards Su Fan frantically. Although he can smash a large area with one sword, it is also annoying to have a large number of them rushing up. Su Fan knew in his heart that it must be the man in black robes who was controlling several puppets to fight. It must be said that the cultivators in the Sulan Star region do have some tricks. He could sense that the opponent's strength was not strong, at most equivalent to the strength of the Foundation building period. But the giant puppets he controlled should be more than enough to deal with the giant-level cultivators in the King Kong Star region. The material of these puppets is extremely hard, and there is no problem in resisting the spiritual weapons of the giant and cultivators. Unfortunately, the opponent encountered Su Fan, a pervert. These seemingly powerful giant puppets are not enough in front of him. Su Fan thought. And his body swelled up instantly, turning into a demonized body more than 2 feet tall. In the demonized state, Su Fan's physical strength increased more than 10 times out of thin air, and his defense ability and speed were at least several times stronger. And the most amazing thing is that in this demonized state, Su Fan can perform various spells and magical powers. Su Fan dodged the chain hammer of a giant puppet, and his body did not retreat but advanced. Shang Shan Ko, he shook slightly, and a shadow of a gray bear more than 10 feet tall suddenly rose behind him and slammed into the giant puppet. Boom! Su Fan slammed into the giant puppet, making a loud noise that shook the earth. The puppet's huge body, several feet high, was actually knocked flying by him, and fell heavily on another giant puppet, and both fell to the ground. Ouch! After the demonization, Su Fan's eyes were red as blood, and he roared fiercely towards the sky, and his whole body was filled with a strong blood light. Boom! The boundless blood-colored aura rushed into the sky. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and slashed it fiercely. Rage slash, an extremely resentful and oppressive aura instantly spread around, and the time of the whole world seemed to have stopped. The extremely oppressive aura spread all around, and the temperature around dropped sharply. Swish, a sharp sword light flashed, carrying a majestic murderous aura, whistling and slashing through the tallest giant puppet. Bang! A layer of blue transparent shield suddenly appeared on the giant puppet, but it was instantly shattered by a sword. Su Fan's sharp sword light was weakened a bit, but the giant puppet was also chopped back more than 10 steps, leaving a deep sword mark on its body. He took advantage of the situation and did not show mercy. With a flash of lightning under his feet, he appeared in the air. Void slash, a flash of sword light flashed by, and the whole space was covered with visible ripples of light, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Puff! Su Fan's sword actually chopped the giant puppet's body, cutting off half of its body. Bang! The broken giant puppet also fell to the ground, struggling to support its body and stand up. Su Fan rushed over and chopped down with another sword, heading straight for the cabin on the head of the giant puppet, and with a bang the cabin on the head of the puppet was chopped into pieces. A figure flashed by, and the black-robed man teleported out of the cabin and fell to the ground in a hurry. Seeing that Su Fan had rushed over, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he reappeared, the black-robed man was already dozens of meters away, but just as he stood firm, a ferocious claw suddenly appeared in the air. Puff! The black-robed man's head instantly soared into the sky, and blue blood splashed everywhere. At this time, the demon assassin Wu Duo appeared from the air and waved his hand at Su Fan. You! This bastard actually dared to steal my monster. At this moment, the death of the black-robed man made several giant puppets confused, and they were like headless flies. They swung their weapons and chopped randomly, chopping the chaotic small puppets around them into pieces. Su Fan rushed up and destroyed several giant puppets one by one, then summoned the ghost crow and handed the densely packed small puppets to it for processing. He glared at Wu Duo fiercely, then walked to the side of the black-robed man's corpse, squatted down and carefully examined it. Wu Duo had just stolen Su Fan's monster, so how could he dare to move forward at this time? He could only stand on the side and watch. Both of them were very nervous, fearing that the black-robed man didn't have the Star Domain flying boat on him, and that would mean their efforts would be in vain. Su Fan searched the black-robed man's body and found a ring on his finger. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that the ring was actually restricted. Fortunately, the black-robed man was already dead, and the restriction of the ring was quickly broken by Su Fan. Su Fan scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his eyes lit up immediately. This inconspicuous ring actually reached a terrifying 1,000 square meters, and it was filled with all kinds of things. He never thought that there would be such a surprise. Su Fan put the ring on his finger, not caring about Wu Duo's jealous eyes at all. Even though you killed the person, the things still belong to me. If you don't accept it, then I'll beat you until you accept it. If it weren't for the constraints of the contract, Wu Duo might have been killed by Su Fan's sword when he was snatching the monster just now. See if there is a star-filled flying boat inside. After receiving Wu Duo's thoughts, he turned his head and looked at him, curled his lips in disdain, and then took out a miniature flying boat several inches long from his ring. Su Fan used his spiritual energy to activate the miniature flying boat and threw it into the air. The small boat grew against the wind and instantly turned into a flying boat more than 10 feet long. The flying boat was as black as ink, with two pointed ends in the shape of spindles, and the boat was engraved with dense and obscure magic patterns. Seeing the star-filled flying boat, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and they could finally leave this ghost place. Although there is no space jump point near this plane, the journey to control the star-filled flying boat to rush back to the human plane will definitely be very long. But the journey to the star field is boring, but it is better than being trapped here. At this time, Wu Duo suddenly turned around and ran away. Su Fan was stunned for a moment and followed him. The two came to a room not far ahead and saw a strange altar built here, with many strange offerings placed around it. In the middle of the altar stood a cylindrical transparent crystal, with bursts of light from time to time. This thing should be the coordinates of the Sulan star region set here. Pa! Wu Duo waved his hand and smashed the transparent crystal in the middle of the altar into pieces. Su Fan's heart trembled, as if in some distant place, there was a pair of eyes watching him. His scalp was numb, and he was not being stared at by some powerful person. Wu Duo next to him was even worse. Not only did he shiver, but he seemed to be decadent a lot, and it seemed that he had suffered a lot. But no matter what, this coordinate must be destroyed. If one day, the monks of the Sulan star region invaded in large numbers based on this coordinate, then the entire King Kwang star region would be turned into a scorched earth. Legend has it that the Sulan star region is an extremely ancient star region, known for its brutality and cruelty. It often invades other star regions, leaving no one alive wherever it passes. From the performance of the black-robed man just now, it can be seen that the monks of the Sulan star region are not simple, and are particularly good at making and controlling these weird puppets. If they come one day, facing endless mechanical puppets, it will definitely be a disaster for the human cultivators in the King Kwang star region. A puppeteer in the foundation building stage is so powerful. If it is a golden elixir or a primordial infant, it is estimated that the human cultivators will not even have the mind to resist. Su Fan took out the image retaining array disc from his ring and recorded this strange altar and the broken transparent crystal in the array disc. After recording the altar, Su Fan put the image retaining array disc into the ring. We rest for a night and leave tomorrow morning. After receiving a thought from Su Fan, Wu Duo nodded, rubbed his head and left the room. Su Fan came to the battlefield just now. Those small puppets had been almost destroyed by the ghost crow. At this moment, it was chasing the remaining puppets flying around. He looked at the ghost crow in the sky, and then put the broken puppets on the ground into his ring. Take this thing back to those human masters to see if the human puppeteers can copy it, rather than waiting for them to attack and then being at a loss. At this time, Su Fan suddenly remembered something. He summoned Yaksha, sent it a thought, and then sent it away. At night, both of them slept in the house of a mysterious altar. Do you have a map of the King Kwang star region? After receiving Su Fan's thought, Wu Duo shook his head. Then do we know which direction to go? Leave this to me. I have a secret method that can sense the general direction of my hometown. After receiving Wu Duo's thought, Su Fan was relieved. It was enough to find the general direction. I couldn't just fly around in the void with a flying boat. No, I can't follow this guy to the demon plane. He has offended the demons so much. If I go to the demon plane, those guys will eat him alive. But he changed his mind and decided not to worry about where to go, as long as he could leave this damn place. The next morning, the two got up early. Su Fandor walked out of the house, took out the miniature flying boat, and threw it into the air, and it instantly turned into a star-filled flying boat more than 10 feet long. Wu Duo opened the hatch and boarded the flying boat, and saw Su Fan still standing there. Let's go. Why are you still there? Wait a minute, we'll leave soon. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, a muffled sound came from a distance, and a violent gust of wind whistled in, rolling up a sandstorm more than 10 feet high. At this time, a black shadow floated over quickly, handed a storage ring to Su Fan, and then turned into a puff of black smoke and drilled into the ghost weapon on his waist. Yesterday, Su Fan asked Yaksha to survey the surroundings and found more than a dozen array plates for setting up the barrier. This thing can't be thrown away, it will definitely be useful in the future. Su Fan jumped onto the flying boat and closed the hatch. He and Wu Duo came to the control room of the star-filled flying boat. As soon as they walked in, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Chapter 477, A Demon. Su Fan and Wu Duo came to the control room of the flying boat and were immediately stunned by the scene inside. On the front wall of the control room was a light screen with an image of the starry sky on it. The planes covered the entire light screen. It was obvious that this must be a map of the Blue Sky Star region. It seemed that the Sulan Star region had already mastered a lot of the situation in the Blue Sky Star region. Perhaps many monks from the Sulan Star region had infiltrated the Blue Sky Star region for many years. In the middle of the room was a control console with a hemispherical device on it. Su Fan walked over and touched the hemispherical device, but there was no reaction. He thought about it, his eyes focused, and he injected the spiritual power in his body into the hemispherical device. Buzz! The hemisphere on the control console suddenly hummed, and then flashed a dazzling light. Then, a 360-degree three-dimensional star map appeared in the control room, just like the holographic projection aerial imaging technology in the previous life. Looking at himself in this three-dimensional star map, with dense planes surrounding him, a huge wave of emotions rose in his heart. Su Fan was stunned. Is the Sulan Star region so awesome? Su Fan found the plane he was in, right in the middle of this three-dimensional star map, with a shining light spot on it, which should be the location of the coordinates. He tried to touch which hemisphere on the control console, and something even more shocking happened. Except for the plane where Su Fan was now, the three-dimensional star map in the control room would constantly flip as his hand moved on the hemisphere device. Moreover, some planes on the three-dimensional map also had some light spots shining slightly. What do these light spots mean? He couldn't figure it out for a while. This should be Futushan, I've been there, this is the closest plane to us. At this time, a thought came to his mind. Su Fan turned his head, and saw Wu Duo pointing at a plane in the three-dimensional map. Su Fan didn't know how the other party recognized that plane. Anyway, he didn't have the ability. That's the territory of your demon race, right? Su Fan sneered, his eyes showing a murderous intent. Damn, this guy must have no good intentions. Wu Duo felt his murderous intent and shuddered. He didn't want to anger this big demon, so he quickly sent another thought. We can sign another demon contract. Just send me here, I will personally take you to a playing battlefield, and then you will find a chance to escape to the battle line of the human cultivators. Su Fan thought about it, and this was the only way for now. There was no way. He was really not familiar with the King Kong Star region. Even if he had a map, he didn't know which one was the human plane. As for whether the demon race would see his human identity, Su Fan was not worried at all. Now that Su Fan had been transformed into a demon, he looked like a demon. How long will it take to get from here to Fu to heaven? I don't know, it will take at least a few years. Su Fan looked at the distance between the two planes on the three-dimensional map, sighed, and nodded helplessly. But, the contract must be drafted by me. After receiving Su Fan's thoughts, Wu Duo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then Su Fan drafted an extremely demanding contract. Looking at Wu Duo's tangled eyes, you can tell how fucked up the terms of this magic contract are. But even though he was very unhappy, he could only bite his toothpick and write his name. How do you know how to start this flying boat? How the hell do I know? After receiving Wu Duo's thoughts, Su Fan glanced at the control room and was also confused. Because there was nothing else in the entire control room except the hemispherical device on the console. At this time, Su Fan's heart suddenly moved. He walked to the plane that Wu Duo had just pointed to and tried to touch it with his finger. The image on the light screen on the front wall of the control room suddenly changed, and the image of the Futushan plane appeared. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the body of the Starfield flying boat trembled, then slowly left the ground and slowly soared into the sky. Su Fan and Wu Duo both breathed a sigh of relief, finally leaving this hellhole. The man and the demon looked at each other, then left the control room separately, and then each found a cabin on the flying boat and walked in. The two races of humans and demons really have nothing in common. The cabin area of this flying boat is not small, but it is empty and there is nothing inside, not even a porthole, just like a confinement room. Su Fan looked around for a few times, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Staying in such an environment for a few years is definitely an extremely boring thing. Okay, just stay here. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the storage ring of the Sulan Star Domain cultivator from his arms. There are quite a lot of things in it, almost occupying nearly half of the space of this Qianfang storage ring, but most of them are various materials that Su Fan can't name. Su Fan took out a few nearly transparent crystals from it. He carefully studied them and found that the crystals contained extremely rich spiritual energy. This thing should be similar to a spirit stone, both of which are the energy to drive those puppets. There are still a lot of these crystals in the ring, and I don't know if they are worth money. There are also a bunch of jade slips in the ring. He took out a few and placed them on his forehead and scanned them with his spiritual sense. The things recorded in the jade slips are all some unfamiliar characters, which should be the common characters of the Sulan Star region. Anyway, Su Fan doesn't recognize any of them. In addition, there are some various puppets of several inches in size. There is a groove on the back of each one. Putting that transparent crystal in it should be able to activate the puppet. Su Fan didn't dare to activate it in the cabin. He didn't know how to control these puppets, and he didn't know how big the puppets were. What if it is a puppet several feet tall? Once activated, it will definitely break the cabin. The rest are some unnamed cultivation resources and various daily auxiliary materials. Su Fan is too lazy to check. However, Su Fan did not find anything about the identity of this cultivator in the ring. In a plane with a harsh environment in an unfamiliar star region, a person is alone guarding the coordinates. This person from the Sulan Star region is probably also a cultivator from the lowest level. In the next few months, Su Fan and Wu Duo hardly left their homes, staying in their respective cabins every day. Every 10 days or so, they returned to the control room to check the progress of the flying boat to Futushan. After many calculations, this starfield trip will take at least several years. Although the starfield flying boat is quite advanced, the various supporting facilities on the flying boat are extremely simple. After more than a year, even a homebody like Su Fan would be almost suffocated to stay in a cabin like a confinement room every day. Originally, the human race and the demon race had no topics to talk about, but the starfield journey was too boring. They occasionally met on the flying boat and started to chat for a while. This day, the two met again in the control room. They looked at the progress of the flying boat and had no intention of leaving immediately. What race are you from? Last time I was in the time and space arena, why didn't I see the elites of your race? We, the Yaoquang race, are not qualified to participate in the time and space arena. Su Fan was stunned after receiving Wu Duo's thought message. Last time in Tuangaotian, he had seen assassins from the Nether Sky Demon clan, who had a strong ability to hide. If he had not devoured a large amount of demon blood and discovered the traces of the Nether Sky Demon clan assassins through the resonance of demon blood, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. Seeing Su Fan's face full of doubts, Wu Duo had to explain to him. Our Nether Sky Demon clan is a low-level subordinate tribe of a certain high-level demon clan. The assassins in our clan are all strengthened through secret methods, which will reduce their lifespan by more than half. I understand, they are the cannon fodder tribe among the demons. No wonder so many assassins from the Nether Sky Demon clan were hired to assassinate him. How long will your lifespan be? After receiving Su Fan's mental information, Wu Duo's eyes dimmed. It's less than 100 years. I hope I can catch up with the invasion of the Sulan Star region, Su Fan also smiled bitterly. From the three-dimensional map of the King Coin Star region in the control room, it can be imagined that the King Coin Star region has been paid attention to by the Sulan Star region. Being targeted by this brutal star field is not a good thing. Legend has it that the Sulan star field is very brutal and warlike, often invading other star fields, leaving no one alive wherever it goes. Through the battle with the Sulan star field cultivator, although the opponent is only a foundation building stage equivalent to a human cultivator, his combat power is very strong. If it were an ordinary giant and cultivator, he would definitely not get any good in front of the opponent. Moreover, the puppet technology of the Sulan star field is extremely advanced. An ordinary small puppet is also full of technology, and it is unknown how many streets ahead of the King Coin star field. And the star field flying boat is at least several times faster than the star field flying boat he made before. How do you know so much about the Sulan star region? We, the demon race, have been communicating with some of our fellow races outside the star region. We heard it from our fellow races outside the star region. Has any of our nearby star regions been invaded by the Sulan star region? Of course not. If any star region is invaded by the Sulan star region, then the star region will definitely be ruined from then on. Then how does the Sulan star region find the coordinates of other star regions? Then I don't know. Our fellow races outside the star region don't know much either. I heard that it seems to be through a parasitic medium. They chatted for nearly an hour before Wu Duo left the control room. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, raised his head and looked at the three-dimensional map, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that the King Coin star region will not be quiet for much longer. Su Fan took out a black crystal from the ring and kept stroking it back and forth in his hand. He looked up at the three-dimensional map in the control room again, and his eyes suddenly widened. Because at the location where this flying boat was flying, there was suddenly a slightly shining light spot. Su Fan glanced at the black soul bone in his hand and immediately understood. This black soul bone is the parasitic medium released by the Sulan star region, which parasitizes in the bodies of the demons and Zerg in the King Coin star region. The Sulan star region should have found the coordinates of the King Coin star region in this way. Su Fan looked up at the three-dimensional map in the control room. There were at least hundreds of planes where black soul bones appeared, and they successfully parasitized in the bodies of Zerg and demons. It seems that the Sulan star region must have released countless black soul bones, most of which will float forever in the void. But there will always be some black soul bones that will drift to unfamiliar planes. Once the parasitic Zerg and demons break through the realm, they will inevitably attract the attention of the Sulan star region. The Blue Sky star region is so lucky, it can catch up with this. The flying boat flew rapidly in the vast void. The long journey was extremely boring, and Su Fan was almost depressed to death. Finally, after more than 7 years of flying, the long journey of the star domain flying boat is finally coming to an end. According to the three-dimensional map in the control room, they have arrived at the airspace of Futushan. Futushan is a relatively large plane in the entire King Coin star domain. It is the territory of the demons and is home to dozens of demon species. Because this star domain flying boat is too eye-catching, before entering the Futushan plane, they switched to Wu Duo's magic ship. Su Fan also activated the demon state and came to a city in Futushan under the leadership of Wu Duo. This is the first time to come to the territory of the demons. Everything is so new. But when he entered this demon city, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. This can also be called a city. The demon city is more like a gathering place than a city. Although the city is not small in size, it is full of chaos, violence and filth. The streets were bustling with people from all groups of demons, who would fight over trivial matters from time to time. The city construction was even more difficult to describe. There was feces and urine all over the streets, and you could smell all kinds of disgusting smells wherever you walked. The architectural style of the demon city can only be described as rough and unbearable. There was no planning at all, and everything was a mess anyway. Wu Duo didn't mean to dislike this place at all, but felt very friendly. It enthusiastically took Su Fan to a street restaurant, which was full of demon warriors of various appearances, holding thick demon beast leg bones, and making unbridled noises there. Su Fan didn't even dare to enter the door, and fled in panic. He couldn't accept the demon diet. What kind of food was it? It was disgusting to look at. Seeing Su Fan's face full of resistance, Wu Duo had to find a place to settle Su Fan down, and then went to a certain place in the city to take on a task. The management of the demons was rough and uneasy, but the management level was really poor. But there is also a good side to this. At least when going to the battlefields of various planes, there is no strictness like that of the human monks. At least there is no need to verify the identity and blood information. Wu Duo completed a task very easily. The next day they will go to Futushan. The next day they got up early, took Wu Duo's magic ship, came to an altar leading to the plane battlefield, and then came to the plane battlefield through the plane channel. Chapter 478 Cruel Plane Battlefield. Wu Duo took Su Fan on a magic ship to a barren mountain. There was no grass growing here, and there were charred boulders and volcanic ash all around. In the distance was a huge crater. Countless demons heading to the plane battlefield were walking along the rugged mountain road into a huge cave under the crater. Su Fan and Wu Duo followed the crowd into the cave and saw a demon altar several miles in size. Offerings made of demon skulls were scattered around the altar, and in the middle of the altar was a complete demon skeleton more than 10 feet high. With a few roars, Su Fan and Wu Duo also came to the altar. The altar would start when the altar was filled with demons. First, a light blue transparent barrier was propped up to cover the altar, and then a dazzling light shot up into the sky. After the light faded, all the demons on the altar had disappeared. Su Fan opened his eyes and felt dizzy. He even staggered when he walked. Compared with a human plane channel, the side effects were much stronger. All the things of the demons were very rough. As long as they could be used, they would not be extra polished. But even so, God still favored the demons more. The unique innate conditions made the demons born as warriors. Many of the magic powers of the demons were inherited by blood. They did not need to learn at all. They could use them when they were born. Compared with the demons, the human race was simply raised by a stepmother. With such harsh conditions, the human cultivators in the King Kong Star region could form a three-legged tripod with the demons and insects who had an absolute advantage in numbers. It was really not easy. Su Fan walked down from the altar of the plane channel. He followed Wu Duo and followed the crowd to a square where a large number of demon warriors gathered. Many demons were shouting loudly. They would gather the team in a short while and then accept the mission to go to the front line. Wu Duo went up to talk to a demon, and then waved to Su Fan, and they successfully joined a demon team. Su Fan followed a dozen demons to the outside of the square, and suddenly there was a noise in front. The demons on the square began to disperse to both sides, leaving a wide passage, and then bowed their heads and stood respectfully on both sides of the passage. Looking at the respectful faces of the demons around him, Su Fan was also confused. At this time, more than a dozen demons came from a distance, and he was stunned. He had seen these dozen demons. Several kinds of demons, such as Golden Bone Thorn Demon, Black Bone Violent Demon, Curved Horn Evil Demon, One-Horned Mad Demon, etc., are all high-level demons without exception. In the demon world with extremely strict levels, the middle and low-level demon populations, as long as they meet these high-level demon elites, have to bow their heads respectfully, and even dare not look directly at them. This situation is somewhat like the caste system of a certain Asian country in the previous life, but it is also more extreme. Looking at the arrogant appearance of more than a dozen high-level demons, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. He killed the most arrogant high-level demons in the time and space arena. It was not until more than a dozen high-level demons walked towards the altar that the square returned to its original noise. The many low-level demons around seemed to be accustomed to this phenomenon. At this time, Wu Duo looked back at him and heard a thought from the other party. When you reach the front line of the battlefield, you must hide the blood and ki in your body. The essence of the high-level demon blood you swallowed can easily be sensed by those high-level demons. Su Fan nodded to the other party and showed a kind smile. Although they had signed a contract, the precautions that the other party reminded him of were obviously not within the constraints of the contract terms. Wu Duo's reminder was indeed very timely. Just now, he hid in the crowd of demons, so he did not attract the attention of the dozen high-level demons. If you wait until the front line and face the high-level demons, you must be cautious at all times and stay away from the high-level demons as much as possible. Su Fan now hopes to rush to the front line immediately, and then find a chance to slip out of the demon-controlled area and return to the human world as soon as possible. He followed Wu Duo and other demons to rest nearby for a night, and took the magic ship to the front line the next day. Through the exchange of thoughts with Wu Duo, Su Fan also learned a lot about the situation of this plane battlefield. This is a plane called Rongdan, which is extremely rich in resources. This was originally the place opened up by the demons. Because Byrongion is rich in a kind of precious weapon-making materials needed by human cultivators, the human race also got involved and started a plain war with the demons that lasted for decades. For the human race, Byrongion is the main plain battlefield. All human cultivators are forcibly recruited, so the battlefield environment is extremely cruel. Similar to many main plain battlefields, it is basically the demons who attack and the human cultivators defend. Like the demon team that Su Fan joined, more than a dozen low-level demons are basically cannon fodder on the front line, but every day there will still be a large number of low-level demons coming to the plain battlefield to serve. There is no other way. The living environment of low-level demons is extremely poor. If many adult low-level demons stay in their hometowns, they can't even get enough food. Therefore, as soon as demon warriors reach adulthood, they will leave their hometowns and come to various plain battlefields to serve. Although there are many demon plains, most of them are very barren, and the reproduction capacity of demons is still very strong. Therefore, the demon leaders continue to open up plain battlefields to consume the huge number of low-level demons. The dozen demon warriors in Su Fan's team don't even have a decent weapon in their hands. Often a monster bone stick is considered a good weapon. Anyway, the bottom demons are almost all poor and have nothing. For Su Fan, this cruel main plain battlefield is not conducive to his escape from the demon control area because the two sides have clear battle lines and high defense levels. So he can only find an opportunity to escape back to the human defense line when the demons attack the human defense line. Although it is not the best choice to be in such a large plain battlefield, it is the place where Su Fan is most likely to get in. If you want to enter the battlefield of other planes of the demon clan, there are many requirements. If you are targeted by a high-level demon clan, it will be troublesome. Su Fan followed Wu Duo and other demon clans and just arrived at the front of the battlefield. They were driven to the front of the battlefield by several big demons like cattle. Buzz! As the fierce buzzing sound came, Su Fan felt that the blood in his body was about to boil. Not good. The Tao seed in Su Fan's body suddenly rotated, and a gloomy breath instantly swarmed out of the Tao seed, which suppressed the riot of Qi and blood. Not only his Qi and blood were affected, but the demon clans around him also became irritable. They were excited like chicken blood, staring with red eyes and roaring loudly. This was the method of a certain demon in the rear, which made these low-level cannon fodder demon clans enter a frenzy state, and their combat effectiveness increased several times in a short period of time. Looking at the crazy and irritable demon clans, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. This passive frenzy state must have very serious side effects, but in the eyes of the demons, these low-level demons are consumables, and who cares about their lives? Ouch! Following the roars of several great demons in the back, countless low-level demon cannon fodders also roared loudly. Ouch! Ouch! The roars of the demons came one after another at the forefront of the entire battlefield, and the sound shook the 4 fields and 8 wildernesses. This exciting atmosphere, let alone the demon cannon fodder around him, even Su Fan at this moment felt a little excited. This gang of cannon fodders is already so excited before they charge. Finally, with a roar from the back, countless demons began to rush madly towards the human defense line on the opposite side. Su Fan hurriedly followed behind these demon cannon fodders and rushed towards the human defense line desperately. I sent you here, so our contract can be terminated. At this time, he received a message from Ludo in his mind. It's time to stop, you can go. After receiving Su Fan's message, Wu Duo activated his invisibility ability, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the crowd behind him. The front of the battlefield of the demon clan was almost several miles away from the human defense line. At this time, the dense demon cannon fodder who rushed to the front had already arrived at the front of the human defense line. Boom! Boom! With a dull roar, a series of spells came from behind the human defense line. These spells were not cast by human monks, but by defense formations or combination talisman formations. The power of the spells was very strong. Every spell that fell on the crowd of demons would wipe out a large area of demon cannon fodder. Then, a series of attacking magic weapons also whistled from behind the human defense line like a rainstorm, and fell on the heads of countless demon cannon fodder. These magic weapons were also launched from large talisman formations or giant puppets. The power was very ordinary, but there were huge numbers. These demon cannon fodders didn't even have a decent armor, and could only rely on their flesh to resist. At the front of the human race's battle line, the broken limbs of the demon cannon fodder were scattered all over the ground, and some even turned into powder and disappeared with the wind. After a while, the front of the human race's battle line was full of demon corpses. Finally, the human race's defense line was not far away, and Su Fan suddenly became excited. He thought well, and when he arrived at the front of the human race's defense line, he used the atomite body to hide, and when the demons retreated after dark, he would find a way to enter the human race's control area. Boom boom, suddenly, a bone stick hundreds of feet high suddenly roared down from the back of the demon race's battle line, and hit the aura shield of the human race's defense line formation hard. Not good. The demons in the back have taken action, but before Su Fan could react, he felt that he was blown up by a huge force. He flew hundreds of meters before falling heavily to the ground. He felt a dullness in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and almost vomited blood. Bang! Bang! At this time, demons fell from the sky one after another and fell heavily to the ground. One of the demons, several feet tall, rushed straight to Su Fan and smashed down. Su Fan quickly rolled to the side and dodged it. With a bang, the huge demon smashed a big hole where he was just now. The demon struggled for a few times and then did not move. Su Fan let out a long breath and then climbed up from the ground. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the protective formation of the human defense line in the distance had been broken by the demons in the back. Countless demon cannon fodders rushed into the human defense line frantically, and Su Fan suddenly became energetic. A gap was opened in the defense formation on the human front line, which was just the opportunity to launch a blood escape and return to the human control area. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. Su Fan got up from the ground and was about to use the blood escape to enter the human race control area, but his scalp went numb and the back of his head felt cold. Without thinking, a flash of blood appeared on his body and he disappeared from the spot. However, the direction of his blood escape was not towards the human race's defense line, but back to the front line of the demon race's battle line. Su Fan's figure just appeared at the front line of the demon race's battle line, and he saw a supreme power that could destroy the world suddenly descend from the sky at the gap in the human race's defense line that had just been broken by the demons in the distance. Boom boom, with a loud noise that shook the earth, the entire battlefield shook violently. The cannon fodder demons at the front line of the battlefield were shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices, and some even had their eyeballs exploded directly. Almost all of them collapsed on the ground. It was estimated that few of them survived. Puff, Su Fan also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his soul had become chaotic. If it weren't for his strong soul, he would have been shocked dumbfounded by that blow just now. His body shook for a few times before he stood firm. When he looked at the gap in the defense line of the human cultivators, he was stunned. It seemed as if the gap had been wiped out of thin air. The ground of thousands of feet in radius sank several meters deep, and countless low-level demons in the huge pit turned into meat paste. The Yuanying True Lord of the human race has also made a move. Fortunately, Su Fan reacted quickly. Even if he was a few seconds slower, his fate would have been the same as those demon cannon fodder, turning into meat paste at the bottom of the pit. The power of the Yuanying realm cultivators was too great. It was simply destroying the world. At this time, several demons and human Yuanying cultivators had already stood up fiercely in the air. Even if he stayed on the ground, Su Fan felt that he was suffocated by an extremely powerful aura. At this time, Su Fan dared not stay on the battlefield. He did not dare to go over to the human defense line, fearing that the human cultivators behind the defense line would mistake him for a demon and kill him. Thinking of this, a flash of blood appeared on his body, and he had already left the battlefield. Su Fan launched a blood escape and returned to the rear of the demon front line, where countless low-level demon cannon fodders were still gathered. Several demons were organizing a second attack, trying to take advantage of the gap in the human defense line that had not been repaired to break into the human defense line. Low-level demons like Su Fan who withdrew from the front line were also forcibly recruited into the second wave of attack. Su Fan did not resist, but joined another demon team, waiting for the order to attack. It was a good idea at first, but who would have thought that the war between the human and demon races would escalate, and even the demons of the demon race and the human Yuanying cultivators had already fought. Su Fan looked at the demon cannon fodders gathering behind the defense line. There was a huge crowd of them, and there was no end in sight. In the next few days, the scale of the war would definitely get bigger and bigger. And Wu Duo, the demon assassin, had already left the playing battlefield, leaving him alone on the front line of the demon clan. Without him to help and cover up, he was in a dilemma. For now, don't think about anything else. It's safest to blend in with the demon cannon fodder. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, No Way for People to Survive. In the next few days, the uniting cultivators of the human race and the demons of the demon race were furious. If these people go all out, it will be hard for the low-level cultivators of the two races. Every time they use a big move to destroy the world, countless cultivators of the human and demon races will be affected. Su Fan has been miserable these days. He can't get through the human defense line at all. Now the human defense line is in a state of panic. The uniting cultivators of the human race are always staring at the front line, and they will be shocked at the slightest movement. If he dares to touch the human defense line now, the uniting cultivators of the human race will teach him a lesson no matter who he is. Su Fan can only hang out here at the front line of the battlefield, but the demons and uniting of the two races will not let him live. After thinking about it, Su Fan thinks it is better to go back to the rear of the demon race for a few days. Wait until the powerful people and demons have calmed down, and then find a way to leave the demon control area and return to the human defense line. Su Fan took advantage of the darkness of the night and activated his atomized body. He returned to the rear of the demon clan's front line and found a place to hide. The management behind the demon clan's front line was very rough and messy. This also gave Su Fan an opportunity to find a safe place next to the altar plane passage and sleep. This is the warehouse of the demon clan in the Byrongbion base. Rather than a warehouse, it seems to Su Fan that this is a storage yard for miscellaneous items, and the management is very chaotic. As the war on the Byrongbion plane escalated, both the human and demon clans began to send troops here. The human clan was not clear, but Su Fan saw the demon clan's altar plane passage. It never stopped from morning to night. Every moment, a large number of demons entered the Byrongbion plane. Among them were not only a large number of demon clan cannon fodder, but also a considerable number of great demons and heavenly demons. Su Fan also secretly complained. He had heard before that wars in many planes often lasted for decades. He had already wasted 7 or 8 years on the interstellar journey. If he wasted a few more decades here, it would be a disaster. Anyway, he would have a chance to sneak into the human-controlled area only after the war in Byrongbion was over. Suddenly, Su Fan had an idea. If he could find a way to destroy the demon altar and cut off the support of the demons in Futuyan, the balance of the war would definitely tilt towards the human side. Seeing that the demon plane channel was destroyed, the human side would certainly not miss this opportunity. Would this speed up the progress of the war? Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly became energetic. Although the demon altar was heavily guarded and protected by several barriers, it was really not a big deal for Su Fan. He did it right away. Su Fan activated his atomized body, turned into a thin mist, and came to the demon altar. Since the escalation of the war, the demons have obviously strengthened the defense near the altar plane channel. Not only did they set up several barriers, but they also sent a large number of demon elites to guard around the altar. It was midnight. Su Fan restored his true form in front of the outermost barrier, and then with a thought, he turned into a 2-meter-tall demon. Su Fan took out a magic sword from the ring, passed through several outer barriers in succession, and came to the side of the altar. At this moment, the area around the altar was bustling, and the plane channel was almost non-stop day and night. Every moment, countless demons came from Futuyan to support. But every wave of demons that were teleported would be forced to leave the area around the altar, and the altar was guarded by all high-level demon elites. Although Su Fan turned into a 2-meter-tall demon, he was discovered by several demon elites as soon as he came to the altar. They shouted a few words at Su Fan, and then ran towards him. How could Su Fan understand the language of the demons? Seeing several high-level demons rushing towards him, he turned around and ran without thinking. Until this time, several demons did not suspect that Su Fan was a human cultivator, and they all thought he was a demon cannon fodder that had just been teleported. After all, it was impossible for human cultivators to go deep into such an important place as the altar. After all, the several barriers outside were not so easy to break. So they did not give any warning, let alone call for reinforcements. They just wanted to catch this guy and give him a good beating. Before the high-level demons chased him far, They saw that the cannon fodder in front suddenly disappeared from their sight. They came to the place where Su Fan disappeared, looked around, and all looked confused. Suddenly, a sharp claw appeared in the air. Before the other demons could react, the claw instantly cut the throat of a high-level demon. The dark demon blood splashed everywhere. The high-level demon covered his neck in disbelief, and then fell to the ground unwillingly. The other high-level demons were also stagnant there. Just when they were stunned, the claw appeared in the air again and swept across the back of the neck of a high-level demon. Oh, it was not until now that the remaining two high-level demons reacted. One of them roared and pounced on Su Fan. But Su Fan had already disappeared into the air. When the opponent rushed over, the sharp claws appeared again and slashed across the opponent's neck. The last high-level demon left took out a bullhorn and blew it fiercely. Woo! Woo! As soon as the shrill and desolate sound was blown, its throat was cut by the sharp claws. Su Fan restored his true body and put the 4 demon corpses into the storage ring with a wave of his hand. There were already bursts of dense footsteps in the distance. Buzz! Su Fan was about to turn around and escape, but he heard a dull buzzing sound. The altar flashed with dazzling light, and another wave of demons were teleported from Futushan. At this moment, Su Fan took out a magic sword from the storage ring, and the bloodlight on his body flashed, and the whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant. Although the altar was covered by a layer of light blue barrier, Su Fan held a magic sword in his hand and easily passed through it. At this moment, Su Fan's figure had appeared under the complete demon skeleton in the middle of the altar. Because the plane channel had just been opened, the altar was filled with dense demon cannon fodders. They all looked at Su Fan in the middle of the altar with a look of rage. Su Fan had just stood firm, and he slashed down with his sword without thinking. Infinite slash. A flash of sword light passed by, like an extremely fine arc of light in the night sky. The sharp and boundless sword light illuminated the sky, and it fell like a meteor from the sky. The demon skeleton more than 10 feet high shattered like a collapsed river embankment. Looking at the collapsed skeleton, many demons on the altar were dumbfounded. Because Su Fan was in a demonized state at this time, the demon cannon fodder on the altar did not react for a while. As the demon skeleton in the center of the altar shattered, the altar of the plane channel began to tremble slightly. The demon cannon fodder on the altar suddenly felt bad, and they roared and ran out of the altar. Seeing that the altar had become chaotic, Su Fan sneered, raised his magic sword high with both hands, and slashed it fiercely at the ground of the altar. Chapter 480 Do you think you are Su Fan? Boom boom boom, the sword light that Su Fan slashed out, with a majestic and invincible murderous aura, cut a long gully several meters deep on the altar that was several miles in radius. The chaotic murderous aura overflowing from the sword light also crushed the demon cannon fodder on both sides of the gully. At this moment, the blue light column on the altar that pierced the sky became dimmer and dimmer, until it finally dissipated with a bang, and the demon race's plane channel in Byrongshan was completely destroyed. Mission accomplished, hurry up. Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and he had disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the front of the battlefield several miles away. At this moment, countless low-level demon cannon fodder were gathered here. Su Fan got into the crowd, then restrained his breath and silently pretended to be a dog. The moment his figure disappeared from the altar, a demon of the demon race had already appeared on the altar. After looking at the damaged altar plane channel, it roared angrily, and with a fierce wave of its demon arm, it wiped out the dense low-level demon cannon fodder on the altar. In order to ensure the integrity of the altar, the demon high-level arranged 5 barriers here in the plane channel. These barriers are not ordinary magic array prohibitions. Even if the human Yuanying monk came, it would take a lot of effort to break one. Who would have thought that the human monks would ignore several barriers and directly touch the altar, completely destroying the demon plane channel in Byrongshan? This is absolutely impossible in the eyes of the demons of the demons. There is no way. Who let them meet Su Fan, this cheater? This guy can not only disguise himself as a demon, but also ignore the several barriers arranged by the demons around the altar. At this time, a huge breath of awe suddenly flew from the back of the human defense line to the front of the battlefield. Of course, the disappearance of the demon plane channel could not be hidden from the human Yuanying monk on the opposite side. Because the demons of Byrongshan have lost contact with Futushan, it is not something that can be done overnight to repair the altar of the plane channel. At this time, if the human cultivators of Byrongshan do not do something, they will die. In the past, the human and demon races, the demons and the uniting cultivators of the Byrongbion battlefield could be teleported through the plane channel at any time, and the two sides would basically maintain a certain balance. Now that the balance between the two sides of the battlefield has been broken, the human cultivators will certainly not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In less than a moment, dozens of uniting cultivators of the human race were teleported to the Byrongbion battlefield through the plane channel. And there are more uniting cultivators who are constantly coming from all over the place and being teleported in a steady stream. The high-end combat power of the human and demon races of Byrongbion is very different. At this time, the uniting cultivators of the human race have come out in full force and launched a crazy attack on the demons on the front line of the demon race. Once all the demons in Byrongshan are killed, the human race will dominate the Byrongshan plane. Without the support of Futushan, the more than 10 demons of the demon race in Byrongshan were instantly surrounded by the human race's nascent soul cultivators, who were several times their number. Although the demon race's great demon was powerful, it was outnumbered and soon fell into an extremely dangerous situation. The battle between the demons and the nascent soul was earth-shaking, and the entire battlefield between the human and demon races was also affected. Countless low-level demon cannon fodders at the forefront of the battlefield were all trembling and lying on the ground, so scared that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Su Fan hid among the dense low-level demon cannon fodder, keeping an eye on the changes on the battlefield. As long as the human race's nascent soul cultivators killed the demon race's great demon, the demon race in Byrongshan would suffer a devastating disaster. At this moment, the human cultivators on the opposite side also began to launch a counterattack. Countless human cultivators swarmed out and rushed to the front of the demon race's defense line. The great demons at the front of the demon battlefield roared loudly and began to organize countless low-level demon cannon fodder to launch a desperate counterattack against the human cultivators. One after another, the demons' large-scale magical powers descended from the sky, causing the low-level demon cannon fodder that was originally lying on the ground to enter a frenzy state. They stood up from the ground one after another and roared and rushed towards the human cultivators on the opposite side. The battlefield was plunged into a brutal and fierce battle for a while, and countless demon cannon fodder were covered by the overwhelming spells of the human cultivators. The demon cannon fodder in front fell, and the ones behind immediately filled in. They fell in groups, leaving corpses all over the ground. The human uniting cultivator who killed the heavenly demon also joined the ranks of the attack. Faced with the powerful spells that destroyed the world, the originally dense low-level demon cannon fodder was wiped out from the battlefield in groups. Without the support of the heavenly demon, the demon defense line could not withstand the destruction of the human uniting cultivators. After a while, the demon clan's defense line was torn open, and a team of elite human sword cultivators rushed in from several gaps in the demon clan's defense line. Countless flying swords with a fierce murderous aura rushed indiscriminately behind the demon clan's defense line, as if they were in a no-man's land. Su Fan, who was hiding in the group of low-level demon clan cannon fodder, restored his true form in the stunned eyes of several demon clans around him, and then disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the human clan cultivator camp. Several cultivators saw Su Fan suddenly appearing beside them, and they didn't make a fuss. They thought he had launched the teleportation secret technique to avoid the demon clan's attack. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Su Fan also breathed a sigh of relief and began to hide behind many human clan cultivators to fish and swim. In any case, he finally returned to the human world, and the next step was to find a way to leave Byrongshan through the plane channel. As the demons fell one after another, more and more nascent soul cultivators joined the attack. Although the demons deployed countless low-level demon cannon fodder and a large number of high-level demon elites in Byrongbion, without the high-end demons, no matter how many demons were left, it would still be useless. The human cultivators were already killing like crazy. After all, this was the best time to win. They rushed into the demon defense line regardless of anything and killed the demons wantonly. It only took a few days to wipe out the demon forces in Byrongtian. Su Fan had returned to the rear of the human defense line as early as when the human race just launched a counterattack. He had been wandering outside the domain for more than 10 years, and now he had only one thought, that is, to return to the human plane as soon as possible. At this moment, the human cultivators had penetrated deep into the demon defense line. Behind the defense line were mostly some foundation building and key training disciples, as well as injured giant and cultivators. He came to the main base not far behind the defense line, hoping to return to the human world through the plane channel. Su Fan came to the hall next to the plane passage and walked to the counter in the hall. A pretty female cultivator, who was in the foundation building stage, stood up quickly when she saw him. "Welcome, Senior. Can I help you?" After being away from the human world for so long, Su Fan felt very close to such a soft and sweet voice. What can the plane passage be opened?" The pretty female cultivator heard it and hurriedly said respectfully, "Senior, you are going back to Zhuanyangdan. It will be opened in about half an hour." After she finished speaking, she smiled at Su Fan and said, "Senior, your identity jade card." After hearing the female cultivator's words, Su Fan sighed secretly. He came to Bairongdan without registering, and he entered from the demon clan Futu Dan, so this should be considered as smuggling. But Su Fan couldn't explain it clearly for a while, so he could only take out his identity jade card and handed it to the little female cultivator. The girl took Su Fan's identity jade card, swiped it on a miniature array plate, and was immediately stunned. Senior, please wait a moment. The array disc may be broken. I'll go over there and try again." The young female cultivator stood up, walked to a micro-array disc next to her, and swiped his identity jade card again. As a result, there was still no registration information for Su Fan. She raised her head and looked at Su Fan with a confused face. After swiping twice in a row, she still couldn't find the information of this Jinden's Henren, which made her a little unsure of what to do. Senior, please wait a moment. The young female cultivator turned and ran into the room behind the counter. After a while, she led a Jinden realm cultivator to Su Fan. This man looked to be about 30 years old, wearing a white robe, with a handsome appearance and bright eyes. The other party saw Su Fan's background at a glance, knowing that he was a cultivator from the demon sect, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Although there has been no war between the immortals and demons in Zhuanyangshan, they are incompatible, and there are many dirty things between the disciples in private. Bairongbian is a plane opened up by several super-immortal sects in Zhuanyangtian. It is impossible for disciples of the demon sect to get involved. He smiled and arched his hand to him, then took his identity jade card and swiped it on the micro-array plate, and frowned immediately. "This Taoist friend, let's go into the house to talk, please." After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan smiled helplessly and could only follow the other party into a room behind the counter. The two entered the house and sat down cross-legged. "I am Li Lun from the Yunqing Immortal Palace. Taoist friend, you are a disciple of the demon sect." Seeing Su Fan nod, Li Lun frowned slightly. "Dao, how did you come to Bairongdan?" Su Fan knew in his heart that if he wanted to return to the human world this time, he would definitely have some trouble. But he really explained it to the people here, otherwise why would they believe him? Fortunately, Su Fan is a human cultivator, otherwise the other party would not be so polite to him. Thinking of this, Su Fan roughly described how he was stranded in a foreign land, disguised as a demon, and entered the Futu Heaven and Bairong Heaven Plain battlefield. After listening to Su Fan's narration, Li Lun was full of disbelief, and his eyes were filled with anger. "That means, do you take me for an idiot?" Su Fan understood the other party very well. If the two sides switched positions, even he could not believe such an outrageous thing. Heaven and earth, what I said is true. After all, Li Lun is a disciple of the immortal sect. Although he feels fooled, he still has at least some self-restraint. "Dao, let's do this. I will inform the base's guardian's Henjin of your situation and let him decide." He stood up and said, "Dao, wait a moment, I will be back soon." Su Fan glanced at the other party's back and sighed silently. It seems that if he wants to return to the human world, he will inevitably be questioned carefully. "Okay, no matter what they ask, I will answer truthfully." After a while, Li Lun led Tu Yuanying's Henjin to the Jingsh, and Su Fan quickly stood up from the ground and bowed. "Greetings to this Henjin." The Henjin in the lead had rosy cheeks like a baby, high eyebrows, and 3 strands of white beard under his chin fluttering in the wind. He glanced at Su Fan with a smile and waved at him. "Come, sit down." Li Lun next to him hurriedly introduced, "This is the base's Jiang's Henjin and Yun's Henjin." Su Fan bowed again, and then sat cross-legged opposite the two Henjins. "Just now I heard Li Lun talk about your situation, and I also checked your identity jade card and confirmed your identity." At this point, Jiang's Henjin glanced at Su Fan. "How did you end up in a strange plane?" Now it was the Yuanying's Henjin who asked questions, so Su Fan certainly didn't dare to neglect it, so he had to tell the whole story of his being attacked by the demon assassin. Of course, in order to avoid trouble, he didn't mention the signing of the demon contract with Wu Duo, nor did he reveal the encounter with the monks of the Sulan Star region. Because he felt that the immortals of Zuanangshan had an instinctive aversion to the disciples of the demon sect. Su Fan's words made the two true masters laugh, and even Li Lun, who was standing next to him, was full of ridicule. Even if you brag, you have to be a little bit true, okay? The demons are so bored that they sneaked into the human plane to attack you. And the ones who attacked you were a group of demon assassins who made people shudder. Who the hell do you think you are? Su Fan knew that they didn't believe it, but it was the fact. Why did the demons attack you? I killed a lot of demons. They wanted to capture me. Li Lun next to him couldn't help it. He laughed and teased. I also killed a lot of demons. Why didn't they capture me? Maybe I killed more. Yun's Henjin laughed. Okay, just assume that the demons hate you. But how did you disguise yourself as a demon and sneak into Futushan? Su Fan sighed. He raised his right arm, and then with a thought, his right hand instantly turned into a demon claw. Then it was his entire right arm, then his head and torso, and finally the whole person turned into a demon. Seeing Su Fan in the demonized state, Jiang's Henjin and Yun's Henjin couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. Their spiritual consciousness scanned Su Fan's body. Except for the chaotic demon blood in his body, this kid was definitely a demon. Li Lun stood up and pointed at Su Fan with his mouth wide open. Are you a human or a demon? It was not until True Lord Ziyang coughed softly that Li Lun realized that he had lost his composure and sat down quickly. Su Fan sighed, and as soon as he thought about it, his body instantly restored his true human form. This is the secret method of the ancient demon sect's blood path that I practiced. I swallowed the blood essence of hundreds of high-level demons, so that I could activate the demon body. There was no other way. He could only talk nonsense like this. He couldn't say that he was practicing an evil method. After hearing Su Fan's words, Li Lun rolled his eyes. You are really good at bragging, and you swallowed the blood essence of hundreds of high-level demons. When did the blood essence of high-level demons become cabbage? True Lord Ziyang thought for a while and asked, how did the plain channel of the demon clan on the opposite side disappear? Do you know, I destroyed the altar of the demon sect. Li Lun next to him was amused. He found that this guy was too boastful. He sneered and teased, you alone can destroy the demon clan's plain channel. Do you think you are Su Fan? Su Fan couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. It seems that if he doesn't report his true identity today, he will definitely not be able to explain it clearly. Thinking of this, he took out an identity jade talisman from the ring and presented it to Ziyang's Henjin with both hands. Ziyang's Henjin frowned, then took Su Fan's identity jade card, and then took out a microarray disc and scratched it. The identity jade card scratched the microarray disc, and a light curtain popped up instantly. Su Fan's identity information and his various previous battle records appeared on it, densely covering the light curtain. Ziyang's Henjin and Yunhe's Henjin in the room, as well as Li Lun next to them, saw the information on the light curtain and were all stunned. You are really Su Fan? Li Lun opened his mouth wide and pointed at Su Fan. At this moment, he couldn't even speak clearly. The name Su Fan is definitely notorious in the entire King Kwang Star region. Throughout the tens of thousands of years of human history, no one has ever been as fierce as him. Although the immortal sect cultivators of Zhuanyangtian are extremely repulsive to the disciples of the demon sect, they are full of respect for Su Fan, a disciple of the demon sect. Because in the space-time arena that takes place once every 100 years in the King Kwang Star region, the super-immortal sect of Zhuanyangtian also sent hundreds of immortal sect disciples, but more than 60% of them were defeated in the space-time arena. But compared with previous sessions, the number of immortal sect disciples who survived this time is 20% more. If Su Fan had not turned the tide at the critical moment and caused a war between the elites of the demon race and the Golden Zerg, it is estimated that none of the disciples of Zhuanyangtian would have returned. Not only the disciples of Zhuanyangtian, but all the human cultivators who survived in the space-time arena are full of gratitude to Su Fan. It can be said that Su Fan is definitely a blessing to them. Because the battle results were announced after the end of the space-time arena, the surviving human cultivators did not know until they left the space-time arena that it was Su Fan who turned the tide and saved all the human cultivators. Many human cultivators who survived the space-time arena were looking for Su Fan to thank him in person, but they could not find him at all. All the human cultivators who survived the space-time arena could only return to their respective planes with regret. Not only Li Lun,
But even Ziyang Zhenjun and Yunhe Zhenjun were a little uneasy. And knowing Su Fan's identity, many things made sense. This kid killed so many high-level demon elites in the space-time arena, especially killing all the demon assassins. With the revengeful nature of the demon assassins, they would definitely send a large number of elite assassins to sneak into the human plane to kill him. There was no way this kid offended the demons too badly. And with this kid's strength, he can definitely destroy the demon clan's plane channel in Rongtian. The battle images of Su Fan in the time and space arena and the human race's top 100 killing list arena are still being played repeatedly on the light screens of various major immortal sects in Zhuanyangtian. Even though he is a demon sect cultivator, he is still revered as an idol by many immortal sect disciples, and even the dream lover of many female cultivators. This situation is not exaggerated at all. If the news of Su Fan's appearance in Rongtian spreads, the plane channel of Zhuanyangtian will be crowded with disciples from various sects who come to worship. You have been hiding your identity in Zhuanyangtian. Why? After listening to the words of Ziyang Zhenjun, Su Fan smiled bitterly. To be honest with the two Zhenjuns, I don't like disturbances, I just want to practice quietly. After he finished speaking, he sighed and said, please don't reveal my identity to the two Zhenjuns. True Lord Ziyang and True Lord Yunhe looked at each other, smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They couldn't help but sigh secretly. Even though they were true lords, they couldn't say they could resist the temptation of fame and fortune. But this kid made them look at him with new eyes. It was rare for him to have such a calm state of mind at such a young age. His future prospects were definitely limitless. Don't worry, we will never reveal your identity information. Su Fan stood up quickly after hearing this and bowed respectfully again. I thank you two true lords for your help, he said with a bitter smile. I have been wandering outside the domain for many years. Can you two true lords arrange a flying boat for me to return to Jiwaoshan? True Lord Yun smiled and said, don't worry, you have made such a great contribution towards Zhuanangshan this time. We will handle these things properly, he said, looking at Li Lun next to him, and said, Li Lun, take Su Fan back to Zhuanangshan on the plane channel later, and help him settle down first. Li Lun stood up quickly and said respectfully, disciple will obey the true lord's order. After Su Fan said goodbye to the two true lords, he followed Li Lun to the hall of the plane channel. At this moment, when Li Lun faced Su Fan, he no longer had the sense of superiority he had at the beginning. He not only became cautious, but also submissive. Su Fan didn't say anything, and it was still the same. Su, Taoist friend, let's go to the plane channel. Su Fan smiled and nodded at Li Lun, and then followed him into the plane channel formation. As a dazzling light lit up, Su Fan once again experienced the feeling of falling from a high altitude. He didn't know how long it took before he slowly opened his eyes. Su Fan walked out of the hall of the plane passage and came to the square outside. Looking at the bustling human cultivators, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was so difficult. After so much trouble, he finally returned to the human world. Chapter 481, The Tai Immortal Sect is so powerful. Su Fan followed Li Lun on a flying boat to the nearby Yunqing Fairy City, and then settled down in a luxurious cave outside the city. Devours, you should have a good rest these 2 days, waiting for the arrangements of the two true lords. After hearing Li Lun's words, Su Fan nodded with a smile. Then I'll trouble you. After he finished speaking, he thought for a while, clasped his hands, and said, I also ask you not to reveal my identity. Li Lun hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Devours, please rest assured, the two true lords have specifically told me that they will never reveal your identity. After the other party finished speaking, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He came to the hall of the cave and sat down cross-legged. No matter what, he still had to leave Zhuanangshan as soon as possible. Although the two true lords promised not to reveal his identity information, this matter would definitely not be concealed for a long time. Once his identity is exposed, all kinds of troubles will come up, and there will definitely be all kinds of unavoidable troubles. But Su Fan had no other options now. He was alone and wandering outside. It was a blessing to be able to return to the human plane. If he wanted to leave Zhuanyangtian, he had to travel through the star field to return to Tongyuan, and he had to rely on the help of the Zhenjun of Zhuanyangtian. Although he also had a flying boat, he had never flown in the star field. It was definitely impossible for him to drive the flying boat back to Tongyuan by himself. Su Fan took out a jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put down the jade slip and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhuan Yangbian was not close to Tong Yutian. If he took the Starfield flying boat, it would take at least 3 years to return to Tong Yutian. Su Fan put the jade slip away, then sighed helplessly, and waited patiently for the arrangements of the two Zhenjin. He took out a transparent crystal from his ring, which was the kind of thing used for puppet energy that was seized from the monk of Sulun's Starfield. Su Fan picked up the transparent crystal and looked at it carefully. At least it was certain that this thing was definitely not a spiritual stone or spiritual crystal. But this crystal contained a rich spiritual energy, even higher than the spiritual energy concentration of the top-grade spiritual stone. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he held the transparent crystal tightly with his hand. He felt an extremely pure spiritual energy flowing into his body along his arm. After a long time, he let go of his hand and looked at the transparent crystal. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. This transparent crystal contained an extremely pure spiritual power, even richer than the spiritual energy in the Xian Moshin sect. Although the spiritual stones in the world of cultivation also contain spiritual energy, there are many impurities in them, and cultivators will not easily absorb the spiritual energy directly. But the spiritual energy in this transparent crystal can be directly absorbed. Could it be that the Sulun Star region has been able to compress the spiritual energy into such a crystal? That would be too awesome. In the past, when monks went to the spiritless plane, they usually took key replenishing pills. But compared with this transparent crystal, the effect was too poor. This time, I must meet Rongming Mingzhen and report to him everything about the encounter with the monks from the Sulun Star region. From the monk in the foundation building period of the Sulun Star region, and all kinds of imaginative puppets, it can be seen that the Sulun Star region is obviously much stronger than the Qingquang Star region. If the Sulun Star region invades the Qingquang Star region one day, it is still unknown whether the monks of the Qingquang Star region can resist the overwhelming puppets. Legend has it that the Sulun Star region is aggressive and cruel. If these guys really come to kill, it will be a catastrophe for the Qingquang Star region. Now Su Fan is not alone. He has a family to support. Even if he wants to run, he doesn't know where to run. This is. Ever since he traveled to this world of cultivation, he has never stopped. The next morning, not long after Su Fan got up, Li Lun came over and said that several true lords from the Yunqing Fairy Palace wanted to summon him. Su Fan followed Li Lun and drove the magic weapon to the mountain gate of the Yunqing Fairy Palace and met several Yuanying true lords. The whole summons was just a few pleasantries. A Yuanying late true lord from the Yunqing Fairy Palace rewarded him with a storage ring as a reward for destroying the Bairongshan demon clan altar. Next, the Yuanying late true lord took him to a lonely peak deep in the Yunqing Fairy Palace. Su Fan was a little confused and didn't know what he was doing here, but he didn't dare to ask. The cave of Chori Shianzhen is inside, go by yourself. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan suddenly became nervous. He didn't understand why the Huashan Shianzhen from the Yunqing Fairy Palace wanted to see him. But now that he was here, could he not go? Su Fan bid farewell to the Yuanying late true lord and walked along a gravel path to a thatched cottage. Junior Su Fan, I pay my respects to Chori Shianzhen, come in. Su Fan hurriedly walked in and saw an old man sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard, drinking spiritual tea leisurely. The old man was wearing a linen robe, his hair was gray and white, and his hair was casually tied up with a pine-patterned hairpin, but his eyes were bright and energetic. Come and sit down, and taste the spiritual tea I planted myself. Although the other party said so, Su Fan didn't dare to sit down, and stood there obediently. For your kid, Brother Dongming has greeted us old guys a lot. After hearing what Chori Shianzhen said, Su Fan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Dongmingzhen would actually pay attention to him, a little giant and cultivator. I have already greeted Taoist Dongming. He asked me to send you back to Tongyuan as soon as possible. There are not many people who can make him so concerned. Su Fan hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, I am sorry to bother you, Shianzhen. I am very embarrassed. Shianzhen Jiaori laughed and said, I called you here today just to see you, a kid who can make Taoist Dongming concerned. Not bad. Su Fan still has self-awareness. He is just being polite to his poor talent. Shianzhen Jiaori took out a storage ring and handed it to Su Fan. Take this and play with it. He waved his hand and said, okay, go ahead. Su Fan took the storage ring, bowed respectfully, and then slowly left the courtyard. After leaving the cave of the Jiaori Venerable, the late Yuanying Zhenjin of Yunking Fairy Palace was waiting for him. The other party took him back to the Zhongwu Hall. Perhaps it was the instructions of the Reverend Chori that several true lords of the Yunking Fairy Palace quickly arranged a flying boat to Kunlun Heaven. Su Fan was a little confused. Why did they send him to Kunlun Heaven? Later, he found out that there were several superplanes in the Kingquan Star region, which had super long-distance transmission arrays that could transmit across planes. Zhuanyang Heaven is not far from Kunlun Heaven. It only takes more than 3 months to reach Kunlun Heaven through the time and space jump point. Through Kunlun Heaven, you can take the cross-domain super long-distance transmission array and directly transmit to Jiuyao Heaven. The interstellar journey that originally took more than 3 years can reach Tongayao Heaven in less than a year. This was the first time that Su Fan heard of the cross-domain super long-distance transmission array. If it weren't for the greeting of the Reverend Dongming, he, a giant and cultivator, would definitely not be qualified to take it. Because Kunlun Heaven belongs to the plane of the immortal sect, the demon cultivators are like mice on holiday, and they are the existence that everyone wants to beat. So in order to avoid trouble, the Yunking Fairy Palace specially sent a Yuanying True Lord to follow Su Fan to Kunlun Heaven. In the early morning, golden rays of sunlight fell into the cabin through the porthole. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, shielded the dazzling morning light with his hands, and sat up from the ground. He was dazed for a while, then suddenly got up from the ground, ran to the side of the porthole and looked out. Looking at the rising sun on the distant horizon, he was immediately excited. After a long journey of more than 3 months, the star domain flying boat he was riding finally arrived at Kunlunchen. At noon, the star domain flying boat landed in the airport of an immortal city. Su Fan followed Liu Yan's engine of Yunking Fairy Palace and just got off the flying boat. He felt a huge clamor coming towards him. He saw the extremely vast airport, full of bustling crowds, and countless large and small flying boats parked everywhere. Flying boats kept landing and taking off. Even the busiest airport in Su Fan's previous life did not have such a grand occasion. Su Fan followed Liu Yun's engine out of the airport and saw an extremely magnificent fairy city in the distance. It was the first time he had seen such a large city since he traveled to the world of cultivation. That is the Taiyai Fairy City, which is known as the first fairy city in the Kingquan Star region. After listening to Liu Yun's engine's words, Su Fan sneered secretly. Jiuyaoshan did not admit this statement. Kunlunchen and Jiuyaoshan represent all the fairy sects and demon sects in the Kingquan Star region, so both sides love to compete no matter what. Su Fan followed Liu Yun's engine to the gate of Taiyai Fairy City. There were several long queues here, all of which were cultivators waiting to enter the city. Fortunately, he followed Liu Yun's engine, and there was a passage dedicated to Yuanying cultivators who could enter the city directly. But as soon as Su Fan walked into the passage, he heard a bang and the large formations around the passage were activated one after another. One after another, the restrictions trapped Su Fan inside. Su Fan rolled his eyes. Although he had restrained his breath, he was still recognized by the restrictions in the passage. There was no way. Ever since he swallowed the blood essence of the demon clan, the blood in his body had been mixed with the breath of the demon clan. At this time, several giant and cultivators rushed out from all directions, offering their spiritual weapons one after another, and looked at Su Fan with vigilant eyes. The Liu Yan's engine in front turned around and walked back. I brought him here. I have something important to ask to see Taoist Nanming. He thought that as a Yuanying's engine, several giant and cultivators would at least give him some face, but who knew that these disciples of Taiyai Xianzong didn't take him seriously at all. This senior, we will help you inform Uncle Nanming, but this demon cultivator can't go in with you. Liu Yan's engine was immediately a little angry, and said with a stern face, do you know who he is? The giant and disciple of Taiyai Xianzong who is in the lead didn't mean to give him face at all. Senior, please forgive me, no matter who he is, as long as he's a demon cultivator, if he dares to come to our Taiyai Xiancheng, he will be killed without mercy. Hearing the other party's words, Su Fan almost laughed. I have heard that the super immortal sect in Kunlun Heaven is domineering, and this time I really saw it. Master Liu Yan was also angry. After all, he was also a Yuanying master. No one could stand being treated so lightly by a few giant and disciples. His eyes condensed, and an extremely powerful aura spread out instantly, pressing towards several giant and monks of Taiyai Xianzong. Several giant and disciples of Taiyai Xianzong were immediately overwhelmed by this momentum, but they were not afraid at all. Bang! One of them even took out the communication fireworks and ignited them. A red firework rushed straight into the sky, blooming a dazzling light in the sky. Su Fan covered his face. This was a big deal. In broad daylight, the fireworks for help appeared in Taiyiziancheng. It is estimated that the mountain gate of Taiyizianzong must have been alarmed. These Jianan disciples are indeed a bit outrageous. Master Liu Yan is also a Yuanying senior, but these guys have to make a big deal. Su Fan looked at the few people with a smile, wondering how they would end. At this time, more Taiyizianzong disciples came from all directions and surrounded the passage. Su Fan sneered. He had never seen how strong the elite disciples of Taiyizianzong were in the time and space arena. But the people around him were not necessarily very capable, but they had bad tempers. He focused his eyes and felt that several powerful auras had already come to the vicinity of the passage. A middle-aged Yuanying Zhenjin landed outside the passage. He glanced at Su Fan, who was trapped in the restriction, and then bowed to Liu Yan's Zhenjin. Junior brother Liu Yan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Liu Yan's Zhenjin snorted coldly and said, Senior brother Hong Su, your Taiyizianzong is so powerful. Hong Su's Zhenjin smiled and waved his hand. You go, leave this to me. After hearing his words, the Taiyizianzong disciples surrounding the passage dispersed one after another. Although Master Hong Su had dispersed the disciples of the sect, he had no intention of reprimanding them, which made Master Liu Yan's face pale with anger. Is Taoist fellow Nanming here? I have been ordered by Master Chori to come to your sect to discuss an important matter. Hearing the name of Master Chori, Master Hong Su frowned immediately, and pointed at Su Fan, who was trapped by the restriction. This matter is related to him. Seeing Master Liu Yan nod, Master Hong Su waved his hand and lifted the restriction around Su Fan. Come with me. The two followed Master Hong Su and flew towards the mountain gate of Taiyizianzong with a magic weapon. Master Hong Su looked back at Su Fan, who was following behind, and asked Master Liu Yan with a smile. Taoist fellow Liu Yan, what is the background of this kid? Master Liu Yan was so angry that he would tell him the truth. You ask me, who should I ask? Master Hong Su didn't care. He smiled, and then stopped talking. Several people came to the Taiyi Immortal Sect's main hall, and Su Fan and Liu Yan's Zhenjin were taken to a room. Dao Liu Yan, wait a moment here, I will go and inform senior brother Nanming. After a while, a middle-aged nascent soul cultivator walked into the room. Junior brother Liu Yan, why didn't you say hello to me before you came? Those disciples in the sect are too unreasonable. They treated me badly. Please forgive me. The other party said it well, but there was no trace of guilt in his tone. Liu Yan's Zhenjin sneered and said, it's okay for me, but I can't neglect the decree of Chori Shianzan. Nanming's Zhenjin laughed and said, Uncle Shujing has already explained it, but several senior brothers in the sect will also ride the magic circle, so I still need to wait for a few days. Liu Yan's Zhenjin nodded and said, anyway, I have sent the people here, and I should go back to the sect. After he finished speaking, he stood up and bowed to Nanming's Zhenjin. Junior brother, don't be so anxious. I'll host a banquet for you tonight, forget it. I can't eat at your Taiyi Immortal Sect's banquet. After saying that, True Lord Liu Yan turned around and left the abode. True Lord Nanming quickly stood up and chased him out, leaving Su Fan alone in the room. Su Fan smiled bitterly. The Taiyi Immortal Sect was really awesome. The disciples were too arrogant. They didn't even give face to True Lord Yuanying. The most annoying thing was that the true lords in the sect were also really fucked up. After a while, a giant cultivator walked in from outside. He looked at Su Fan coldly. Come with me. Su Fan quickly stood up and followed him out of the room. When they passed by the sect's main hall, they didn't know who spread the news that a demon cultivator had come to the sect, so many disciples of the sect gathered in the hall. Kunlun Heaven is a pure immortal sect plane. Demon cultivators and evil cultivators are treated the same. They are the kind that will be killed if they see one. Demon cultivators here are like rats crossing the street, and everyone shouts and beats them. Especially in the sphere of influence of a super sect like Taiyizianzong, demon cultivators are almost extinct. A demon cultivator suddenly came, and the disciples of Taiyizianzong were very curious, and they all wanted to see what a demon cultivator looked like. So as soon as Su Fan entered the sect hall, he was surrounded by many disciples of the Xianzong. Chapter 482 Why should I give you face? Seeing the disciples of Taiyizianzong look like they have never seen the world, Su Fan was speechless. The entire sect hall was filled with disciples, watching him like a monkey in a zoo, and this feeling really made him angry. This is the demon cultivator, he doesn't look that fierce, you can't just look at his appearance. I heard that these demon cultivators are very cruel. Why didn't the sect kill him? He is a demon cultivator. How did he, a demon cultivator, enter our Taiyi Xianzong openly? The disciples of the Xianzong who surrounded the sect hall were mostly practicing Qi and building foundation, and basically had not left the sect many times, so they were very interested in Su Fan, a demon cultivator. In the immortal sect plain like Kunlunshan, demon cultivators are absolutely a very rare existence. Occasionally, a few of them appear, but they are mostly cultivators with extremely poor qualifications in remote areas, and they hope to practice the magic sect skills to take shortcuts. In addition, the major immortal sects have spared no effort to smear and slander for many years, so in the hearts of Kunlunshan's disciples, demon cultivators are synonymous with cruelty and evil. So the sudden appearance of the demon cultivator in Taiyi Xianzong immediately attracted the attention of the disciples in the sect. Su Fan followed the giant cultivator out of the sect hall and was placed in a room next to it. He was told not to leave the room at will, and then left. He took a look at the room and was immediately angry. Taiyi Xianzong was too much? This was not a room for cultivators to live in. It was clearly a storage room. The room was only a dozen square meters in size, and there were a lot of sundries piled on one side, leaving less than a few square meters of space. Moreover, the room was full of dust, and it was obvious that it had not been cleaned for a long time. Su Fan suppressed his anger, took out a cleaning talisman from the ring, and cleaned the room. He took out a cushion, then sat cross-legged on the ground, took a deep breath, and suppressed his inner emotions. Chori Shianzan of Yunqing Xiangong should have contacted Huishan Shianzan of Taiyi Xianzong to let Su Fan return to Jiaoyoshan through Taiyi Xianzong's cross-domain ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Although Nanming Zhenjin received the decree from his uncle, he didn't take it seriously at all, and probably just explained it casually. Liu Ayan's Zhenjin of Yunqing Xian Palace was irritated by the disciples of Taiyi Xianzong, so he sent the disciples to the place and left without explaining Su Fan's identity to Nanming Zhenjin. Given the attitude of Kunlun Bian Xianzong disciples towards demon cultivators, it is understandable that they treated Su Fan badly. After a long time, Su Fan calmed down his anger. Taiyi Xianzong's behavior was like a child's quarrel. He had seen many Xianzongs, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It might be that in the Xianzong plain of Kunlun Bian, suppressing and persecuting demon cultivators was absolutely politically correct. Xianzong disciples who grew up in such an environment had an imaginable attitude towards a demon cultivator like Su Fan. Anyway, he would leave in a few days, so he didn't have to get angry about such a trivial matter. Su Fan now had only one thought, which was to return to Torgyoshin's family as soon as possible. He missed his wife and children too much. He didn't want to leave this room these days, so as not to irritate the disciples of Taiyi Xianzong and cause unnecessary trouble. Su Fan looked around the room again, smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he was a casual cultivator in Shaoyuan Market, the place he lived in was much better than here. Su Fan suppressed his anger and planned to leave in a few days. He didn't want to argue with the idiots of Taiyi Xianzong. But he thought, well, but the disciples of Taiyi Xianzong were not so easy to deal with. The news that a demon cultivator came to Taiyi Xianzong spread throughout the sect within half a day. For the disciples of Taiyi Xianzong who were used to being domineering on weekdays, it was definitely an unimaginable thing. Many disciples of Taiyi Xianzong expressed strong dissatisfaction with the sect's acceptance of demon cultivators. Moreover, regarding Su Fan's arrival, the Yuanying Zhenjin in the sect just casually explained it and didn't take him, a demon cultivator, seriously at all. Taiyi Immortal Sect is definitely one of the largest immortal sects in Kunlun Heaven. There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect, and there are more than 10,000 Jinan disciples in the inner sect alone. If there are too many of them, there will be all kinds of people. Especially for a sect like Taiyi Immortal Sect that is used to being arrogant and domineering, there are many people who do trouble. Su Fan had just moved into the small broken house when someone came to the door that night. He was sitting cross-legged in the house practicing, and the door was kicked open. Fortunately, he had set up a simple forbidden formation, so he was not startled. "You, come out." Su Fan stood up from the ground and saw several giant cultivators standing outside the door. The leader was pointing at him and shouting loudly. He frowned immediately and waved his hand to put away the forbidden formation. Fellow Daoists, I wonder what can I do for you? The giant and cultivator in the lead had handsome eyebrows and extraordinary demeanor. He looked at Su Fan coldly. It is said that the demon cultivators are powerful. I wonder if you can have a fight with me. Who the hell are you? You just want to have a fight. How free must he be to have a fight with such an idiot? Su Fan knew that this idiot came to him to have a fight, just to make a name for himself in the sect. Forget about the fight. I am weak and I am definitely not your opponent. Seeing Su Fan's conciliatory attitude, the other party not only did not stop, but became excited. The demon cultivators in Kunlun Heaven have been killed by our sect a long time ago. It is rare to meet one. You should at least meet my invitation, haha. After hearing his words, several Jinden disciples of Tai Xianzong in the yard all laughed. Su Fan frowned. These idiots really deserve to be beaten. If they were in another situation, these people would not survive for more than 3 seconds. Today, he finally opened his eyes. Tai Xianzong is really domineering. The other party didn't even take the true Lord Liu Ian of Yunking Immortal Palace seriously, let alone him. Su Fan took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Dao, you are joking. I am really not good at sparring. Please go back. Su Fan was about to close the door, but the giant and cultivator headed by Tai Immortal Sect held the door. Dao, you are not giving me face. The evil fire in Su Fan's heart jumped up. And he couldn't suppress it no matter what he said. He looked at him expressionlessly, then nodded. Why should I give you face? Su Fan pushed him away and closed the door heavily. He casually set up a formation at the door, then sat cross-legged on the ground and took a deep breath. Since he swallowed so many high-level demon blood essences, Su Fan's temper is now much more irritable than before, and he almost couldn't suppress his anger just now. Okay, don't bother with these idiots. The giant and cultivator outside the door was pushed away by Su Fan unexpectedly. When he reacted, the door had been closed. You are looking for death? The disciples of Tai Xianzong were arrogant and domineering. When had they ever encountered such a thing? And it was a demon cultivator. And there were so many fellow disciples around him. This giant and cultivator was obviously embarrassed. He rushed up and kicked the door, and the door was smashed to pieces with a bang. The other party was not satisfied and used a spiritual weapon to swing it fiercely. Bang! The spiritual weapon hit the formation that Su Fan had arranged at the door fiercely, and the spiritual shield supported by the formation shook violently. You are looking for death? Su Fan turned his head, looked at the other party expressionlessly, and slowly stood up from the ground. He walked to the door, waved his hand to remove the formation, and then walked out of the house. The huge noise just now had alarmed many people. Countless disciples of Tai Xianzong ran over from all over and surrounded the small courtyard. Such a thing happened in the sect. It is impossible to say that the Yuan Yingzhenjin of Tai Xianzong didn't know about it. But until this time, no one came out to stop it, which made Su Fan extremely angry. In this case, it is not his fault. Su Fan glanced at the debris scattered everywhere and said coldly, "What do you mean by this?" After hearing Su Fan's words, the other party pointed at him. I am kind enough to spar with you, but you resisted in every way. It is clear that you don't give me face. This is Tai Xianzong. How can you, a demon cultivator, be so arrogant? The other party's words almost made Su Fan laugh. This is really shameless. Since you insist on sparring, then I will help you. Su Fan smiled and said, however, there is a rule for us demon cultivators to spar, that is, the winner will get all the spoils of the opponent. These super immortal sects seem to be quite wealthy. If you don't fleece them, you will really let yourself down. Okay. Let's follow the rules of your demon cultivators. Let's go to the fighting arena. Su Fan shook his head and said, no need to bother, let's fight here. The people around him were all stunned when they heard what he said. The Jinden disciple said angrily, our Xian sect is not as unruly as the demon sect. You are not allowed to fight at will within the sect. Su Fan laughed and pointed at the debris of the door. Didn't you just fight, fellow Taoist? Su Fan's words made the other party feel ashamed, and he was speechless for a long time. Okay. Let's fight here. After the other party finished speaking, he explained to his fellow disciples next to him, and then several Jinden disciples cleared the people in the courtyard. The two formation disciples also set up a set of isolation formations and a set of defense formations in the courtyard, covering the courtyard of more than 100 square meters. Su Fan and the giant and cultivator stood at the two ends of the courtyard. The other party already held two fourth-level immortal talismans in his hands, hidden in the wide sleeves of his robe. I am Gu Cheng, an inner sect disciple of Tai Xianzong. You go first. Gu Cheng had a good idea. As soon as Su Fan made a move, he would throw out two fourth-level immortal talismans and try to defeat the demon cultivator on the opposite side. As long as he defeated this demon cultivator, he would definitely become famous in the sect. Gu Cheng was just thinking about it, and suddenly found that the figure of the demon cultivator on the opposite side had disappeared. He was immediately shocked and raised his hand to throw out two fourth-level immortal talismans. But as soon as he raised his hand, Su Fan appeared in front of him, raised his arm and slapped him in the face. Paw! With a crisp sound, Gu Cheng was already beaten and flew out, hitting the spiritual shield of the formation heavily and bounced back, falling to the ground and motionless. One side of Gu Cheng's face was swollen by Su Fan, swollen like a pig's head. This was Su Fan holding back his hand, and only used a little bit of his strength. If he used a little bit of strength, Gu Cheng's head would be smashed to pieces. The disciples of Tai Xianzong who were watching the battle outside the courtyard were all stunned. Before they could react, Gu Cheng's men had been blown away. When they saw Gu Cheng lying motionless on the ground, they all gasped. Su Fan walked over, pulled Gu Cheng's stored ring off his finger, and collected the two fourth-level immortal talismans in his hand. In fact, he had already felt the two fourth-level immortal talismans in the opponent's hand, so he didn't want to give him a chance to attack. After all, the two fourth-level immortal talismans are quite valuable, and they can't be wasted. Seeing Su Fan take away Gu Cheng's storage ring, the disciples of Tai Xianzong who were watching the battle around all started to make a loud noise. It's so shameless that they actually attack senior brother Gu Cheng. The demon cultivator is so despicable, and his means are so despicable. He killed senior brother Gu Cheng. We can't let him go, which senior brother will take action to avenge Gu Cheng, and we must not let this demon cultivator go rampant. Su Fan didn't care about their remarks at all, and collected the spoils and returned to the house. Stop! At this time, someone shouted at him from behind, and then he saw several giant disciples who came with Gu Cheng, running into the courtyard. Su Fan laughed and said, "Why, you also want to spar with me?" After hearing Su Fan's words, several people looked at each other, and no one dared to show up first. Su Fan sneered and said, "You all come together." After hearing this, several giant cultivators from Tai Xianzong felt insulted, and their faces showed sad and angry expressions. Despite this, they are not stupid after all. Gu Cheng is the strongest among them. Although this demon cultivator had the suspicion of sneak attack just now, they never thought that the other party would defeat Gu Cheng with one move. At this time, no one dared to show up. Su Fan sneered and said, "Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll leave." At this time, a disciple of Tai Xianzong shouted loudly, "Brothers! The demon cultivator is cruel and violent. Anyone can kill him. Let's fight together to avenge brother Gu Cheng." After hearing his words, several people took out talismans or sacrificed spiritual weapons and were about to attack Su Fan. How could Su Fan give them a chance? His eyes suddenly condensed, and several giant disciples of Tai Xianzong's eyes went dark. Their minds suddenly turned into a mess, and they stood there in confusion. Wow, most of the people watching the fight outside the courtyard were foundation-building disciples of Tai Xianzong. Seeing that several giant uncles were all motionless, they immediately shouted anxiously, "Uncle, hurry up and kill the demon cultivator, kill him and avenge Uncle Gu Cheng. Why don't you move? Go quickly and kill the demon cultivator." But no matter how they shouted, several giant disciples still stood there motionless. Su Fan sneered. If such a person went to the time and space arena, he would not be able to survive even a day. He walked over and took off the rings from the fingers of several people, and also picked up the talismans and spiritual tools that fell on the ground. Anyway, he searched and even stripped off the robes of several people. Su Fan turned around and looked at the Tai Xianzong disciples who were watching the battle outside the courtyard, laughed, and then walked into the house. Chapter 483, Tai Immortal Sect is just like this. Seeing Su Fan walk back to his room, the Tai Xianzong disciples who were watching outside the courtyard were suddenly in an uproar. Although most of the disciples watching here were key training and foundation building disciples, they still cursed at Su Fan's room. Su Fan didn't care at all. He went into the room and waved his hand to set up an isolation formation, and all the noise outside could not be heard. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out the storage rings of several Taiyi Xianzong Jinden disciples, and scanned them one by one with his spiritual sense. It must be said that the inner disciples of the super immortal sect are all very wealthy. There are tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones and more than a dozen fourth-level immortal talismans in the storage rings of several people. There are also a lot of top-grade elixirs, talismans, spiritual tools and formations, which are really worth the trip. Too polite, how can I be so embarrassed? Su Fan easily defeated several Jinden disciples of Taiyi Xianzong. They will definitely not let this go. How could Kunlun Heaven under the rule of the immortal sect allow a demon cultivator to be so arrogant? Especially for a sect like Taiyi Xianzong that is used to being domineering on weekdays, it is absolutely a great shame and humiliation. There will definitely be people coming to challenge him. Su Fan was so happy when he thought that there would be people coming to challenge him. As expected, in just a short while, two groups of Jinden disciples from Taiyi Xianzong came to challenge. Su Fan was not used to his bad habits at all. All these people were beaten into pigheads by him, and he also harvested more than a dozen storage rings, which can be said to be a great harvest. Seeing Su Fan so ferocious, no one came to challenge him next. This also made him a little disappointed. How could such a big Taiyi Xianzong be a group of cowards? Come quickly, brother, can't wait. The next morning, several Jinden cultivators came to the courtyard where Su Fan was. At this moment, a large number of disciples of Taiyi Xianzong also gathered around the courtyard. All of them were talking excitedly. I didn't expect that the senior brother of the inner sect would come. Senior brother Liu Heng took action personally, and that demon cultivator was in trouble. How could the Taiyi immortal sect allow a demon cultivator to run wild? We must kill him to avenge those uncles yesterday. Senior brother Liu Heng of the Taiyi immortal sect has reached the late Jinden stage of cultivation. He is recognized as the senior brother of the inner sect within the sect. Moreover, he often goes to battlefields in various planes and has extremely strong combat power. In their opinion, it would be easy for senior brother Liu Heng to deal with a demon cultivator in the early Jinden stage. Yesterday, more than 20 inner sect disciples including Gu Cheng were easily defeated by Su Fan. Liu Heng, the senior brother of the inner sect, certainly could not sit idly by. So early this morning, he brought a group of inner sect disciples to the door. Seeing a group of people coming outside the door, Su Fan was immediately excited. There was business coming again. He walked out of the house and bowed to the other party. Devours, I wonder what you are doing here. The leader was brother Liu Heng, who looked to be in his 40s, dressed in a decent white robe, with his hair in a simple Taoist bun. Long beard, bright and clear eyes, and a somewhat immortal demeanor. Devours, I am Liu Heng from the inner sect of Taiyi Xianzong. I came here today to exchange ideas with you. After hearing what he said, and considering the state of the Taiyi Xianzong disciples around him, it was clear that this person's position in Taiyi Xianzong was not simple. Since Devours said so, I will follow your will. I hope Devours will show mercy. When Liu Heng heard that Su Fan accepted the challenge, he smiled and said, okay. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, Devours, come with me, I have already arranged it. Facing an opponent like Liu Heng, Su Fan would certainly not accept the challenge in the courtyard like he did yesterday. Su Fan followed Liu Heng to the square of the main peak of Taiyi Xianzong, where a huge arena stood. At this moment, many disciples of Taiyi Xianzong have gathered under the arena, and many disciples are rushing here from all over the sect. This is a circular arena, more than 2 feet high, and about 50 or 60 feet in diameter. There are already array flags planted around it. You don't have to guess that this is not an ordinary arena. Anyway, it is not a place for disciples to spar. Liu Heng came to the bottom of the arena and stretched out his hand. Devours, please. Su Fan nodded, and he didn't say anything, and jumped onto the arena. He landed on the arena and looked around. He saw that countless disciples of Taiyi Xianzong had gathered under the arena. When they saw Su Fan, they booed and some even started to curse. Su Fan suddenly frowned, raised his head and saw that there were several circular magic tools floating above the arena. Not only did they choose this place as the challenge location, but they also wanted to do a live broadcast. Taiyi Xianzong was obviously going to make trouble. Su Fan sneered. Yesterday, he defeated more than 20 inner disciples challenges in succession, which was a slap in the face of Taiyi Xianzong. The late giant and strong man who came today wanted to regain some face for the sect. In this case, I won't be polite. Su Fan has been dissatisfied with Tai Xianzong for a long time. He has been suppressing his anger, just not wanting to have to deal with these idiots. Who knew that these people would never stop? So today, I will take this opportunity to rub the face of your Tai Xianzong hard on the ground. At this time, Liu Heng finally jumped onto the ring, and countless Tai Xianzong disciples who were watching the fight below cheered. In the eyes of all Tai Xianzong disciples, there was no suspense at all in today's competition between the two sides. Although the two were both giant and cultivators, and it was said that the fighting power of the demon cultivators was very strong, there were two small realms between them after all. Liu Heng opened his hands and pressed down slightly, and the ring suddenly became quiet. He nodded to several fellow disciples below, and with a hum sound, the formation was activated, propping up a spiritual shield, covering the arena for key training. Liu Heng bowed to Su Fan and said with a smile, "Dao, let's start." Su Fan nodded, then raised his hand to Liu Heng, meaning that he would make the first move. Seeing his action, Liu Heng's face suddenly became gloomy. There was a difference of two small realms between them, and he actually asked him to make a move. This demon cultivator really overestimated his own abilities. He waved his hand and sacrificed a top-grade spiritual weapon Taixun Jengjin's sword, then pinched his fingers and pointed at Su Fan fiercely. Swoosh, a golden light flew towards Su Fan with a whistle. Su Fan's performance shocked everyone. He neither activated the talisman nor sacrificed the protective spiritual weapon, but stood there motionless. The top-grade spiritual weapon Taixun Jengjin's sword was extremely fast and shot in front of Su Fan in an instant. Just when everyone thought that Su Fan would be pierced through the heart by the top-grade spiritual weapon, he waved his hand and slapped the Taixun Jengjin sword away. Wow! Seeing that the top-grade spiritual weapon Taixun Jengjin sword was slapped away by Su Fan's bare hands, the Tai Xianzong disciples watching the fight below the ring were suddenly in an uproar. Is my eyes not blurry? He slapped away the top-grade spiritual weapon with his hands. I didn't expect that. He is a physical cultivator, and his physical strength has been trained to this extent. That is a top-grade spiritual weapon. How could it be slapped away? Liu Heng on the opposite side was also confused. He couldn't figure it out. That was the top-grade spiritual weapon Taixun Jengjin sword. Even the top-grade protective spiritual weapons might not be able to resist it. Who would have thought that it was easily slapped away by that demon cultivator? In such a moment of distraction, he found that the demon cultivator on the opposite side disappeared. Without thinking, Liu Heng quickly took out a palm-sized golden tortoise shell from the ring and threw it into the air. The golden tortoise shell grew bigger in the wind, and instantly turned into a golden tortoise shield more than 1 meter high, blocking in front of him. Bang! Just as the tortoise shield blocked Liu Heng, there was a loud noise, and the top-grade protective spiritual weapon golden turtle shield that Liu Heng had sacrificed was smashed away by Su Fan's punch. Su Fan's current physical strength and power were inferior to that of the monsters. The golden turtle shield was instantly smashed and lost its spiritual power, turning into a palm-sized tortoise shell and falling to the ground. Seeing that the top-grade protective spiritual weapon was broken, Liu Heng quickly activated another 4th-level protective talisman, and instantly propped up an aura shield to cover him. 9 strength bone dissolving hand, Su Fan slapped the aura shield with one palm, and a sinister and strange force penetrated through the aura shield and instantly penetrated into Liu Heng's body. Ka. Ka. With a series of crisp sounds, most of the bones on half of Liu Heng's body were broken, and he collapsed to the ground all of a sudden. Su Fan took advantage of the situation and smashed the aura shield covering Liu Heng with his fist. In fact, at this time, he had already won the fight, but he hadn't got the opponent's ring yet. With the aura shield blocking him, he couldn't get his spoils at all. Bang! Bang! As Su Fan smashed with great force, the aura shield of the 4th-level talisman became dimmer and dimmer, and no one knew how many times he smashed it. With a pop sound. Finally, the aura shield covering Liu Heng shattered, and Su Fan stopped and stretched out his hand to pull the ring off the opponent's finger. Not only that, he also picked up the opponent's 2 top-grade spiritual weapons, the Taixun Jengjin sword and the Hunjin Linga shield. At this moment, there was a complete silence below the ring, and all the Tai Xianzong disciples who were watching the fight were staring at Su Fan in amazement. At first, Su Fan smashed senior brother Liu Heng's aura shield like crazy. They thought Su Fan was going to kill him, So everyone was worried about senior brother Liu Heng. Who knew that after Su Fan smashed the aura shield, he did not kill senior brother Liu Heng, but took away his stored ring. What kind of person is this? You spent so much effort to smash the aura shield of the 4th level talisman, and in the end it was just for that stored ring. How poor must this guy be to do such a thing? Su Fan collected the spoils with satisfaction, then walked to the middle of the ring and glanced at the Tai Xianzong disciples who were watching the fight below the ring. Is there anyone else who wants to spar? After hearing Su Fan's words, no one of the Tai Xianzong disciples below the ring dared to say a word. The fierceness shown by this demon cultivator just now was too damn scary. How could the Xianzong disciples have such a fierce fighting style? Looking at brother Liu Heng lying on the ring, although he didn't seem to be in danger of death, there were probably not many intact bones in his body. Liu Heng was the eldest brother of the inner sect, and even he only lasted 2 rounds. If it were other disciples, they might not be able to withstand even one encounter. After Su Fan finished speaking, he waited for a while, and saw that no one responded to the challenge, and a trace of mocking smile appeared on his face. Such a bunch of cowards, who are so arrogant and domineering on weekdays, who gives you the confidence? Anyway, they have offended Tai Xianzong, so why not offend them more severely? Today, he wants to completely trample on the face of Tai Xianzong and rub it hard. Thinking of this, Su Fan laughed arrogantly and teased, Tai Xianzong is known as the strongest Xianzong in Kunlun Heaven, but it is just this low quality, and there is not even a person who dares to fight. After hearing Su Fan's words, the people below the ring exploded immediately. Who do you think you are? You dare to say such arrogant words in Tai Xianzong? This is our Kunlun Heaven. How can you, a demon cultivator, be so arrogant? Everyone, come together and kill this evil demon cultivator. Facing the loud rebukes and scoldings from the disciples of Tai Xianzong below the ring, Su Fan didn't take it seriously at all. Since no one dares to come up and compete with me, forget it. Tai Xianzong is nothing but this. Su Fan wanted to walk off the ring after he finished speaking. At this time, more than a dozen giant and cultivators jumped out, and the leader pointed at Su Fan and scolded him loudly. How dare you humiliate our Tai Xianzong? Stop right there. Su Fan was amused by their words and said with a smile, do you want to come up and compete with me? The other party was almost choked by Su Fan's words, and was panting heavily in anger, but he didn't dare to go to the ring. Su Fan rolled his eyes. This guy was shouting happily, but he was actually a strong man with a mouth. How about this, you all come up together? After hearing this, a dozen giant and cultivators from Tai Xianzong felt humiliated by Su Fan. Their faces flushed and they stared at Su Fan. At this time, the low-level disciples behind them began to make a loud noise. Uncle, he is an evil demon cultivator, you all go up and kill him together. Yes, what rules are there to talk about with a demon cultivator? Uncles, go up and kill him. When did our Tai Xianzong talk about morality with demon cultivators? Come up together. Hearing the noise of the sect disciples behind them, a dozen giant and disciples looked at each other, gritted their teeth and jumped onto the stage. Seeing the dozen giant and disciples from Tai Xianzong coming up, Su Fan was so happy that his eyes narrowed together. These people are all inner disciples, and their wealth is quite rich. In his eyes, these people are all spiritual stones. You guys take action, come up together. After hearing Su Fan's provocative words, a dozen giant and disciples from Tai Xianzong were immediately enraged. They all offered up their spiritual weapons and talismans, and all took out their best treasures, just wanting to teach this ignorant evil demon cultivator a lesson. From all directions, top-grade spiritual weapons whistled and stabbed at Su Fan, and all kinds of powerful 4th-level attack talismans smashed towards Su Fan. Su Fan sneered, and a flash of lightning flashed under his feet. He had disappeared from the spot, and more than a dozen spiritual weapons and talismans whistled and smashed where he was just now. He appeared in front of a giant and disciple, and with a thought, his entire right arm suddenly turned into a thick and ferocious demon arm, and then smashed down fiercely. Bang! The thick and ferocious demon arm smashed the opponent's spiritual shield. Su Fan's demon arm was still powerful, and it smashed the giant and disciple into the air, hitting the shield of the arena formation heavily and bouncing back, and then fell to the ground and motionless. His figure kept flashing on the ring. After a while, more than a dozen giant and disciples of Tai Xianzong were knocked unconscious and collapsed on the ring. Su Fan walked over and took off their storage rings one by one and put them away. He also picked up the spiritual tools scattered on the ring. He came to the middle of the ring again and said with a smile, "Who else?" At this moment, the silence below the ring was frightening. Even if a needle fell on the ground, you could hear the sound. All the Taizanzong disciples who were watching the fight stared at everything on the ring in a daze. There were more than a dozen giant and real people from the inner sect. The lowest cultivation level was also the middle stage of Jinden. But they were defeated by this demon cultivator in a very short time. Su Fan sneered, and then laughed. "Since no one comes up to compete, then I will leave." The sarcasm in his voice made the Taizanzong disciples below the ring feel ashamed, but no one dared to stand up again. Su Fan walked down from the ring. The Taizanzong disciples below the ring automatically made way for him and watched this evil demon cultivator leave. Everyone gnashed their teeth and looked at Su Fan's back, with a vicious light in their eyes. If eyes could kill, Su Fan would have been riddled with holes. The news that Su Fan defeated the inner sect senior brother Liu Heng in the Taizanzong square ring spread throughout Kunlun heaven in an instant. Even the elite disciples of various super-immortal sects who were fighting on the plain battlefield heard the news. If it were another place, this matter would really be nothing, but Kunlun heaven is a pure immortal sect plane. How could it allow a demon cultivator to suppress the disciples of the immortal sect? Especially this demon cultivator was very arrogant and even said wildly that Taizanzong was nothing more than that. This was a naked provocation to the dignity of Taizanzong. Not to mention the disciples of Taizanzong, even the disciples of other immortal sects were very angry when they heard it. This demon cultivator was too arrogant. The elite disciples of Taizanzong, who were still fighting in the brothers' plane, returned to the sect as soon as possible. If this demon cultivator was not defeated fairly, then Taizanzong would not be able to survive in Kunlun heaven in the future, and would be ridiculed by all the sects. Su Fan did not expect that his casual words would cause an uproar in Taizanzong. Now, hundreds of elite disciples of Taizanzong are rushing back to the sect from the battlefields of various planes, wanting to teach this ignorant demon cultivator a lesson. Chapter 484. What are we looking at? Su Fan returned to the room full of debris. Although the door had been kicked to pieces, he had set up a forbidden formation to block the outside noise. He sat cross-legged on the futon and took out today's harvest. After all, he was the eldest brother of the inner sect of Taizanzong. Liu Heng's Beifang storage ring contained more than 100 top-grade spirit stones, and a large number of high-grade spirit stones. Su Fan was too lazy to count them. Su Fan never thought that he could gain such a harvest by sparring with others in Taizanzong. And this was just the beginning. The eldest brother of the inner sect was defeated by him. For Taizanzong, it was tantamount to a loud slap in the face. Taizanzong must get back at him and must send more powerful disciples to spar with him. For a super sect like Taizanzong, inner disciples are nothing. Elite disciples are the most powerful disciples of the sect. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but look forward to it. If he could defeat some of the elite disciples of Taizanzong, that would be a way to make a fortune. Even the senior brother of the inner sect of Taizanzong, in terms of wealth and financial resources, could not be compared with the elite disciples of the sect now. In Su Fan's eyes, these disciples of Taizanzong were just piles of spiritual stones. Because no one in Taizanzong paid any attention to Su Fan, he had never thought that Taizanzong would explode now. Su Fan slapped Taizanzong in the face on the stage, bringing shame to the entire sect. On weekdays, most of the disciples in Taizanzong were foundation building and key training disciples. Even if there were some giant and realm cultivators occasionally, they were mostly inner sect disciples or those who retired in the sect. The elite disciples of Taizanzong stayed in the battlefields of various planes all year round. Except for some important days in the sect, they rarely came back. But Su Fan's words completely angered everyone in Taizanzong. It was a matter of the sect's dignity. Now, Taizanzong already had hundreds of elite disciples, all of whom were on their way back to the sect from various planes. Not only that, many disciples from other super sects in Kunlun heaven also rushed to Taizanzong after hearing the news, ready to join in the fun. Because many elite disciples of Taizanzong were still on their way back to the sect, the courtyard where Su Fan was calm for the whole day, and no one came to him to compete. This made Su Fan very anxious. Is Taizanzong so cowardly? He was slapped in the face by himself, and there was no one who dared to challenge him. Until the evening of the next day, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged in the house to practice, and he heard someone shouting loudly in the courtyard outside the house. Lu Xiaoyu from Tai Xianzong came to disturb you, please meet me. Hearing the other party's words, Su Fan suddenly became excited. Finally, there was a business coming to the door. He stood up from the ground and walked out of the house to see more than a dozen giant and cultivators standing in the courtyard outside. Not only that, at this moment, the courtyard was full of people, all of whom were foundation-building key cultivating disciples who had heard the news and rushed over from all over the sect. The leader of the courtyard was about 30 years old, with a late giant in cultivation. He had a handsome face and was well-mannered. He wore a well-made white robe and a crown on his head, which fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of elegance. Su Fan arched his hands at the other party and said, I don't know what you are doing. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and said, I heard from you that our Tai Xianzong is just like this. I rush back to the sect day and night just to have a discussion with you. In that case, I will do whatever you say, Su Fan said, looking at Lu Xiaoyu opposite him, and then said, however, there is a rule for me to spar with others. The winner of the battle will get all the spoils of the other party. After hearing Su Fan's words, Lu Xiaoyu smiled, raised his right hand, and showed his ring. Here is my ring. If you defeat me, you can take it. The dozen elite disciples behind him all laughed. In their opinion, this demon cultivator really didn't know how high the sky was. Brother Xiaoyu's strength was well known even in the whole Kunlun heaven. He was ranked 50th on the battle strength list. Moreover, Brother Xiaoyu had participated in the King Kong Star region's 100 years of space-time arena. Those who could come back alive from such a place were all-powerful and ruthless. And this unknown demon cultivator in front of him was only in the early stage of the Golden Core. He actually dreamed of defeating Brother Xiaoyu. It was simply nonsense. Facing the mocking laughter of these people, Su Fan didn't take it seriously at all. The matter of obtaining the other party's spoils must be made clear before the competition. After all, this is someone else's territory. Once a shameless Yuan Yingzhenjin intervenes, he will have no way to deal with it. Isn't this the reason why Su Fan agreed to compete with these people from Tai Xianzong? I can't even get a single spiritual stone, so who the hell would want to compete with you? Of course, he didn't know that the giant and disciple of Tai Xianzong in front of him was also a human cultivator who had participated in the time and space arena. How could he remember so many people at that time? If this Lu Xiaoyu had participated in the top 100 fights between the human and demon races, he might still have some impression. But this person didn't make it into the top 100 of the human race's killing list at that time, so how could he recognize him? Tomorrow at 1 p.m., on the main stage of the Sect Square, see you there. After hearing Lu Xiaoyu's words, Su Fan nodded with a smile. See you there. Lu Xiaoyu turned around and was about to leave, but he glanced at the room behind Su Fan and the wood chips all over the floor in front of the door. Because the door of the room was no longer there, he could clearly see the situation inside the room. His face darkened. The guys inside the sect were too much? How could they be so difficult? Now the news that Tai Xianzong was slapped in the face by this demon cultivator has spread throughout Kunlun heaven. Such childish behavior of fighting has no additional effect except making people think that Tai Xianzong is petty. Lu Xiaoyu walked out of the courtyard and gave instructions to the people around him. You go find the people from the sect affairs hall and change him to a better cave. People from other sects will come over in the next 2 days. If they see him living in such a place, how will people see our Tai Xianzong, unlike other disciples of Kunlun beyond Xianzong? Lu Xiaoyu once participated in the time and space arena, fought side by side with the demon cultivators at that time, and also formed fighting friendships with many demon cultivators. So he himself is not very disgusted with the demon cultivators, but in the pure Xianzong plane of Kunlun beyond, the cruelty and evil of the demon cultivators is politically correct, and even he cannot speak for the demon cultivators openly. In the evening, several giant and cultivators of Tai Xianzong came to Su Fan's courtyard and wanted to help Su Fan change a cave. Su Fan refused without thinking. Now he wants me to change places. What the hell did I do before? I still live here. Several people from the sect affairs hall tried to persuade him, but seeing Su Fan's firm attitude, they simply ignored him. In their opinion, Su Fan was just shameless. From the time when Su Fan was sparring with the disciples of Tai Xianzong until now, no one had asked his name, which showed the arrogance and domineering of Tai Xianzong. Even Nanming's Henjin, who was responsible for receiving Su Fan in the sect, did not know his true identity. This shows that Tai Zianzong, from top to bottom, is all the same. As the old saying goes, what goes up must go down. If the top leaders of the sect are like this, can you still expect the disciples below to be humble and modest? Of course, these are not important to Su Fan at all. He did not expect Kunlun Bian Xianzong to treat him as a guest. In this pure Xianzong plane, demon cultivators are synonymous with evil. It's just that Tai Xianzong went too far. He was at least a guest, so there was no reason for him to live in the utility room. So he was not prepared to save face for Tai Xianzong. If he didn't let them lose their reputation this time, Su Fan would write his last name backwards in the future. Anyway, he was sparring with others in an upright manner. Even if Tai Xianzong was shameless, they couldn't find a Yuanying Zhenjin to fight him. It can be said that throughout the entire King Kong Star region, he had no opponent below Yuanying Zhenjin. This is really not Su Fan bragging, he really has this strength. Who made him a cheater? The next morning, countless disciples had gathered under the main arena of the sect square of Tai Xianzong. Not only that, in order to save face, Tai Xianzong also spent a huge amount of money to broadcast a video of today's sparring and fighting in Kunlunshan. Now, the light screens of the major sects and immortal cities in Kunlunshan have been warming up for today's fight since last night. The title is particularly eye-catching, that is, Lu Xiao, the elite disciple of Tai Xianzong, ranked 45th on the Kunlunshan battle record list, fights against the evil demon cultivators from the outside world. The word demon cultivator is very sensitive in the pure immortal sect plane of Kunlunshan. The cultivators who originally didn't pay much attention to this battle were also attracted by the gimmick of this title, so cultivators from all over the country gathered under the nearby light curtain at noon today. Because in a pure immortal sect plane like Kunlun Heaven, except for a few elite disciples of super sects, most low-level cultivators have never seen a demon cultivator in their lives. The sudden arrival of a demon cultivator is like aliens landing on Earth in the previous life. Many people came to the light curtain to watch the battle. In fact, they came with the intention of watching the excitement. Faced with so many enthusiastic cultivators watching the battle, the major immortal sects certainly would not waste this opportunity, and set up gambling counters under each light curtain. The cultivators who participated in the gambling lined up in front of each counter, and most of them bet on Lu Xiao. Of course, there were also many people who wanted to take a chance and bet on Su Fan. Although in the eyes of many people, the winner of this battle must be Lu Xiao, but the gambling institutions in the major sects are well-informed people. The details of how Su Fan defeated dozens of giant disciples of Tai Xianzong in succession had long been known to these people. Although Lu Xiao had an extraordinary record in the past, this unknown demon cultivator could not be an ordinary demon cultivator, as he easily defeated the senior brother of the inner sect of Tai Xianzong with just his strong body. In particular, many sects with great magical powers have even contacted Zuanangshan's Yunking Xiangong. The Liu Zhenjin of Yunking Xiangong was treated poorly in Tai Xianzong, which also made the sect leaders very angry, but they could only swallow their anger because they were not as strong as others. So after hearing about Su Fan's slap in the face in Tai Xianzong, several Yuanying Zhenjin who knew Su Fan's identity did not reveal any news. Today, they were eating melon seeds early, sitting on small benches and waiting under the light curtain, excitedly waiting for the fight between Su Fan and Lu Xiao. The Yuanying old monsters of Yunking Fairy Palace were so happy. They thought they could only swallow their anger, but who knew that Tai Fairy sect would do this? Unexpectedly, it was Su Fan who vented their anger for them. As for the outcome of this battle, the Yuanying old monsters of Yunking Fairy Palace were not worried at all. That was Su Fan. Not to mention the giant disciples of Tai Fairy sect, even the sword cultivators of the Super Sword sect with the strongest combat power in Kunlun Heaven would have to kneel down when they met this boy. Not only that, the sect also mobilized a large number of disciples in various planes of battle and fairy cities, and strictly ordered them to bet everything on Su Fan. Although Yunking Fairy Palace did not reveal a single word, many sects gambling institutions still felt something from the various abnormal actions of Yunking Fairy Palace. What this world lacks the most is people with intentions, especially those who engage in gambling, so many sects gambling institutions have quietly adjusted the odds of both sides. Near noon, Su Fan walked out of the courtyard where he was and came to the ring in the square of the sect alone. On the way here, he was surrounded by people, like a rare protected animal in the zoo of his previous life. No matter where he went, there were disciples of Tai Xianzong stopping to watch him, and they also pointed at him. Facing this group of Xianzong disciples who had never seen the world, Su Fan did not take it to heart. He went straight to the square of the sect and was stunned by the scene in front of him. The huge square was already full of disciples of Tai Xianzong. Facing the crowd, even Su Fan felt a little dizzy. Could it be that all the disciples of Tai Xianzong came? How many people would there be? The disciples of Tai Xianzong who were watching the fight in the square saw him coming and consciously made way for him. Su Fan took a deep breath, and without caring where Lu Xiao was, he walked directly to the bottom of the ring and jumped up. Seeing him appear, there was a deafening boo from the bottom of the ring. The huge boos made Su Fan's eardrums hurt. He picked his ears, looked at the densely packed heads under the ring, and couldn't help but laugh. Damn, this is almost as exciting as the Dortmund Westfalen Stadium, the most popular stadium in Europe in the previous life. At this time, Lu Xiao appeared on the ring, and the countless Tai Xianzong disciples watching the fight below burst into huge cheers. Lu Xiao waved his hands and interacted with the Tai Xianzong disciples below, which made the cheers below the ring even louder. He waved his hands a few times, and then pressed his hands down, and the cheers below the ring suddenly quieted down. Lu Xiao came to the opposite side of Su Fan and cupped his hands. Devours, let's start. Seeing Su Fan nod, he turned his head and looked at one side of the ring, and saw that there was a Yuanjing standing there at some point. Seeing this Yuanjing, Su Fan couldn't help but shudder. It seems that Tai Xianzong attaches great importance to this fight, and even sent a Yuanjing to arbitrate. Moreover, the number of magic weapons that could be seen in the sky above the ring was obviously much larger, and it was obvious that they wanted to use this battle to recover from the defeats of the past few days. Su Fan sneered in his heart, and today he would slap Tai Xianzong in the face in front of all the cultivators of Kunlun Heaven. The Yuanjing sent by Tai Xianzong to arbitrate did not say anything, but just nodded to the two of them. Su Fan arched his hand towards Lu Xiao and said with a smile, Devours, you go first. After hearing Su Fan's words, Lu Xiao frowned immediately. He wanted to say this, but he didn't expect Su Fan to take the lead. Who gave this demon cultivator the courage to be so shameless? Not only was Lu Xiao a little angry, but the disciples of Tai Xianzong below the ring also started to scold him. This demon cultivator was too ignorant. Facing such a powerful master like Senior Brother Xiao, he actually let Senior Brother Xiao take action. He really didn't know how to live or die. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and sneered. In that case, you don't have a single chance of winning. Although the opponent was only a giant and early-stage cultivator, he didn't dare to be arrogant at all. Back then, he had seen all kinds of tricks used by demon cultivators in the time and space arena, which were absolutely gloomy and treacherous, making it hard to guard against. Therefore, as a practitioner of magic, he unreservedly used his strongest spell Lianga Yuanzi Shenguang as soon as he made a move. This spell is very powerful, but its only drawback is that it takes a little longer to cast, which makes it easy for the opponent to take advantage of it. Now that the opponent asked him to make the first move, it just made up for this shortcoming. He muttered to himself, formed a complex seal with his left hand, made a finger gesture with his right hand, and then suddenly put his hands together. Buzz, with a dull humming sound, a dazzling light was instantly generated. Like an extremely sharp lightsaber whistling towards Su Fan on the opposite side. Just as Lu Xiao's best spell was cast, Su Fan on the opposite side took out a pitch-black bone talisman and crushed it suddenly. With a bang. A thick fog as black as ink suddenly appeared around him, spreading out in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the surrounding area dozens of feet. Moreover, this thick fog as black as ink continued to extend to the surroundings, and in an instant, the entire ring was wrapped in thick black fog. Even the Lianga Yuanzi divine light that Lu Xiao used was blocked by the thick black fog after it sank into the black fog. Countless disciples of Tai Xianzong below the ring, as well as the monks watching the battle under the light curtains of various places in Kunlun, were awe-stunned. Originally, everyone thought they would see a thrilling battle, but who knew that this thick black fog appeared on the ring, and the scene on the ring was completely invisible. This demon cultivator is too shameless. You created this thick black fog, so what can we watch? Chapter 485. Let's just defend him. At this moment, the thick black fog on the ring has covered the entire ring. The Tai Immortal Sect disciples watching the fight below, as well as the cultivators under the light curtains from all over Kunlun heaven, were all shouting and cursing loudly. How could they compete like this? The two had just started fighting, and the black fog cast by this demon cultivator blocked everyone's sight. This is too disappointing. It's like the World Cup final is being broadcast live, and the TV network signal suddenly disappeared. Isn't it infuriating? Seeing that this thick black fog completely enveloped the ring, Lu Ziyu also frowned. He knew the methods of the demon cultivators very well. These guys had all kinds of gloomy and strange secret methods that were always hard to guard against. This large piece of thick black fog in front of him was very strange. It could not only block the cultivator's sight, but also isolate most of the cultivator's consciousness. The Lianga Yuanzi divine light that Lu Ziyu had just cast was the most powerful spell in his hand. It could be said to be indestructible and unbreakable. But after the spell was cast, because of the thick black fog, he found that his consciousness could not lock onto the opponent. He had no choice but to control the dazzling light and sweep it back and forth on the ring. Before the two fought, Lu Ziyu had studied the previous opponent's fighting process for a long time, and thought he had a very good understanding of the fighting style of this demon cultivator. The speed of the Lianga Yuanzi divine light was extremely fast, almost instantaneous. If you want to avoid this light, you can't just rely on secret magics such as teleportation to avoid it. If the opponent wants to resist the Lianga Yuanzi divine light, he can only rely on protective spiritual tools and talismans. If he wants to resist it with his physical body, it's no different from committing suicide. Lu Ziyu sneered in his heart. No matter how sinister and treacherous your means are, you have to use the means at the bottom of the box to deal with this indestructible divine light. This gave him the initiative in the fight and gave him time to continue to cast powerful spells. The most powerful disciples among the Immortal Sect disciples are the cultivators who practice the way of magic, but the biggest flaw of the way of magic is that the more powerful the spell, the longer it takes to prepare for casting. Therefore, in the time and space arena, the most powerful team of human cultivators can only rely on tacit cooperation between sword cultivators, magic cultivators and Immortal Sect magic disciples to deal with the elites of the demon race and the golden insect race. The Immortal Sect disciples of the Way of Array, the Way of Talisman and the Way of Puppet can only play auxiliary roles, because only the Immortal Sect disciples who practice the Way of Magic have the strongest output. Once the time for the Immortal Sect magic disciples is gained, all kinds of powerful Immortal Sect spells will be cast overwhelmingly, which can often play a decisive role. In Lu Ziyu's view, he will definitely win this battle because he has already gained the initiative. He has begun to prepare the next powerful Immortal Sect spell, trying to solve the opposite demon cultivator with one blow and wash away the shame for Tai Immortal Sect. Suddenly, Lu Ziyu's heart jumped inexplicably. Ever since he experienced the cruel bloody battles in the time and space arena, he had brushed shoulders with death countless times, which made him extremely sensitive to danger. It was precisely because of this intuition about danger that he finally survived in the cruel environment of the time and space arena. Not good. Lu Ziyu took out a 4th-level Immortal Talisman from the ring without thinking, but before he could activate it, he felt that a cloud of mist under his feet suddenly turned into a rope, instantly binding him tightly. Although he struggled desperately, the rope made of mist became tighter and tighter, and finally dragged him to the ground. Lu Ziyu only felt a chill on his neck. The rope made of mist, who knew when it turned into a sharp blade, had already pressed against his throat. He could clearly feel the sharp blade piercing his skin, and the traces of blood that oozed out had slowly flowed down. What shocked Lu Ziyu the most was that his consciousness could not sense the other party's existence at all. This was too scary. The opponent was like a silent ghost, quietly approaching him, but he was completely unaware. Is this person still human? Could it be that the opponent was practicing the devil's way? That's not right. If it was a ghost, how could his consciousness not sense it? Lu Ziyu knew that he had lost. The difference in strength between him and the devil cultivator on the opposite side was not ordinary. What made him most sad was that the opponent didn't use his full strength at all, but just used a gloomy and treacherous method to force him into a desperate situation. Having experienced a cruel and bloody battle in the time and space arena, he knew very well that if this fight was not a competition, he would have died countless times. In this fight, he had undoubtedly been defeated. Thinking of this, Lu Ziyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Dao Yao is very strong. Ziyu admits that he is inferior, With Lu Xiaoyu shouting, the Tai Immortal Sect disciples watching the fight below the arena were suddenly in an uproar. How could senior brother Xiaoyu lose? It must be that evil demon cultivator who used evil magic. Impossible. Senior brother Xiaoyu can't lose. The opponent's methods are too despicable. These scumbags of the demon sect are too despicable. Although the Tai Xianzong disciples below the ring were shouting and cursing, they knew very well that Lu Xiaoyu was completely defeated in this fight. This fight, the demon cultivator wins. At this time, the Yuanying's of the Tai Xianzong who was in charge of arbitration made the final decision. This also made the countless Tai Xianzong disciples watching the fight below the ring mournful, and they all beat their chests and stamped their feet, and had to accept the outcome of the complete defeat. It was not until then that Lu Xiaoyu felt a cold sharpness on his neck leave his throat, and the ring on his finger was also pulled off by the opponent. He smiled bitterly, without any resistance, and let the mist leave him. The Yuanying's of the Tai Xianzong who was in charge of arbitration waved his hand lightly, and the thick black mist on the ring instantly disappeared. This Yuanying old monster witnessed the entire process of the fight. Of course, the thick black fog on the ring could not stop his divine sense from exploring. Who is this kid? Based on his understanding of the demon sect, the secret method he used was obviously similar to the demon sect, but when did the demon sect become so outrageous that it actually had such perverted methods? As the dark magic fog dissipated, Su Fan's figure was still standing in his original position, while Lu Xiaoyu collapsed on the ground. Lu Xiaoyu got up from the ground and bowed to Su Fan. Thank you for your mercy, fellow Taoist. Xiaoyu was very grateful. After he said that, he turned around and walked off the ring. Although he lost a fight, he lost it openly. Su Fan looked at the other party's back and couldn't help but smile. For some reason, he found that this Lu Xiaoyu didn't seem to hate the demon cultivators as much as other disciples of Tai Xianzong. And last night, several people from the sect affairs hall of Tai Xianzong came to change this cave, which should have been the other party's idea. Although he couldn't say he had a good impression of him, at least he didn't hate him that much, so he didn't beat him into pig's head like he did to other people. At least he left him enough face. At this moment, the cultivators watching the battle under the light curtains in various places in Kunlun Heaven were also shocked. Lu Xiaoyu was not an unknown person, but a disciple in the top 50 of Kunlun Heaven's battle record list, and he was also a ruthless man who crawled out of the pile of dead bodies in the space-time arena. Although they didn't know what methods the demon cultivator had used, the fact that he could defeat Lu Xiaoyu so quickly showed that the other party was definitely not an ordinary demon cultivator. In a certain plain battlefield opened up by Kunlun Heaven, senior brother Qin Cheng looked at the light curtain with a gloomy look. Although he looked down on the guys from Tai Xianzong, as a disciple of Kunlun Heaven's sword sect, he certainly didn't want to see the demon cultivator so arrogant. And Lu Xiaoyu was, after all, a comrade in arms who had fought side by side in the space-time arena. His loss to this demon cultivator also made senior brother Qin Cheng feel that they shared the same hatred for the enemy. Brother Qin Cheng, this demon cultivator is too arrogant. Yes, how can we in Kunlun Heaven allow a demon cultivator to be so arrogant? Brother, let's go to Tai Immortal Sect. I'll kill this guy with one sword. After listening to the words of several fellow disciples around him, brother Qin Cheng smiled. Don't worry, Tai Immortal Sect has lost so much face in Kunlun Heaven. It will definitely not let it go. Let's see. After he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he claimed to be invincible in the world, but since he met that guy, his swordsmanship has a flaw. Although after so many years, his swordsmanship has been fully repaired, and his swordsmanship has also reached a higher level, but he knows very well in his heart that if he meets that guy again, he still has no chance of winning. Thinking of this, he looked at several fellow disciples around him with a serious face. Remember, if you meet a demon cultivator in the future, you must never have a trace of contempt. Kunlun Heaven, Link's Immortal Palace. Li Dong stood under the light curtain, with dozens of elite disciples gathered around him, like the moon surrounded by stars. He looked at Su Fan on the light curtain and couldn't help but frown. Although the face of the demon cultivator on the light curtain was very unfamiliar, he didn't know why, but he always gave him a sense of familiarity. It can't be him. Li Dong shook his head and drove the figure out of his mind. It's really hard to see through this guy. He really hid his identity. After so many years, there was no movement at all. At this time, on the main stage of Tai Xianzong, Su Fan smiled and glanced at the people watching the fight below. I didn't expect that the dignified Tai Xianzong is just like this. Su Fan's words were too hateful. The disciples of Tai Xianzong who were watching the fight below the stage were immediately furious, and immediately a giant disciple jumped onto the stage. Xiao Sheng, an elite disciple of Tai Xianzong, is willing to learn from you. The other party was also a late giant and cultivator, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was big and strong. At first glance, you can tell that he is a person with a bad temper. Su Fan smiled and bowed to the other party. Devours, I have a rule when I spar with others. The winner of the fight will get all the spoils of the other party. He emphasized this rule again, because he was afraid that the Yuaning's engine on the ring would interfere shamelessly. Anyway, he would not agree to spar with the other party if he did not agree to this rule. After hearing Su Fan's words, Xiao Sheng's face suddenly became gloomy. He felt that he was humiliated by the other party, and the evil fire in his heart jumped up. At this time, a voice came to his ears. Calm down. This voice was like a thunder, which made Xiao Sheng calm down instantly. Then, the uncle on the ring continued to send him a message. This kid has cunning means, a strong body, and is good at invisibility. As long as he lets you make a move first, you will activate all the most powerful talismans in your hand, and never give him a chance to fight back. After listening to the uncle's message, Xiao Sheng took a deep breath. Just now, he was almost blinded by anger. Fortunately, his uncle reminded him. Otherwise, he would have followed his senior brother's footsteps and been defeated by this demon cultivator. Of course, he had to listen to his uncle's advice. As a cultivator who practices the way of talismans, he certainly has a lot of powerful attack talismans in his hands. Thinking of this, Xiao Sheng took out several 4th-level attack immortal talismans from his ring. Devours, you go first. Xiao Sheng was waiting for the other party to say this. Without thinking, he activated several 4th-level immortal talismans in his hand and threw them at the demon cultivator opposite. Facing several powerful 4th-level immortal talismans, Su Fan frowned immediately. This guy is so shameless. Su Fan sneered and said, then let me show you the power of the demon cultivator. As soon as he thought about it, black thick veins like chopsticks all over his body suddenly overflowed from the cortex, and spread up and down like earthworms. Su Fan instantly activated his demon body and turned into a 2-meter-tall demon. Ouch! He roared loudly towards the sky. Facing several powerful 4th-level attacking immortal talismans, he did not dodge or evade, but rushed forward with the immortal talismans. After the demonization, Su Fan's physical strength increased by more than 10 times, and he was already a high-level demon. No. Even those high-level demons would cry in the toilet after seeing his current state. Su Fan rushed forward regardless of anything, and managed to withstand several powerful 4th-level attacking immortal talismans, and rushed towards Xiao Sheng on the opposite side. Facing a crazy and domineering demon that was more than 2 meters tall, Xiao Sheng was already scared silly. He never thought that the opponent's demonized physical body was so strong that several 4th-level attacking immortal talismans could not stop this crazy and violent demon cultivator. Be careful. It was not until a voice appeared in his ear that Xiao Sheng reacted with a start, but it was too late. Although he had used a protective spiritual weapon and slapped a 4th-level protective fairy talisman on his body, the violent demon body had already appeared in front of him. Bang! With a dull loud noise, Xiao Sheng was swept away by a thick and ferocious demon arm, and hit the aura shield of the ring isolation formation hard, bounced back, and then fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Sheng's condition at this time was very miserable. His body was twisted beyond recognition, and there was almost no intact bone in his body. Although he still had a breath left, he was in great pain and would have to lie in bed for several months. Looking at Xiao Sheng lying on the ring, Su Fan thought about restoring his human body. Just as Su Fan was about to walk over to touch the other party's storage ring, he saw that the Yuaning's engine of Tai Xianzong, who was in charge of arbitration on the ring, had appeared beside Xiao Sheng. He took out a pill and stuffed it into the other party's mouth. His spiritual sense swept over Xiao Sheng's body and he was relieved immediately. Even though he knew that Su Fan had shown mercy, he still turned his head and looked at Su Fan with a cold gaze. Why are you so vicious in a duel? Facing the powerful Yuaning's engine, Su Fan was not afraid at all. He bowed respectfully. Report to this engine, this Taoist friend used several 4th-level immortal talismans at once. I could only go all out and couldn't stop. Please don't blame me. Su Fan's words made this engine's old face blush. He did take sides just now, but he still couldn't help his disciples win. He couldn't help but feel guilty. He snorted coldly, picked up Xiao Xing and was about to leave the ring. Report to this Henjin, can you leave the Taoist friend's ring to me? Hearing Su Fan's words, the Yuanying's Henjin of Tai Xianzong who was in charge of arbitration almost died of anger, but he couldn't say anything about the matter that the two sides had already agreed on before the duel. He took off Xiao Sheng's ring and threw it to Su Fan. Su Fan took the ring and bowed respectfully to the other party. Thank you, Master. At this moment, there was complete silence below the ring, and countless Tai Xianzong disciples who were watching the fight all stared at Su Fan in amazement. Su Fan's demonized body just now was really shocking. Except for a few giant disciples who had fought against the demons on the playing battlefield, most of the remaining foundation-building key training disciples of Tai Xianzong had never seen the appearance of the demons. Today, they had witnessed the fierceness and tyranny of the demons. The straightforward brutality and madness made even them tremble with fear below the ring. Not only that, even the giant and cultivators who had seen the demons on the plain battlefield could not help but feel a little scared when they saw such a ferocious demonized body. The demons on the plain battlefield were not so ferocious. They actually withstood several powerful fourth-level attack fairy talismans, and it seemed that they were fine. The elite disciples of Tai Xianzong, who were eager to try out the magic cultivators, now no longer wanted to go up to the arena. Facing such a powerful demon cultivator, they knew very well that they were no match for him, so why bother going up to be humiliated? Is there anyone else who wants to spar with me? After hearing Su Fan's words, there was no movement at all under the arena. As a dignified Tai Xianzong, don't you have anyone who dares to fight? Although the disciples of Tai Xianzong under the arena swallowed their anger, Su Fan would not let them go easily. He had been harassed by them since he came to Tai Xianzong, and he had endured it for a long time. Of course, he had to vent the evil fire in his heart. Anyway, he had already offended Tai Xianzong, so he might as well offend him to the end. Now the cultivators of the entire Kunlun heaven were watching this sparring, and no matter how shameless Tai Xianzong was, they would not dare to do anything to him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, What is this crazy swordsman doing here? After hearing Su Fan's words, the arena exploded immediately, and the disciples of Tai Xianzong began to shout and curse at him. Facing the overwhelming shouting and cursing from the arena, Su Fan didn't care. He just wanted to rub Tai Xianzong's face on the ground here today. And he also wanted to stimulate the disciples of Tai Xianzong again, so that they would come up to compete with him. As expected, the elite disciples who had returned to the sect were already frightened, but they were immediately enraged after hearing his words. Swoosh, swoosh, several figures jumped onto the arena from all directions almost at the same time. They were all elite disciples of Tai Xianzong. They came up and introduced themselves, and then asked to compete with Su Fan. Su Fan glanced at several people and said with a smile, "Since you all want to compete with me, don't come one by one, just come together." Several elite disciples of Tai Xianzong felt insulted after hearing Su Fan's arrogant words. At this time, a voice came to their ears. "You are no match for that demon cultivator. Since he is speaking nonsense, what are you waiting for?" Several elite disciples of Tai Xianzong became alert after hearing the voice transmission from the sect master uncle on the stage. The Yuanying's Henjin of Tai Xianzong, who was in charge of arbitration on the stage, had already seen that no giant and disciple below the Yuanying's Henjin in the sect could defeat this demon cultivator. But despite this demon cultivator could not be allowed to continue to be arrogant. Tai Xianzong's face was almost swollen. Who cares about those things at this time? Let's just deal with this demon cultivator first. If this demon cultivator is allowed to speak nonsense on the stage again, Tai Xianzong will not be able to survive in Kunlun heaven in the future. Okay, since you are looking for death, don't blame us. The leading elite disciple of Tai Xianzong pointed at Su Fan and shouted loudly. Su Fan laughed and raised his right hand to make a gesture of invitation. Several elite disciples of Tai Xianzong looked at each other, then nodded at the same time, and took out their basic spiritual tools and talismans. Fellow disciples, let's join hands to destroy this demon cultivator. Although the behavior of several people was quite shameless, the disciples of Tai Xianzong below the ring cheered. In their opinion, no matter how powerful the demon cultivator was, he could not withstand the siege of several elite disciples in the sect, but the facts disappointed them greatly. Several elite disciples of Tai Xianzong only lasted a few rounds on the ring before being beaten up one by the ferocious demon cultivator. Su Fan was really ruthless. Except for the people who were still alive, he almost beat them to death. One by one, they lay on the ring, and there were few intact bones in their bodies. Su Fan took off their rings one by one, and then looked at the disciples of Tai Xianzong below the ring with a smile. Are there any more who want to spar with me? Seeing that no one responded below the ring, he chuckled. The Tai Immortal sect is a super sect, but has it fallen to this point? How about this? Come up in groups of 10. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen elite disciples of the Tai Immortal sect rushed up from the bottom of the ring. These people looked at each other and found that there were many more people. When they didn't know what to do, Su Fan spoke. More is more, come up together. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, more than a dozen giant disciples of the Tai Immortal sect had almost attacked at the same time. Ouch! With a soul-stirring roar, Su Fan activated his demon eye body again and turned into a demon over 2 meters tall. The ending was still tragic. More than a dozen elite disciples of the Tai Immortal sect collapsed on the ground, and each of them was beaten into a pig's head, with only a few bones left intact. Who else? Su Fan's words had deeply stimulated the Tai Immortal sect disciples on the ring line, and more than 20 giant disciples jumped onto the ring. This group of people had completely lost their shame and started to attack as soon as they landed on the ring. At one time, the best spiritual weapons and 4th-level immortal talismans flew all over and smashed towards Su Fan, but they found that no matter how they attacked, they could not hurt the other party. Then they saw that the fierce demon driver, who was more than 2 meters tall, kept teleporting on the ring, always appearing beside these Tai Xianzong disciples. Bang! Bang! Su Fan did not tolerate their bad habits at all, and swung his thick and ferocious demon arm to smash them one by one. He pulled the rings off their fingers, and then continued to provoke the people below the ring. This time he did not say anything, but opened his arms and waved his hands to the people below. This action was too hateful. The Tai Xianzong disciples, who were used to being domineering and overbearing on weekdays, could not stand such a provocation. Next, several groups of Tai Xianzong disciples rushed up. The smallest number of people was more than 20, and the last group of people who came up was as many as 40 or 50. But these disciples of Tai Xianzong were no match for Su Fan. The top 100 elites on the Demon Clan killing list in the time and space arena were all slaughtered by him alone, not to mention the people of Tai Xianzong. What's more, Su Fan's strength is much stronger than when he was in the time and space arena. Especially when he activated his demonized body, although he still couldn't beat Yuan Ying's engine, he dared to go up and compete. This time, no one from Tai Xianzong dared to come up to the ring. Now that the elite disciples who returned to the sect have been completely wiped out, even many of the inner sect's giant disciples have been killed, how dare the remaining people go up and be abused by this cruel demon cultivator? They all saw the miserable state of their fellow disciples on the ring, and they were beaten so badly. Although they all survived, their bones and muscles were broken. Even if they were cured, they would have to lie in bed for half a year. Today, Su Fan had slapped Tai Xianzong's face until it was swollen, and even pressed it to the ground and rubbed it hard. You know, today's competition was broadcast live throughout Kunlun Heaven. After this battle, Tai Xianzong's reputation would definitely be ruined. At this moment, all the cultivators under the light curtains in various places in Kunlun Heaven also opened their mouths wide, staring at the ferocious demon cultivator on the ring in amazement. Who is this demon cultivator? He challenged the entire Tai Xianzong by himself. I have heard that demon cultivators are ferocious for a long time, and today I have seen it. Does Tai Xianzong allow this demon cultivator to be so rampant? Then you should challenge him, don't get beaten to shit. Although this demon cultivator was very rampant and made the cultivators of Kunlun Heaven very angry, most of the cultivators knew clearly that he was indeed powerful. If the cultivators of Kunlun Heaven wanted to defeat this demon cultivator, the only way was for the sword madman to take action. In fact, there were also some disciples of the Xianzong who felt very happy when they saw Su Fan abuse Tai Xianzong. Because Tai Xianzong has always been arrogant and domineering, it has oppressed and bullied those small sects, but Tai Xianzong is so powerful that these small sects dare not speak out. This time, someone finally vented their anger for them, so they were very happy to see Su Fan beat Tai Xianzong alone. Of course, these people will definitely not show it on the surface, and can only feel very happy in their hearts. The several Yuanying's Henjins of Yun King Xiangong are even more happy. Especially Liu Yan's Henjin, who is very happy. How could he swallow that a Yuanying's Henjin was actually contradicted and treated poorly by the Jinden disciples of Tai Xianzong? But the Yuanying's Henjin of Tai Xianzong knew the whole story, but he did not punish the disciples in the sect at all, and he was even too lazy to reprimand them verbally. It was clear that he did not take Yun King Xiangong seriously. But who could have thought that this group of people from Tai Xianzong would actually provoke Su Fan, and ended up being beaten through the entire sect by him alone, which was a disgrace to the grandmother's house. Senior brother Qin Cheng frowned and looked at the figure on the light curtain, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had already guessed Su Fan's identity. This guy, how did Tai Xianzong offend this killer? He waved to several fellow disciples around him and said, "Let's go. Let's go to Tai Xianzong to join in the fun." After hearing this, several fellow sword cultivators of senior brother Qin Cheng became excited. Although they knew in their hearts that they could not beat that evil demon cultivator, if senior brother Qin Cheng took action, he would definitely be able to defeat the other party. Kunlun Heaven, Ling Su Fairy Palace. Li Dong stood there under the light curtain and laughed. It was really that guy. Why did he come to Kunlun Heaven? Tai Xianzong was unlucky enough. Why did they offend anyone else but provoke this evil star? No, I have to go to Tai Xianzong. This guy rarely shows up. If it's too late, I won't be able to see him. My fellow disciples, who wants to go to Tai Xianzong with me to watch the excitement? After hearing Li Dong's words, many Ling Su Xiangong disciples around him responded one after another. They all wanted to go and have a look. At this moment, no one dared to challenge him under the ring, and Su Fan felt that it was almost enough. At this time, his arms were already full of stored rings. These were all stored rings of elite disciples of super sects. There must be a lot of good things in them. Just make a small fortune. How much is too much? Thinking of this, Su Fan laughed and said, "Forget it, Tai Xianzong is just like this." After he finished speaking, he was about to walk down the ring. But who knew that at this time a figure jumped onto the ring? "Devours, please stay." Hearing the other party's words, Su Fan frowned immediately. He didn't expect that at this time, someone would still come up to be abused. Su Fan turned around and saw a middle-aged cultivator wearing a gray robe and carrying a long sword on his back. He had long eyebrows and a calm and deep gaze, like two quiet and deep oceans. The corners of his mouth under his straight nose outlined a calm and confident smile. When the Tai Xianzong disciples below the ring saw who was coming, they all became excited, and each of them was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. I'm not seeing wrong, that's Zulu from the Nanzhao sword sect. He can't be the Zulu who ranks in the top 20 of the Kunlunshan combat power list. If it's not him, who else could it be? That demon cultivator is too rampant, and Zulu can't stand it anymore. That's a sword cultivator. We must teach this cruel demon cultivator a lesson. Listening to noisy discussions below the ring, Su Fan sneered secretly. Sword cultivator. After hearing Su Fan's words, the other party nodded and said, "Devours, I am Zulu from Nanzhao sword sect. Can I have a fight with you?" Su Fan frowned after hearing this. What was this sword madman doing here? You are not a disciple of Tai Xianzong either. Why should I have a fight with you? The other party laughed and said, "Devours, you are unmatched in combat power. I am really eager to show my skills. Let's have a fight and stop when we are satisfied." At this point, he smiled and raised his right hand, showing his stored ring. "Devours, I know the rules. If Zhu is not as skilled as others, you can take my storage ring." Although Su Fan's best friend Lao Yu is a sword cultivator, he has no good feelings for this group of sword madmen. Since this guy came up, let's fight. To be honest, although other people are afraid of sword cultivators, in Su Fan's eyes, they are just that. Okay, since Deoyao insists on doing so, let's have a fight. The two came to the middle of the ring and stood face to face. "You go first." Zulu didn't say anything after hearing this, but just smiled and cupped his hands. If someone else dared to say this, he would definitely feel insulted, But the demon cultivator opposite him was not simple, and he estimated that it would be difficult for him to defeat him. But he was a sword cultivator, and seeing such a powerful opponent, he had to fight no matter what. Devours, I'm going to attack. Zulu was much more particular than those people from Taizianzong, and he reminded them before attacking. He saw his left hand pinching a sword gesture, and his right hand made a sword finger and pointed forward fiercely. Zhang, with a loud sword sound, a dazzling sword light rose into the sky. The dazzling sword light circled in the air, and then with an extremely cold murderous aura, it suddenly fell from the sky and stabbed directly at Su Fan on the opposite side. At this moment, the temperature around dropped sharply, and the air was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. The disciples of Taizianzong below the ring felt as if their skin was cut by the cold murderous aura. Especially those foundation building and key training disciples, who even felt as if a sharp blade was pressed against their throats. Facing the flying sword filled with murderous intent, Su Fan had a thought. And his right arm instantly became a demon, turning into a thick and ferocious demon arm, and grabbed the flying sword. Snap! The flying sword, which was originally full of murderous intent, was actually caught in his demon claws. The flying sword struggled violently in Su Fan's demon claws, making a shrill whine. Seeing that his flying sword was actually caught in someone's hand, Zulu was immediately stunned. He desperately urged his spiritual consciousness to try to regain control of the flying sword, but the flying sword never broke free from the demon's claws. Zulu closed his eyes and sighed. He knew that he might lose, but he didn't expect to lose so badly. Facing this demon cultivator, he had no power to fight back. He was a sword cultivator, but he actually lost control of the flying sword. Devours is so powerful, Zulu admits defeat. Su Fan did not make things difficult for him. As soon as he loosened his grip, the flying sword broke free from the devil's claws and flew back to the scabbard behind Zulu. As soon as he thought about it, his right arm recovered, and then he saluted. Admit it, although Su Fan did not like this group of sword madmen, Zulu left a good impression on him, so he stopped at that point. Zulu smiled bitterly, and a sense of inexplicable grief and anger rose in his heart. He had practiced sword for many years, but this was the first time he lost so badly. He smiled, took his sword ring off his finger, and threw it to Su Fan on the opposite side. Zulu nodded to Su Fan, then turned around and left the ring. At this time, there was an uproar below the ring, and the cultivators under the light curtains from all over Kunlun heaven were also shocked. Although there are many disciples of immortal sects in the top 100 of Kunlun heaven's combat power list, if we only talk about combat power, the list will be dominated by sword cultivators. There is no way. If it really comes to a one-on-one competition, the disciples of the immortal sect have no chance at all. The fighting power of the sword cultivators is too strong. Moreover, the sword cultivators of Kunlun heaven do not take the disciples of the immortal sect seriously at all, and do not take the Kunlun heaven combat power list seriously at all. In the eyes of the sword cultivators, the Kunlun heaven combat power list is a joke, purely a thing for the disciples of the immortal sect to flatter themselves. But the sword cultivators with such strong fighting power did not last around and fell to the hands of this demon cultivator. It was not until this time that the disciples of Tai immortal sect under the ring and the monks watching the battle from all over Kunlun heaven realized a problem. Who is this demon cultivator? Why doesn't he even have a name? Because Kunlun heaven is a pure immortal sect plane, demon cultivators are synonymous with evil, so no one cares about the identity of this demon cultivator. But Su Fan broke through the entire Tai immortal sect alone, and easily defeated Zulu of Nanzio sword sect. This finally made the arrogant Kunlun heaven monks know how powerful Su Fan is, and they all asked about Su Fan's identity. But in the whole Kunlun heaven, only several Yuanings engines in Yunking Fairy Palace knew Su Fan's true identity. In order to disgust Tai Zianzong, these Yuaning old monsters didn't reveal a word. Looking at Zulu's back, Su Fan took the other party's ring in his hand, took a look, and then put it in his arms. Okay, let's stop here today. Thinking of this, Su Fan stepped under the ring. Although the Tai Zianzong disciples below looked at him with a frown, they still made way for him. Facing the cold eyes, Su Fan didn't care at all. He left the square as if no one was around and returned to his utility room. At this time, there was a sad atmosphere in the mountain gate of Tai Zianzong. The sect was penetrated by a demon cultivator, and in front of all the cultivators in the whole Kunlun heaven. This is absolutely a great shame for Taiyi Xianzong. But what else can they do? Who made them inferior to others? Even if Taiyi Xianzong was shameless, it couldn't send a Yuanying Zhenjin to fight the demon cultivator. Although elite disciples of the sect kept rushing back, since the sword cultivator Zulu was defeated by the demon cultivator, they no longer had any hope for the elite disciples of the sect. Chapter 487. This is totally unlike Su Fan's style. Kunlun Heaven, deep in Yunqing Immortal Palace. Chari Xianzhen was sitting cross-legged in the cave, and the communication array disc on his waist suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and frowned. This was a message from a certain Huishan Xianzhen of Taiyi Xianzong, asking for Su Fan's identity information. What's going on with Taiyi Xianzong? Does Huishan Xianzhen in the sect need to ask about such a trivial matter in person? What do those Yuanying disciples do for a living? Huishan Xianzhen like them, unless it's a big deal, don't care about the trivial matters of the sect. Chari Xianzhen activated the communication array disk, and a human-shaped phantom suddenly popped up in front of him. Fellow Taoist Chuguang, do you need to ask about this kind of thing in person? The phantom on the opposite side didn't reply for a long time. After a while, the other party sent a message. Tell me, who is he? Seeing the other party's extremely serious tone, Chari Xianzhen realized the seriousness of the problem. It seems that the kid must have caused trouble in Taiyi Xianzong. He is Su Fan. When the other party heard the name, he was stunned for a long time, and he cut off the communication array without even replying. Chari Xianzhen was a little confused. What happened? What did that kid do to make identified Huishan Zhenjin so angry? He put away the communication array, thought about it, and then sent a message to Yuanying Zhenjin in the sect. Have you sent that kid to Kunlun Heaven, Your Highness? We have sent Su Fan to Kunlun Heaven. Junior brother Liuyan sent him there personally, but then the other party reported the whole thing to Chari Xianzhen. It was not until this time that Chari Xianzhen knew that Chuguang Xianzhen was so angry. It turned out that Nanming Zhenjin of Taiyi Xianzong specially contacted several Zhenjins of Yunqing Xiangong to inquire about Su Fan's identity, and those Zhenjins in the sect said they didn't know. Chari's Zhenjin smiled bitterly, but he didn't take it too seriously. Anyway, it is the Taiyi Immortal sect that is in trouble now, so who cares about the Yunqing Immortal Palace? Apart from anything else, the Chuguang Xianzhen risked his old face to come and ask him in person, which is already a very embarrassing thing for a great spirit transformation master. As for the actions of several Yuanying disciples in the sect, he didn't care even more. The style of the Taiyi Immortal sect has always been not very good. Although the Yunqing Immortal Palace is not as powerful as the Taiyi Immortal sect, the Yuanying Zhenjin of this sect cannot be treated so poorly. Chari Xianzhen smiled and took a sip of tea happily. Taiyi Immortal sect, you can provoke anyone else, but you have to provoke this kid. You deserve it. Kunlun Heaven, the sect affairs hall of the main peak of Taiyi Immortal sect. Several Zhenjin in the sect are gathered in a fine house, and each of them has a gloomy face. In the past few days, Taiyi Immortal sect has lost face in the whole Kunlun Heaven. The entire Taiyi Immortal sect was actually beaten through by an unknown demon cultivator. This was like rubbing the sect's face into the ground. Although the Yuanying Zhenjins were so angry, they had no way to deal with this demon cultivator. This incident has caused a sensation in the entire Kunlun Heaven. Even if the sect wants to use dirty tricks now, it is impossible. After all, it is a super immortal sect. If it uses dirty tricks at this time, the impact will be too bad. Nanming Zhenjin, who was sitting at the top, had a gloomy face. I have always said that the disciples in the sect should be humble and cautious. Look at what the disciples in the sect have become now. After hearing his words, although the Yuanying Zhenjins did not say anything, they were quite disdainful in their hearts. Speaking of domineering, you are much more domineering than us. Nanming Zhenjin sighed and said, tell me, what should we do now? The Yuanying Zhenjins were all silent. They knew clearly in their hearts that the elite disciples in the sect were no match for this demon cultivator. Now the sect is in a difficult situation, and we can't let these Yuanying Zhenjin go to fight with others. Zhenjin Hongsu thought for a while and said, should we contact Jiuji Sword Sect? The eyes of several Yuanying Zhenjin beside him suddenly lit up. At this time, only those sword madmen in the whole Kunlun Heaven can defeat this demon cultivator. With the character of those sword madmen, after hearing about this, they are probably rushing to Taiyi Xianzong. At that time, they don't need to beg. These sword madmen will challenge the demon cultivator themselves. Although there is no way to save the face of Taiyi Xianzong, At least they can get rid of this demon cultivator, at least they won't be in such a dilemma like now. Zhenjin Nanming shook his head and said in a deep voice, how can this be done? Even if those sword madmen defeat that kid, our Tai Xianzong will still become the laughingstock of the whole Kunlun heaven. Several Yuanying Zhenjin smiled bitterly. We are now the laughingstock of the whole Kunlun heaven. The longer time drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the sect anyway. It has come to this, so why not let those crazy swordmen get rid of this demon cultivator? Today, the Dawn Heavenly Venerable has already asked about this matter. Now, no matter what method is used, we must find a way to defeat the demon cultivator. When Nanming Zhenjin said this, he was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then stagnated there. Seeing him like this, the several Yuanying Zhenjins next to him were all confused, not knowing what had happened. After a long while, Nanming Zhenjin sighed. Just now, the Dawn Heavenly Venerable sent a message that he has figured out the identity of the demon cultivator. After hearing Nanming Zhenjin's words, a group of Yuanying Zhenjins from Tai Xianzong suddenly became alert and all looked at Nanming Zhenjin. He is Su Fan. Hearing this name, several Yuanying Zhenjins did not react for a while, but then they all remembered it. For some reason, when they heard the name Su Fan, they all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seems that things are not as bad as they imagined. That's Su Fan. Throughout the entire Qingquan Star region, there has only been such an extraordinary person in more than 100,000 years. His fighting power is so strong that it is unreasonable. Not to mention Tai Xianzong, even those sword madmen of Jiuji Jianzong would have to kneel down. It is not shameful for Tai Xianzong to lose to this evil star. Anyway, these Yuanying Zhenjins of Tai Xianzong have fully developed the IQ spirit, and their mood has improved a lot. Don't announce this matter first. After saying this, Zhenjin Nanming thought for a while and said, Junior brother Hong Su. Try to contact Jiuji Jianzong and ask them to send a few disciples over. After hearing what Zhenjin Nanming said, several Yuanying Zhenjins were stunned for a moment, but then they understood what he meant and all nodded with a smile. This is a great idea. Let those sword madmen lose a few battles, and then announce Su Fan's identity. In this way, Tai Xianzong will not seem so useless. After all, even the sword cultivators of Jiuji Jianzong can't beat him, so it's normal for Tai Xianzong to lose. In the evening, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the grocery store. He rubbed his hands excitedly, and then poured a pair of rings in his arms in front of him. Looking at the pile of rings in front of him, Su Fan was so happy. Why didn't I think of this way to get rich before? How many less spiritual stones would I earn? Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness scanned the pile of rings, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. These people are too polite, how embarrassing. After all, it is Kunluncheon super sect, and they are all elite disciples, and their wealth is indeed rich. In any ring, you can find a few top-grade spiritual stones. What surprised him most was that he also found a few spiritual crystals. The disciples of the super-dimensional immortal sect are too rich. Like top-grade spiritual tools, 4th-level immortal talismans, top-grade elixirs, rare materials, etc., there are even more. Su Fan is too lazy to look at them. It is estimated that no one from Tai sect dares to challenge him on the stage again, but it is not certain for the disciples of other sects in Kunlun heaven. Especially those sword madmen, seeing a demon cultivator so rampant in Kunlun heaven, how can they sit still? Meow. Then I can get some wool from those sword cultivators, and this trip to Kunlun heaven will be complete. Su Fan began to sort out the spoils. It would take at least a few days to sort out such a large number of stored rings. But sorting out the spoils is what Su Fan is most willing to do, and he doesn't mind the trouble at all. Su Fan excitedly poured all the contents of a stored ring on the ground. Just as he was about to sort them out, he heard someone walk into the courtyard. He frowned immediately. Who the hell is this? He is so in a hurry. Can't you see that I am sorting out the spoils? Su Fan cursed in his heart, and then put the things on the ground into the stored ring. He stood up from the ground and walked out of the house to see several people standing in the courtyard outside. When he saw the leader, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought that the sword cultivator would definitely not be able to get any benefits. Because the leader was none other than senior brother Qin Cheng from the space-time arena. Although he had changed his body and appearance, he probably couldn't hide it from a master like senior brother Qin Cheng. And he knew very well that senior brother Qin Cheng would definitely not hide his identity for him at this time. After all, Senior brother Qin Sheng was also a disciple of Kunlun Bian, and he couldn't let other disciples of the immortal sects continue to challenge Su Fan. Who the hell could beat this pervert? It was enough to let Su Fan break through Tai immortal sect, but could he let him blow up the entire Kunlun Tian? That would be a lot of fun. How could Kunlun Bian have the face to rule the King Quan Star Domain immortal sect in the future? Since we parted at the space-time arena, how have you been, senior brother? Su Fan originally wanted to try to pretend, but after hearing what the other party said, he knew he couldn't pretend anymore. The dozen sword cultivators behind senior brother Qin Sheng were awe-stunned when they heard the eldest brother address the other brother as senior brother. In the entire King Quan Star region, there were not many people that senior brother Qin Sheng could address like that. They all began to look at the demon cultivator opposite them seriously, wanting to know who the other person was that made senior brother Qin Sheng address him like that. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. After hearing Su Fan's words, senior brother Qin Sheng laughed, and he turned around and looked at the dozen or so fellow disciples behind him. Aren't you always talking about wanting to meet senior brother Su Fan? This time you met him. After hearing senior brother Qin Sheng's words, the dozen or so fellow disciples behind him were stunned, and they almost simultaneously bowed respectfully. Greetings to senior brother Su Fan. Originally, when the dozen sword cultivators entered the yard, they all had expressions of dissatisfaction, but now they all lost their initial arrogance and domineering, and each one was as respectful as he could be. The only person who can convince this group of warlike sword madmen is Su Fan. Although they all claim to be strong sword cultivators, they all know that their skills are not enough in front of Su Fan. Not to mention anything else, who in the entire King Quan Star region can kill all the top 100 elites on the demon killing list alone. It is true that sword cultivators are arrogant and warlike, but they are also smart. Knowing that they cannot win, but still rushing forward, that is not bravery, it is stupidity. Moreover, most of these people have participated in the time and space arena of that year, and their hearts are full of gratitude to Su Fan, so they also perform this great gift sincerely. Su Fan accepted the greetings of these sword cultivators with peace of mind, and he cupped his hands. Fellow Daoists, why do you have to do this? He stretched out his hand and said, fellow junior brothers, come in and do it. Su Fan led senior brother Qin Sheng and others into the utility room. The room was already cramped and small, and half of the place was filled with miscellaneous items. There was no room for more than a dozen people to stand. Looking at the small and dilapidated utility room, senior brother Qin Sheng frowned immediately. Tai Xianzong was too outrageous. How could they let Su Fan live here? He had heard that Tai Xianzong was arrogant and domineering, and today he saw it. Even if Su Fan hadn't come, he couldn't treat him so badly. He knew Su Fan too well. This guy had created such a great reputation in the time and space arena, and he hid his identity in the vast sea of people. Before coming here, senior brother Qin Sheng had been muttering, this was not like Su Fan's style at all. Now he finally understood why Su Fan was so ostentatious and even didn't hesitate to blow up the entire Kunlun heaven. Tai Xianzong was too bullying. No one could tolerate this. If someone dared to bully him like this, he would have drawn his sword long ago, and he would not put it away until he killed a few people. Damn it, he deserved to be beaten through the entire sect. Not only senior brother Qin Sheng, but other sword cultivators also had a look of indignation on their faces. This guy really didn't take people seriously. At this time, someone else walked into the courtyard outside the house. Li Dong from Ling Su Fairy Palace, meet senior brother Su Fan. Hearing Li Dong's voice, Su Fan smiled bitterly. Why did this guy come here? He walked out of the house and saw Li Dong with a group of fellow brothers, bowing to him. Li Dong came here in such a hurry, and his purpose was similar to that of senior brother Qin Sheng. He knew Su Fan's cruelty too well. If this guy really blew up Kunlun Bian, it would be a disgrace to the adults. Su Fan walked over, helped Li Dong up, and then punched him. You, what are you doing here at this time? Li Dong pretended to rub his shoulders a few times, and laughed. If I don't come, you will break through Kunlun heaven. Su Fan laughed and waved at Li Dong. Let's go in and have a cup of spiritual tea. Li Dong nodded and followed Su Fan into the utility room. He frowned when he saw the scene in the room at the door. He could tell from this broken house that Tai Xianzong must have irritated Su Fan. After all, Kunlun heaven is a pure Xianzong plane, and a demon cultivator came out of nowhere. With Tai Xianzong's arrogant and domineering style in the past, Su Fan must have been troubled. Even someone like Su Fan was angered like this. Tai Xianzong is quite capable. He cursed in his heart, "It's what you deserve. I heard that Tai Xianzong's gang is domineering before, let you be arrogant and domineering, this time you kicked the iron plate. In fact, Li Dong and senior brother Qin Cheng thought too much? If it wasn't profitable, Su Fan wouldn't fight with these people from Tai Xianzong. Without spirit stones, who the hell would fight? Senior brother, I have a cave in the city, let's go there. I've been in this broken house for several days, how can I leave now? I have to let all the cultivators in Kunlun Heaven know about this." Li Dong smiled bitterly after hearing this. He understood what Su Fan meant. In this case, let's do something bad to Tai Xianzong. He reached out and found a fellow disciple and whispered something in his ear. What Li Dong didn't know was that senior brother Qin Cheng had already sent someone out and released Su Fan's identity. After the two of them worked together, Su Fan's identity quickly spread throughout Kunlun Heaven, and the disciples who came from various immortal sects were all shocked. Originally, they all vowed to teach the demon cultivator a lesson, but now they have stopped their efforts and treated it as if nothing had happened. Who the hell wants to fight with that pervert? They are not stupid. Moreover, the fact that Su Fan was bullied by Tai Xianzong was quickly spread throughout Kunlun Heaven under the manipulation of some people. In this way, it was a conflict between Su Fan and Tai Xianzong, and it had nothing to do with Kunlun Heaven. While everyone was shocked, they were not so angry in their hearts. That was Su Fan. It was normal for him to break through Tai Xianzong alone. Everyone is now talking about Su Fan being humiliated by Tai Xianzong. Everyone can't help but sigh that Tai Xianzong had to provoke that evil star when there were so many people to provoke. Tai Xianzong's reputation in the past was not good. There were too many sects that were bullied by them. These sects certainly would not miss the opportunity and continue to fuel the flames behind the scenes. Anyway, Tai Xianzong is now notorious. Now they have become the laughingstock of the entire Kunlun Heaven, and the topic of conversation among the disciples of the major sects. The next day, the courtyard where Su Fan lived was very lively. There were constant visits from Kunlun Heaven cultivators, all of whom were human cultivators who had participated in the space-time arena. If it were before, Su Fan would have definitely slipped away, but this time he received these people cordially. There was no way, he had to make up for the big incident he had caused in Kunlun Heaven. Su Fan could rub Tai Xianzong on the ground, but there was no need to offend all the cultivators in Kunlun Heaven. Tai Xianzong was in a miserable state, and now the sect was notorious in Kunlun Heaven. Moreover, in just one day, the courtyard where Su Fan lived had gathered hundreds of elite disciples from various major immortal sects. These were still those who were qualified to enter the courtyard. There were even more people gathered outside the courtyard, all of whom came to visit Su Fan. Unfortunately, the courtyard had long been taken over by senior brother Qin Cheng and others. Except for the elite disciples who had participated in the space-time arena, others could not even enter the courtyard, let alone visit Su Fan. Can you meet Su Fan just by saying so? Chapter 488. Things seem to be getting serious. Seeing that almost all the elite disciples from the super immortal sects in Kunlun Heaven had come, Su Fan didn't want to stay in this cramped utility room any longer. He went to a luxurious cave house owned by Li Dong outside the city. Compared with this place, the environment was simply heaven and earth. In the next 2 days, Su Fan's cave house was full of guests every day, and he had no time to spare. He was either meeting guests or seeing them off. In addition to the immortal sect disciples who had participated in the time and space arena, there were also elite disciples from various immortal sects who came here because of their reputation. Every immortal sect disciple who came to visit him did not come empty-handed, and all these gifts were rare treasures. In a few days, the gifts Su Fan received were almost piled up like a small mountain. Like high-end and exquisite spiritual tea and wine, rare refining materials, rare spiritual food ingredients, etc., all of them were rare treasures. Looking at so many high-end and exquisite gifts, Su Fan was so happy that he was silly. But there were also things that made him scratch his head. The male cultivators from the Xianzong who came to visit were fine, but the female disciples were too troublesome. I thought the female cultivators from the Xianzong would at least be more reserved, but it turned out that it was not the case at all. These days, Su Fan also received many gifts from the female cultivators. From wooden tablets, jade talismans to clothes-fitting underwear, there were all kinds of eye-catching things. Anyway, These female cultivators from the Xianzong were very imaginative. It was even more difficult to deal with them when they met. Some of them made a move and even pressed their whole bodies against him, which made Su Fan extremely tormented. These female hooligans from the Xianzong tortured him badly. It seemed that as long as he wanted, these female hooligans would be there waiting for him to visit them. Since Su Fan devoured the blood essence of those elite demons, he was now like a teddy bear. Anyway, these days, he had a fire in his heart that he had nowhere to release, and it was reflected almost every moment. Fortunately, this kind of day is about to end, because Nanming's engine of Tai Xianzong has come. He came to Su Fan's cave with a gloomy face. Seeing countless disciples from various major Xianzong gathered here, he felt even more unhappy. Originally, he wanted to drag the disciples of Xianzong into the water before announcing Su Fan's identity, but before they contacted Jiuji Xianzong, Su Fan's identity had been revealed. Not only that, Su Fan's experience in Tai Xianzong was also exaggerated by people with ulterior motives. This also made Tai Xianzong's wishful thinking fall through, and the sect became notorious in the entire Kunlun heaven. Now it is not a shameful thing. The arrogant and domineering deeds of Tai Xianzong in the past were also dug up by people. Anyway, the reputation of the sect has been stinking. After all, Kunlun heaven is a pure Xianzong plane. No matter what, the Xianzong must at least retain its dignity. In the past, many sects were bullied and could only be angry but not speak out. Now it is different. They all take this opportunity to desperately add fuel to the flames. Tai Xianzong has been labeled as overbearing and bullying the weak, and it is not easy to completely clear it. Welcome to the true Lord, Su Fan. Senior brother Qin Cheng and others saw the true Lord Nanming, and all bowed to him. Although the attitude was extremely respectful, the true Lord Nanming could still clearly feel a sense of gloating and ridicule from these people. This also made him extremely angry, but he could do nothing about it. Although these people are only giant and cultivators, they are also elite disciples from major sects, especially the disciples of the Sword sect, who he dared not offend at all. Those sword madmen are the most protective of their shortcomings. If he dared to hit the younger ones, the older ones would come to him with swords. The true Lord Nanming forced a smile, and then he looked at Su Fan. The cross-domain transmission array is ready. Come back to the sect with me. He turned around and walked out. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. He always felt that everyone was looking at him with ridicule, which made him, a dignified Yuanying's engine, feel a little ashamed. But Shuguang Xianzhen had already strictly ordered him to send Su Fan, the little devil, away as soon as possible. As long as this kid stayed in Tai Xianzong for one day, this matter would continue to ferment. Only when he left Kunlun could the heat of this matter be reduced. As for making a move against Su Fan, Tai Xianzong didn't dare to do it at all. Now this kid has someone behind him. It is said that several powerful demons have been keeping an eye on him. If they touch this kid, those old demons will definitely come to kill him. After listening to Nanming's engine's words, Su Fan was relieved. Finally, he could leave. These days of welcoming and sending off made him very annoyed. He didn't want to live this kind of life for another day. Su Fan turned around and bowed to senior brother Qin Cheng and Li Dong and others. My fellow disciples, I'm leaving now. We'll meet again in the future. After hearing his words, everyone quickly surrounded him and said goodbye. There was another round of boring greetings. Brother Su Fan, let's go and see you off. Li Dong's words were echoed by everyone. Everyone crowded around him and flew towards the mountain gate of Tai Xianzong. When a large group of people rushed into the mountain gate of Tai Xianzong, the disciples inside were stunned. It was a great event for hundreds of elite disciples of the Super Xianzong in Kunlun heaven to gather together. Being surrounded by these people was something that countless Xianzong disciples dreamed of. I'm afraid that only Su Fan could have such treatment in Kunlun heaven. In the past, Tai Xianzong would have been full of people, but this time all the disciples in the sect hid in their own caves. There was no way, they couldn't afford to lose this person. Brother Qin Cheng, Li Dong and others sent Su Fan to the outside of the Tai Xianzong's teleportation hall. Su Fan turned around and bowed to everyone. Everyone, I have sent you thousands of miles away, but we must say goodbye. I am leaving. After hearing this, senior brother Qin Cheng, Li Dong and others, hundreds of elite disciples from various major immortal sects all bowed. Farewell, senior brother Su Fan. Su Fan nodded to everyone, then turned and walked into the teleportation hall. Jiaoshan, Shyansha Demon Palace Teleportation Hall. Two Foundation building disciples on duty were chatting boredly in a hall. This was the cross-domain teleportation hall, and the formation was rarely activated. Buzz! A dull buzzing sound was heard, followed by a dazzling light. The two disciples on duty turned their heads and ran over, standing respectfully beside the formation. To ride this cross-domain ultra-long-distance teleportation formation, at least a Yuanjingzhenjin, or even an incarnation of a Xianzhen, was not uncommon. Especially the formation that was activated was from the Taiyai immortal sect of Kunlunshan. The two planes represented the immortals and demons of the King Kuang star domain, so they usually never interacted with each other. Therefore, the several interdomain teleportation formations connecting Kunlun Heaven have not been activated for many years. As the dazzling light faded, a person walked out of the formation. Su Fan rubbed his swollen and painful temples, looked at the teleportation jade talisman in his hand, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Interdomain teleportation is not a joke. If it weren't for this jade talisman, the violent airflow of space would have torn him to pieces. Even so, Su Fan still felt a little dizzy and his consciousness was a little confused. Seeing Su Fan walking out of the formation, the two of them hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Welcome, senior." When they raised their heads, they found that the person in front of them was just a giant in-realm cultivator, but they still didn't dare to be negligent. Because the other party was also a demon cultivator like them, how could someone who could teleport across the domain from a pure immortal sect plane like Kunlun Heaven be such a simple person? "Senior, your identity J talisman." Su Fan nodded and took out an identity J talisman from the ring, but then he thought about it and took it back and changed it. The identity J talisman he just took out was his identity in the Xianmo divine sect of Tuangaiyoshan. If he took it out at this time, anyone who was interested could find out his true identity with a little check. So he handed the J talisman that registered Su Fan to the two disciples on duty. A foundation building disciple swiped his identity J talisman on the microarray formation next to him, and a light screen popped up immediately. Seeing the information on the light screen, the two foundation building disciples on duty were shocked. Su Fan glanced at the two people with dull faces and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, is there anything wrong?" Hearing his words, the two couldn't help but shudder. Seeing the senior of the demon sect, who was famous in the King Kuang star region, appear in front of them, the two were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. "Senior Su, there's nothing wrong. We will help you register." The foundation building disciple on duty of the Shyansha Demon Palace was already a little incoherent. The other one was not so good either. He was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. It took a long time for the two to register Su Fan's information in a hurry. They made many mistakes in the whole process. There was no way. This gentleman was extraordinary. He was usually elusive. He suddenly appeared in front of them. It was good that he didn't faint. Su Fan was not in a hurry. He waited patiently for them to finish registering before taking over his identity information. "Thank you for your help. Goodbye." He smiled at the two and turned to leave the teleportation hall. It was not until Su Fan disappeared from the side of the two disciples on duty that they reacted and quickly took out the communication array talisman. Master, Su Fan is here, second uncle." Su Fan just came out of the cross-domain teleportation array. The two informed their respective masters and families of Su Fan's appearance, which instantly caused a sensation in the Shyansha Demon Palace. Countless figures were seen whistling from all over the mountain gate, and all came to the outside of the sect's teleportation hall. Unfortunately, Su Fan walked out of the teleportation hall, found a deserted place, changed his body and appearance, and wore the robe of the heavenly demon sect. He looked up at the streams of light in the sky, whizzing past his head, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's better to get out quickly. Once recognized by these people, he will definitely not be able to walk out of the heavenly demon palace for 10 days or half a month. He only stayed in Taiyai for a few days, and Su Fan was almost annoyed to death. How could he be recognized by others? Su Fan went directly to the nearby Shyansha Immortal City after leaving the mountain gate of the heavenly demon palace, and rented a cave outside the city to live. He didn't feel relieved until he sat cross-legged on the futon in the cave. Su Fan took out a jade slip from the ring and placed it on his forehead. After a long time, he put down the jade slip, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. It only takes a few months to take the interstellar flying boat from Jiwaiyoshan to Tuangaiyoshan. After more than 10 years of tossing outside the domain, I finally see the hope of returning home. Su Fan put away the jade slip, took out the communication array talisman, and sent a message. After a while, a human figure popped up on the communication array talisman. It was the evil bone demon lord. You came to Jiwaoshan, I'm in Xianxia Xiancheng, now I want to meet Dongming demon lord, I have important news to report to him. After listening to Su Fan's words, the evil bone demon lord thought for a while. Then you stay there first. After the evil bone demon lord finished speaking, he cut off the communication array talisman. Su Fan put away the communication array talisman, then raised his head and lay back, and fell asleep in a short while. Su Fan's soul was exhausted after just experiencing cross-domain long-distance transmission. He slept for 2 days before he was awakened by hunger. If he was not extremely hungry, he would probably sleep for a whole day. Su Fan wolfed down his stomach, then left a cave and came to the nearby Xianxia Xiancheng. He found a luxurious tea house in the city, found a seat by the window in the second-floor hall, ordered a pot of spiritual tea, and drank it happily. At this moment, nearly 80% of the tea house hall was already occupied. Su Fan pricked up his ears to listen to the conversation of the monks at the table next to him. Brother, have you heard that Su Fan came to our sect? I just asked the junior brother in the teleportation hall. He was teleported from Kunlun heaven, it must be him. If it were another disciple of the demon sect, he would have lost a layer of skin if he didn't die in Kunlun heaven. Kunlun heaven has sent back the news that senior brother Su Fan broke through Taiyi Xianzong alone. Haha. Su Fan listened to each table one by one. The monks were talking about him. He didn't expect that the news that he was causing trouble in Kunlun heaven had spread throughout Xianxia Xiancheng. Fortunately, no one discovered his whereabouts, which also made him feel relieved. Now he just had to wait for the summons of Dongming demon lord, and then hand over the hot potato in his hand, and he could go home. Su Fan sat in the tea house for a while, then left Xianxia Immortal City and returned to the cave outside the city. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw a man sitting in front of the stone table in the courtyard. He hurried over and respectfully bowed to the man. Junior pays homage to Dongming demon lord. Dongming demon lord smiled and said, get up, come and sit. Su Fan didn't dare to sit over there, so he walked over like a dog, picked up the teapot and refilled Dongming demon lord's spiritual tea. Tell me, don't you have something important to tell me? After listening to Dongming demon lord's words, Su Fan organized his words, and then told him everything that had happened to him in the past 10 years. At first, Dongming demon lord still listened with a smile, but the more he listened, the worse his face became. In the end, his whole body was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. It took Su Fan a long time to finish his narration, and he was so dry-mouthed. He took out a stored drink from his bosom, which was the spoils he seized from the cultivator of the Sulan Star domain. In addition to the pile of mysterious transparent crystals, he privately deducted more than half of them, and handed over the rest intact. It is better to hand over all these things. It is not good to keep them in your hands. Dongming demon lord took Su Fan's stored ring and stood up to leave. Report to the demon lord, I want to return to Tongyao heaven as soon as possible. You can't leave yet. I may need to ask you something in the next few days. After he finished speaking, his figure slowly disappeared into the air, as if he had never existed here. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. He could see from the solemn look of Dongming demon lord that things seemed to be a bit serious. No matter what, there are tall people to hold up the sky when it falls, so there is no need for him, a small giant and cultivator, to worry. In the next few days, Su Fan hardly left the house, and stayed in the cave every day to sort out the spoils of this time in Kunlun heaven. Until he had sorted out all the things in the hundreds of storage rings, the demon lord Dongming did not summon him. Although he had gained a lot in Kunlun heaven, Su Fan was not happy at all. He was a little anxious. Now he was about to go home. Even a day of delay would be torture for him. He couldn't wait to go home. Just when Su Fan was about to be unable to bear it, the demon lord Dongming finally appeared. He carefully observed and found that the other party's expression was not too solemn this time, at least not as gloomy as last time. You did a good job this time. The things in the storage ring helped us a lot. Su Fan didn't know what he had helped. These were not important to him at all. Now he just wanted to go home immediately. The demon lord Dongming took out a storage ring and threw it to Su Fan. Take this, it's a reward for you. Su Fan took the storage ring and was immediately excited. He bowed and thanked him. Don't bother, Go to Xiansha Demon Palace and take the cross-domain teleportation array back to Tongai Ocean. I have arranged it for you. Dongming Demon Lord said, and before Su Fan could react, his figure slowly faded away. It was not until the other party's figure completely disappeared that Su Fan reacted with a start. It seemed that he might have made a great contribution this time. Dongming Demon Lord actually arranged another cross-domain teleportation for him, saving him several months of running around. This also made him ecstatic. At the latest, he could be reunited with his family in a few days. Su Fan suppressed his excitement. He sat cross-legged on the futon and picked up the storage ring that Dongming Demon Lord gave him. The things rewarded by the Incarnation Demon Lord can't be bad. Thinking of this, Su Fan took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly focused. Fuck. When he saw the things in the storage ring, he couldn't help but burst out a swear word excitedly. The storage ring given by Demon Lord Dongming also weighs 1,000 square meters. There are not many things in it, but each one of them can move him. Chapter 489 Generous Reward. It must be said that the reward from the God-transforming Heavenly Venerable was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps it was also because the East Ming Heavenly Venerable wanted to commend Su Fan for his achievements this time, so the things in the ring made him very excited. Su Fan first took out an exquisite box, in which 4 5th-level bone talismans were neatly stacked. He took out a bone talisman and rubbed it in his hands. He felt so happy in his heart. With this thing, even if he met a Yuanying cultivator in the future, he would dare to go up and fight hard. Even in the entire King Kwang Star region, there are not many 5th-level immortal talismans. After all, this thing can only be made by the God-transforming Heavenly Venerable, and it is not so easy to see the Incarnation Heavenly Venerable. Even the Yuanying true lords of those super sects can only see them a few times a year. Moreover, once the realm of the cultivator breaks through to the stage of God transforming, they have long been extremely indifferent, and even have no humanity. In fact, it is understandable. They are all old monsters who are hundreds or thousands of years old. There are not many familiar people in the sect and blood relatives, so how can there be any family affection and friendship? Therefore, these gods didn't want to make this thing at all. Even if they had a few 5th-level talismans, they wouldn't easily give them to their subordinates. It was because Su Fan, this perverted cheater, had made several great achievements in succession that these gods rewarded him with a few 5th-level bone talismans. Su Fan picked up another box, which contained 30 spirit crystals. Needless to say, he defeated more than 100 elite disciples of Tai Zianzong and only seized a dozen of them. The rarity of spirit crystals can be seen. In addition to the 2 exquisite boxes, there was also a little man about an inch in size. It was a puppet without asking. However, Su Fan took the puppet in his hand and looked at it carefully for a while, and found that this puppet was not that simple. He took the puppet to the yard outside the cave and tried to put a top-grade spirit stone into the slot behind the puppet, but found that it could not be driven. This also shocked Su Fan. He thought for a while and took out another top-grade spirit stone and stuffed it in. Only then could he barely drive the puppet. The inch-sized puppet turned into a puppet several feet tall. However, he tried to control it, but it was obviously lacking in power. Su Fan's breathing became heavy. Does this puppet need spirit crystals to drive it? He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, took out another spirit crystal, and stuffed it into the slot behind the puppet. Buzz! With a dull humming sound, the puppet several feet tall seemed to be given life, and instantly exuded an extremely powerful aura. Looking at the powerful puppet in front of him, Su Fan was so excited that he couldn't help himself. It was obviously just a puppet, but it made him feel a lot of pressure. The extremely terrifying oppression made him feel a lot more difficult to breathe. This is the legendary 5th-level puppet, and looking at this terrifying aura, even a Yuanying cultivator may not be able to withstand it. After careful research, Su Fan found that this 5th-order puppet was not simple. The materials of this puppet were extremely rare natural treasures, very hard and tough, and attached with a Xianyun dark gold shock-light body armor, which could easily resist the attacks of Yuanying monks. Not only was the protection strong, this 5th-order puppet also had 5 magical powers and spells. They were Yin-Yang Great Nirvana Technique, Golden Crow Liang True Fire, Purple Sky Tai Thunder of Heaven and Earth, Lianga Yuanzi Great Divine Light Technique and Heaven and Earth Destruction Great Annihilation Palm. Su Fan deliberately brought this 5th-order puppet into a small secret realm and cast a Golden Crow Liang True Fire, which almost destroyed the small secret realm. He estimated that the power of this spell was definitely impossible to reach the power of Huishan Xianzhen, but it was enough to be equivalent to Bla from the late Yuanying. Of course, although this fifth order puppet was very powerful, its flaws were also very obvious. First of all, it was too costly. Just casting a golden crow fiery sun true fire consumed a spirit crystal, which almost made him sad to death. Looking at the spirit crystal in his hand that had lost all its spiritual power, Su Fan's heart was bleeding. In addition, controlling this fifth level puppet requires very high mental power. Even though Su Fan's soul is extremely strong, he only controlled it for less than half a minute, and his spiritual consciousness was almost exhausted. Despite this, Su Fan was already very satisfied. Anyway, with this fifth level puppet in the future, even if he encounters a big demon from the demon clan, he dares to go up and fight. Although this fifth level puppet is very powerful, Su Fan can't help but worry since he saw the mechanical puppets of Sulan Star Domain. The puppet attainments of Sulan Star Domain are enough to surpass those of King Kwang Star Domain by several streets in all aspects. The cultivator of Sulan Star Domain that Su Fan met in that unknown plane, although he was only in the foundation building stage, he was able to defeat the giant in realm cultivator of King Kwang Star Domain with a large number of mechanical puppets. If it weren't for Su Fan, this perverted cheater, if it was an ordinary giant in realm cultivator, he might have fallen into his hands. Su Fan put away the fifth level puppet and picked up a miniature flying boat that was several inches in size. He used his spiritual power to activate the miniature flying boat, and then threw it into the air. The small boat gradually grew larger against the wind and instantly turned into a closed flying boat of more than 10 feet. You don't have to guess that this is an interstellar flying boat that can travel across domains. Su Fan boarded the flying boat. There were more than a dozen cabins on the upper and lower floors. The boat was decorated very exquisitely inside and outside, and it could even be described as extremely luxurious. In addition to these four things, there was also a communication array. What surprised him was that this communication array could actually communicate across domains, and it had the mark of Dongming Xianzhen in it. In the future, he can directly contact Dongming Xianzhen. For a small cultivator in the Jiandin realm, this is not a unique treatment, but it is almost the same. Although there are only these four things in the ring, any one of them is almost worth half of Su Fan's wealth. Especially the 4 5th level bone charms and the 5th level puppet. Even if Su Fan gave up everything, it would not be worth these two things. These precious rewards should be Dongming Xianzhen's compensation for the ring he handed over. After all, the things in it are all from the Sulan Star region, and the value is simply inestimable. Moreover, Su Fan always feels that the information he provided and the spoils he handed over are very important to the old monsters like Dongming Xianzhen. It seems that the puppets and materials of the Sulan Star region have also brought a lot of pressure to those old monsters. Su Fan doesn't want to get involved in these things anymore. Now he just wants to return to his family as soon as possible. He put the things away, then stood up from the ground and walked out of the cave, driving the magic weapon to the mountain gate of Xiansha Demon Palace. It was not until this time that Su Fan remembered. Who was he looking for in Xiansha Demon Palace? Dongming Xianzhen didn't tell him. Taking the interdomain transmission array is not an ordinary thing. It must be approved by the sect in desperation. Su Fan took out the communication array disk left to him by Dongming Xianzhen, activated it and sent a message. After a while, there was a reply. Go to Xiansha Demon Palace and find Chu Shengluo. Dongming Xianzhen sent a message and cut off the communication array disk. Su Fan did not dare to ask any more. He didn't know whether Chu Shengluo was the incarnation of Xianzhen or the Yuanying's Henjin. If he said it wrong, he would be beaten out by the disciples of Xiansha Demon Palace. Su Fan came to the gate of Xiansha Demon Palace and saw several foundation building disciples guarding there. Seeing him coming, several foundation building disciples hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Master. I wonder what business you have with me in the Xiansha Demon Palace. I'm looking for Senior Luo. After hearing this, several Foundation establishment disciples on duty said, Master, wait a moment. I'll help you contact Master Luo. Hearing what the other party said, Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, a giant disciple walked out of the mountain gate and bowed when he saw Su Fan. Your junior brother Fan Su, right? I'm Zhang Ju from the Xiansha Demon Palace. Master has already given instructions. Come with me, Su Fan followed Zhang Ju to the teleportation hall inside the mountain gate of the Xiansha Demon Palace, and then took him to a huge hall. Which sect in Tuangaotian are you going to teleport to? I want to go to the Xianmo Shenzong. After hearing what Su Fan said, Zhang Ju nodded. He had been observing Su Fan on the way, and he didn't think there was anything extraordinary about this person, but Master had deliberately found him and asked him to be careful. Zhang Ju glanced around the hall and asked, Junior brother, do you have a teleportation talisman? Seeing Su Fan nod, Zhang Ju walked over and talked to the disciple on duty here, then waved to Su Fan. Junior brother, you go up. Su Fan quickly took out the teleportation jade talisman, walked up according to the formation specified by the other party, and then bowed to the other party. The other party ignored him and just nodded at him. With a violent buzzing sound, followed by a dazzling light flashing, Su Fan felt that his eyes went black, and then he knew nothing. Tuangaotian, chilly peak deep in the mountain gate of Xianmo Shenzong. Senior sister and Gu Qinghun sat in the house in the cave. And both of them have become haggard over the years. Since Su Fan disappeared, the two of them have rarely smiled, and even Gu Man, who has always been carefree, is not as presumptuous as before when she enters this room. Fortunately, Su Fan's soul lamp in the sect has not been extinguished, which also gives them a glimmer of hope. You said this guy was abducted by the demons. He won't be taken as a son-in-law, right? After hearing what the senior sister said, Gu Qinghun rolled her eyes at him. You really dare to think that, with his small body, he must be. At this point, Gu Qinghun couldn't continue, her face flushed, turned her head and ignored the senior sister. That's right, the women of the demons are several feet tall, how hard he tries to lie on them, he must fall into them. Gu Qinghun was thin-skinned, how could she bear the fierce words of the senior sister? She hit the senior sister's shoulder hard and glared at her. You are really, at this point, Gu Qinghun laughed. What's the matter, are you horny? The senior sister sighed and said, Nonsense, I have been a waste for more than 10 years, and you alone can't do it, you can't match the strength of that gangster. Gu Qinghun's face flushed, she stretched out her leg and kicked the senior sister hard. You are so shameless, you said anything? Senior sister chuckled and said, it's just the two of us, what can't we say? At this point, senior sister sighed and said, Old Gu, I miss him again. You don't think this guy will abandon us women and children and never come back, right? After she finished speaking, she couldn't stop crying anymore. Gu Qinghun came over, wiped her tears, and then hugged senior sister's shoulders. Don't worry, Master said he is a man with great luck, he will definitely come back. Gu Qinghun couldn't say anything more, and mist appeared in his eyes. Senior sister leaned on Gu Qinghun and said faintly, by the way, let's go see my Aksa someday, it's not easy for her to be alone there. Gu Qinghun nodded and said, she is actually a good person, and she doesn't have so many messy thoughts. Since Su Fan disappeared, Li Maiaxu got the news and rushed to Xianmo Fairy City. The immortals and demons, who had never interacted with each other, not only did not have a fierce quarrel because of Su Fan's disappearance, but they got along much more harmoniously than before. Li Maiaxu waited in Xianmo Fairy City for a whole year. Senior sister and Gu Qinghun would go to see her when they had nothing to do, and the relationship between the two sides improved significantly. After a period of understanding, the two also figured out Li Maiaxu's mind, and then they knew that she was a person who did not fight or compete. In addition to Su Fan's disappearance, the three of them could actually get together to chat and eat, which was something Su Fan never expected. At this time, Gu Man ran in a hurry. Gu Qinghun frowned immediately and scolded, how old are you, and you are still so crazy? Facing the scolding of his mother, Gu Man didn't care at all, but stood there panting. Mom. Auntie. Dad. There's news about Dad. Senior sister pushed Gu Qinghun away and jumped up from the ground. You damn girl, why don't you just tell me now? It was only then that Gu Man finally caught her breath, and then she told him the news that Su Fan had appeared in the Demon Palace of Jiaotian. Su Fan's appearance in the Demon Palace of Jiaotian also caused a sensation in the entire Jiaotian. Although the news of his disappearance in Luofu Fairy City was blocked by the high-level officials of Tuangaotian, many people were sent to various planes to inquire about Su Fan's whereabouts. Therefore, the news of Su Fan's appearance in Jiaotian was immediately transmitted back to Tuangaotian. After listening to Gu Man's narration, senior sister and Gu Qinghun were also happy that they cried, and they hugged each other and cried excitedly. Although it would take at least several months for Su Fan to return to Tuangaotian from Jiaotian, He had returned to the human world after all. Tongayaoshan, Su Fan's cave outside Luofu Fairy City. Lee Myaoxu sat cross-legged on the futon in the house, staring blankly outside. Since Su Fan disappeared, she has never returned to the mountain gate, and simply moved here, almost never leaving the house waiting for his news. At this time, Li Jiao walked in from outside, and when he saw his mother's appearance, he sighed silently. "Mom. Let's go to the city for dinner today, Xia Qiao will come too." After hearing her son's words, Li Myaoxu smiled and said, "You go with Xia Qiao, I won't go to join in the fun." Li Jiao and Xia Qiao have been involved for so many years, and finally they have achieved a happy ending. Although Xia Qiao's family has always opposed their relationship, they couldn't persuade this girl in the end, so they just ignored it. On the day when the two officially became a couple, the Xia family didn't even send anyone to congratulate them, which broke Xia Qiao's heart. So Xia Qiao has hardly returned to the family in these years, and has been staying with Li Jiao. Seeing Li Myaoxu's condition, Li Jiao was also very worried every day, but he had no choice but to come and talk to his mother more often when he was free. Although he believed that his father would definitely turn the danger into a blessing, more than 10 years have passed, and now even he has no hope. At this time, the communication array plate on Li Myaoxu's waist vibrated slightly. She took it down and took a look. Seeing that it was a message from her senior sister, she activated the communication array. "Myaoxu, there's news about him. Chapter 490. Maybe this guy can really catch up again." Su Fan rubbed his swollen temple and walked out of the teleportation hall of the demonic sect. Cross-domain teleportation was really painful. Although he had a teleportation jade talisman in his hand, his soul was still greatly affected by this experience. He glanced at the bustling square outside, feeling the noisy atmosphere, and felt extremely comfortable. After so many years of wandering outside, he finally returned to the demonic sect. Now Su Fan was eager to go home, and he had only one thought, that is, to go home quickly. He missed his family so much that he was going crazy. He hurried out of the square and left the city as quickly as possible, and then summoned the ghost crow to fly to the mountain gate outside the city. Su Fan rushed to Chili Peak in one breath and even forgot to contact his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan. He jumped off the ghost crow's back and looked at the peak covered with clouds and mist, feeling a little homesick. Su Fan took a deep breath and walked towards the cave of his senior sister and Gu Qinghuan. More than 10 years have passed, and who knows how anxious they must be. At this moment, Gu Qinghuan and Li Myaoxu were also in the senior sister's cave, and they were gathered together to chat. Li Myaoxu rushed over after receiving the news. Although she knew that Su Fan would not be able to return to Tongayaoshan for several months, she could not wait at all. She just wanted to come and wait for him earlier, even if it was just to hear more news about him. "Why didn't you bring Xiaojia with you? We haven't seen the child for a long time." After hearing what Gu Qinghuan said, Li Myaoxu smiled. He and his partner went to the plain battlefield again. "I haven't seen him much this year. He said he would come over in 2 months. The senior sister next to him heard this and hurriedly said, "Bring Xiaoqiao's partner next time so we can meet him. I've seen Xia Qiao. She's so beautiful." After hearing what Gu Man said, Gu Qinghuan glared and scolded, "Did you sneak off to Luofu Fairy City again?" "Yes, I miss my younger brother. Let's go see what happened to him." A group of people in the room were chatting happily when Xiaoqian, the apprentice of the senior sister, ran in. Master, he's back." The senior sister glared and said angrily, "You dead girl, how come you can't even speak?" "Who?" When she said this, she saw someone walking in from outside. The senior sister opened her mouth in surprise, then pursed her lips in grievance, and tears rushed down. She rushed over and bumped into Su Fan's arms, knocking him off balance. Senior sister punched Su Fan hard several times, then hugged him and burst into tears. Gu Qinghuan and Li Myaoxu also saw Su Fan, and they were also shocked, and then they cried in grievance. The two stood up from the ground. Gu Qinghuan walked over and hugged Su Fan, while Li Myaoxu stood there crying. Gu Man also ran up crying, holding her father's arm tightly and not letting go. Su Fan hugged the two, closed his eyes and smelled their familiar breath, and his heart was very at ease. It was not until this time that he saw Li Myaoxu in the room, and he was immediately confused. When did the immortals and demons get together? Seeing Li Myaoxu appear here, Su Fan was very relieved. Although he experienced this crisis and drifted outside the domain for more than 10 years, He did not expect that it solved his heart disease for many years. This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Su Fan smiled and glanced at Lee Myaoksu, who was standing there stupidly, and waved at him. At this moment, Lee Myaoksu was already in tears. Seeing Su Fan calling him over, she felt a little embarrassed, but she finally walked over and was hugged by Su Fan. Hugging his 3 Taoist companions, Su Fan felt that his life was complete and he had no regrets in this life. In the early morning, everything revived and everything was full of vitality. The faint morning light enveloped the entire chilly peak, and the clouds and mist were everywhere, looming like a fairyland on earth. Su Fan lifted the lid of the pot on the stove, and the hot air immediately hid him. He picked up a spoon and stirred it in the pot. When he felt that the fire was about right, he poured the lotus seed and longan porridge in the pot into a casserole and brought it to the dining table in the courtyard. Lotus seeds and longans are both top-quality ingredients that he specially purchased in Kunluncheon. Not only are they full of spiritual energy, but they are also very delicious. The spiritual rice for making porridge is also the best golden spike yellow bud rice purchased in Taiyai Ziancheng. This kind of spiritual rice is very valuable, and it is a pity to use it to make porridge. Su Fan is now wealthy, with nearly 100 spiritual crystals in his hand, and he has plenty of money. Breakfast is ready, get up and eat, Su Fan shouted into the room, then turned around and took down a stack of steamers on the stove next to him. He picked up the steamed buns in the plate, mixed a few refreshing cold dishes, and some pickles, filling up a large table. The buns are made of the best spiritual noodles ground from Kiansu's spiritual valley, and the 3 fillings are pure meat filling made from 3rd level monster meat, and 3 fresh fillings and vegetarian fillings made from the best ingredients. Even the ingredients used for cold dishes, pickles are carefully selected fine spiritual ingredients. Not to mention anything else, this breakfast alone is enough for a foundation building cultivator for several years. It smells so good. Senior sister rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of the room. She looked at the breakfast on the table, ran to Su Fan in a few steps, hugged him and kissed him. It's great that you're back. I can finally eat the breakfast you made again. Su Fan hugged his senior sister. They had been together all night last night. She still wanted to stick to him early in the morning. Be good, go and call them out. The senior sister laughed and said, I won't go. When I got up just now, they were still pretending to be asleep. You go. Su Fan also laughed. He cooked a large table of dishes last night. Because he came back, everyone drank too much. In the end, I don't know how they went into the same room. The senior sister didn't know what she remembered, and she laughed. What are you laughing at? After hearing Su Fan's words, the senior sister, who was always cheerful and generous, blushed. She hit Su Fan and gave him a charming look. What do you care? Go and wake them up. After she finished speaking, she pushed Su Fan into the room. She sat on the dining table, picked up a bun and took a bite. Then, she didn't know what she remembered, and her face blushed again. Haha, the senior sister put down the bun and laughed heartlessly. After a while, Su Fan came out of the house, followed by Gu Qinghuan. When he came to the dining table, he saw his senior sister looking at him with a smile. This woman is sick, so nervous so early in the morning. Of course he knew why his senior sister was like this. It was really ridiculous last night. Gu Qinghuan served the porridge for the 2 of them. She turned around and looked at the room behind her, and secretly helped Su Fan. At this time, Lee Myaoksu came out of the house. She was almost embarrassed to death when she woke up in the morning. Her face was still red until now. When had she ever been so ridiculous? Thinking about it now, she was simply ashamed. Fortunately, Guman and Su Chang'an, the siblings, were sensible and wanted to leave some space for their parents, so they didn't come over in the morning. If there were younger generations here, with Lee Myaoksu's temper, she would be embarrassed to death. Gu Qinghuan glanced at Lee Myaoksu and said with a smile, Myaoksu, I have served the porridge for you. Well, Lee Myaoksu responded in a low voice, lowered her head and walked over to sit at the dining table. Meat filling, 3 fresh and vegetarian filling, which one do you like? Vegetarian filling. After hearing this, the senior sister picked up a few buns and placed them in front of her. Eat it, the filling of this thing is so delicious. It was the first time for several people to sit together for breakfast, and they were very happy. In addition, the senior sister adjusted the atmosphere, and after a while, Lee Myaoksu got used to it and could occasionally say a few words. Su Fan sat there and ate by himself. He didn't say much during the whole process, but he was so happy in his heart. He really didn't expect that in his lifetime, something he had dreamed of countless times would actually come true. At noon, Li Zhao and Xia Qiao walked out of the teleportation hall of Xianmo Fairy City. The two came to the square outside the hall. Xia Qiao looked around with curiosity on his face. It was his first time to come to the demon sect. I'll go to the city to buy some things. It's not good to meet your father empty-handed for the first time. Li Zhao was amused by her and said with a smile, no need. He should give you a gift when he meets his daughter-in-law for the first time. Xia Qiao blushed and said coquettishly, who is your daughter-in-law? Li Zhao laughed and hugged her gently. He thought for a while and said, I'll tell you something. Don't tell anyone else. Xia Qiao saw Li Zhao's serious face and nodded solemnly. Tell me, don't you know me yet? Li Zhao took a deep breath and said, you have been asking who my father is. He is Su Fan. After hearing what her Taoist partner said, Xia Qiao was stunned by the shock. But when she thought of the terrifying and powerful strength of Li Zhao's father in the Yangxia realm back then, she was relieved all of a sudden. Looking at the entire King Kuang Star region, there are really not many people who can kill the Iron-Winged Ghost Hudbee Insect King alone. How could Xia Qiao not have thought that Su Fan, who was so powerful in the Blue Sky Star region, was actually her father-in-law? Apart from other things, there were countless people in her own sect and family who regarded Su Fan as an idol, and even many female cultivators regarded him as their dream lover. For some reason, she didn't think it was a big deal when she came here. But now that she knew she was going to meet Su Fan, she suddenly became nervous. Li Zhao, your father wouldn't look down on me as a daughter-in-law, right? Li Zhao was amused by her and said, how could that be? You will know what kind of person he is in the future. Many people came to Chili Peak today, and even Luo Guiyan, who had been in seclusion underground for many years, came out of seclusion for a while. Senior sister, Gu Qinghuan and Li Maiaxu, as well as Gu Man, He Shutong, Su Chenggan, Li Zhao, Xia Qiao, Meng Zhao, Shen Yu and Zai Oqian. Anyway, everyone who could come came. If Su Fan hadn't been afraid that Li Maiaxu would be angry, he would have wanted to find Yi Xian. This was the most complete gathering of Su Fan and others when they came to Torgaiyoshan, and it was simply a happy occasion. Xia Qiao was quite nervous when she met Su Fan as a daughter-in-law for the first time, but with the help of her senior sister and Gu Man, she quickly adapted to the atmosphere. Su Fan also gave her a gift. Xia Qiao secretly scanned it with her spiritual sense, and she was almost scared to death when she saw the things in the ring. She never thought that her father-in-law would be so generous. Xia Qiao was born in a small family, so she still had some knowledge, but the gift Su Fan gave her would make even the elders of her family jealous. She held the ring tightly in her hand. Anyway, she was not going to show off these things in the future. A few days later, Old Yi rushed to Xianmo Fairy City in a dusty manner, and Su Fan specially rented a cave outside the city. There was no way. Li Maiaxu was still staying in Chili Peak, and it seemed that she would not leave in the near future. If she saw Yi Xian, this woman would definitely not be in a good mood. Su Fan personally made the skewers that Old Yi loved to eat, and the two sat in front of the grill and drank. After listening to Old Yi's narration, Su Fan suddenly realized, if it weren't for Old Yi's sword, he would have been teleported to the Demon Clan's territory. If he really fell into the hands of the Demon Clan, then he would be helpless. Anyway, he would definitely die. Su Fan poured a bowl of spiritual wine for Old Yi, then raised the bowl and clinked it with him. Brother, thank you, Yi Xian smiled, raised the bowl and drank it up. Don't say that, my sword almost killed you. He was right. His sword destroyed the teleportation, and there was a great possibility that Su Fan would be thrown into the endless starry sky by the turbulent space. If he went to the Demon Clan's territory, he would still have a chance of survival, but if he was thrown into the endless void, he would be dead. Su Fan laughed and said, I would rather drift in the starry sky for my whole life than die in the hands of the demons. Yi Xian nodded. He had been feeling guilty all these years, fearing that his sword had harmed Su Fan. Fortunately, this guy came back safe and sound, otherwise his state of mind would have been flawed. How are you doing recently? Have you made any progress? After hearing Su Fan's words, Old Yi shook his head. At my level, if I want to make further progress, it's harder than ascending to heaven. After he finished speaking, he laughed at himself and said, unless I experience another war like the one when Dalaocean invaded Zuan Luoji, These sword madmen are really a bunch of psychopaths. They only know how to fight and kill every day. And they never stop. I'm afraid that cultivators will never encounter such a world-destroying war in their lifetime. No. Maybe this guy can really catch up with it again. When he handed the ring of the monk from Sulan Star region to Dongming Demon Lord, he still remembered the solemn expression on the other party's face. That was Huishan Xianzhen. After listening to his narration, he looked as if he was facing a great enemy. It can only mean that the threat from Sulan Star region is much more serious than he originally thought. Once they come to kill, it will be a great war in the entire Star region. Although the high-level officials of King Kuang Star region have not made any movement now, those old monsters should have started to prepare. As long as Su Fan thinks of the dangerous situation in King Kuang Star region in the future, his head hurts. Su Fan glanced at Yushian opposite, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not reveal the news to him. At this time, it is better to wait silently. Try to stay with your family as much as possible before the war comes, and enjoy this rare happy time. It may be decades, or even hundreds of years, he can't predict it. Of course, he also had to improve his strength as much as possible now, so as not to wait until the Sulan Star region came to kill him, and he would still be a cannon fodder at the bottom. Thinking of this, Su Fan picked up the wine bowl and took a big sip. You often hang out in the battlefields of various planes. Have you seen mutant Zergan monsters? Old Ji's eyes condensed and he said in a deep voice, I haven't seen them before, but I have encountered them twice in recent years, and I have heard that mutant Zergan monsters have been found in many planes. Su Fan sighed secretly. He did not show any abnormality, but just nodded slightly. Yushian knew Su Fan too well. As soon as he saw his expression, he knew that he must be holding back something. Why are you asking this? Do you know something inside? Su Fan shook his head quickly, and laughed. I just heard about it, just asking casually. Old Yi looked as if he was thinking, are you taking me for a fool? Things that could make this guy frown must not be good things. What's going on? Don't be so nagging. Su Fan glanced at Old Yi, then sighed helplessly, and decided to tell him. Anyway, even if this kind of thing is told to others, no one would believe it. Thinking of this, he said in a deep voice, go to the Dharma Hall of the sect and check the Sulan Star region and the Black Soul Bone. Seeing Old Yi looking at him in confusion, Su Fan smiled bitterly. I just heard someone say it accidentally, so I can only say this much. Don't spread it around. After hearing Su Fan's words, Old Yi's face became solemn. He knew this guy too well. Who is he? He has a great reputation in the entire King Kuang Star region. The news he got must be extraordinary. But Old Yi knew in his heart that it was good enough for this guy to say so much, judging from Su Fan's attitude. For some reason, Old Yi felt as if the blood in his body was hot. His intuition told him that something big might happen. If it were someone else, hearing this kind of news, they would definitely be worried, but he was a sword cultivator, born with no fear of big things. What the sword madman feared most was living a mediocre life. Chapter 491, Insect Heaven. At midnight, the sky was full of stars, as bright as lanterns. The bright moon seemed to be covered by white gauze, looming under the clouds, and the pale and cold moonlight scattered a faint moonlight. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the quiet room and slowly opened his eyes. Since the last return, more than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and everything is calm. No news about the Sulan Star region has been heard from the major sects in the entire King Kuang Star region. Su Fan opened the game panel, took a look at the data on it, and couldn't help shaking his head. Demon Eye Refining Spirit Sutra, 4th level. 1292, 1600. Although the daily progress of this set of soul skills has been negligible, Su Fan has been practicing. After so many years, he has been stuck at the 4th level, with almost no progress, and the growth of the soul is negligible, but he still practices once a day without fail. Su Fan had also looked up many soul cultivation techniques, but it was extremely difficult for him to make even a slight improvement in his spiritual consciousness. There was no way. His soul strength was now so strong that even a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the late Jinden stage could not compare to him. Fortunately, the cultivation of the fundamental method Hunun Huiki's Henjing was acceptable. Su Fan had taken the reverse origin Dao pill a long time ago. The top-grade Dao pill was indeed extraordinary. Now his qualifications were not the worst, and were about the same as those of the 3 spiritual roots. In addition to countless top-grade pills and the continuous accumulation of top-grade spirit-gathering formations, he successfully broke through the middle Jinden stage. How should I put it? If we talk about a normal cultivation speed, it was just so-so. Of course, he could not be compared with those genius disciples of the super-immortal sect, but compared with those low-level casual cultivators, he was much stronger now. Moreover, he had always been on the evil path, relying on the evil method blood transformation magic art to break through the Jinden realm in just a few decades. If we only look at his age, he is not bad at all. There are not many middle-stage Jinden disciples over 100 years old, even the inner disciples of the super demon sect can find. Well, after a cultivator breaks through to the Jinden realm, the progress of cultivation is like this, all of which is accumulated day by day. When it comes to the Yuanying realm, it is normal to have no progress for several years, and this really can't be rushed. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and a flash of lightning instantly rushed out of his body. Over the years, he has spent countless resources to continuously improve the quality of the Thunder Sword, and has been refining in the Tao Seed for decades. Now the Thunder Sword is no worse than the Flying Sword of the top sword cultivators, and is even much stronger than most sword cultivators. Su Fan controlled the Thunder Sword to fly up and down in the yard, and he could sense the cheers and joy of the flying sword. He raised his hand slightly, and with a whoosh, the Thunder Sword flew back to his side and circled around him for several circles. The Thunder Sword was like a naughty child, the sword body kept swinging a few times, and then it rushed into Su Fan's body. Now the Thunder Sword has given birth to a trace of intelligence. Although it cannot communicate yet, he can already feel the flying sword's joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. It's not easy. After nearly 100 years of cultivation without regard to time and effort, the Thunder Sword finally looks a little bit like it. In addition to the practice of the two techniques of Hunun Huiki's Henjing and Moin Lianshan's Henjing, as well as the cultivation of the Thunder Sword, Su Fan has been practicing spells and supernatural powers for many years. Now Zhengaiquan and Jiuji Lianoanzhun have been brushed to the evolution realm by him. Unfortunately, at this stage of evolution, the data on the game panel cannot be improved no matter what. Su Fan knew that some conditions should not meet the requirements, but he was a little unsure about which conditions they were. Several fused spells such as Divine Poison Fusion, 9 Netherworld Hiding Spell, Life Calling Curse Spell, 9 Strength Bone Transforming Hand, God Slaying Soul Crying Spell, God Sending Magic, Blood Transforming Magic Mist and Purple Sky Thunder Sword Art have now been upgraded to the realm of true meaning, and are only one step away from evolution. In addition, several magical powers brought by Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art have also been upgraded to the realm of true meaning, and their power has undergone earth-shaking changes, and they are no longer the same. In addition to the above-mentioned spells and magical powers, Su Fan has not practiced anything else for so many years. Now Su Fan has completely established his own fighting style, which is mainly based on the physical way, supplemented by the spiritual way and sword way, and combined with various high-level talismans and other means. Of course, the demonized state is his strongest state, and coupled with the blood-melting demonized stealth attack and killing technique, Su Fan's means can be said to be hard to defend against. Anyway, cultivators below the nascent soul realm have no way to deal with this pervert. As a result, Su Fan's choice of his own life magic weapon became a little awkward. His own fighting style does not require a high demand for magic weapons. Like other Jinden cultivators, the quality of the life magic weapon is directly related to the cultivator's combat effectiveness. But for Su Fan, this is just an additional means of attacking the ground, which does not affect his own standing power at all. So until today, although the materials for the life magic weapon have been gathered for many years, he still has not thought about what kind of magic weapon to refine. There is no rush to refine the life magic weapon. Anyway, if there is no better choice, Su Fan will not refine it. Su Fan stood up from the ground and came to the yard outside. At this moment, the stars are dotted, the moonlight is like water, and the quiet moonlight is sprinkled in the courtyard, which is a little lonely. Su Fan looked at the bright moon in the sky, and his state of mind was like the spotless moonlight, flowing with the waves, without being stained by dust. This is Su Fan's cave in the sect. Although he has to go to Chili Peak every day to accompany his 3 Taoist companions, he will return to the cave to practice no matter how late it is in recent years. The next step is that Su Fan has begun to prepare to practice the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon Holy Body Art. The fifth level of this set of skills requires the use of all kinds of poisons to refine the body, which makes him feel quite creepy. As long as he thinks of all kinds of poisonous insects crawling all over his body, Su Fan can't help but shudder. It's not that he is afraid of anything, as long as it is disgusting. But no matter how disgusting it is, the heavenly demon holy body art must be practiced. Now his fighting style is mainly based on physical cultivation, and the strength of the physical body directly determines the strength of the fighting power. It has come to this point, and if you don't advance, you will retreat. In the Tibetan Dharma Hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect, there are records of several places where poisonous insects are abundant. In the past, when physical cultivation was popular in the sect, many predecessors in the sect broke through the fifth level of the skills in these places. Su Fan originally wanted to choose these places as the places for breakthroughs, but later he accidentally heard about a plain battlefield called Insect Heaven, where all kinds of poisonous insects abound. There are countless insect nests there, all of which gather endless poisonous insects. It is definitely the best place to practice the magic sect's poison technique. In a few days, Su Fan will set off for Insect Heaven and choose an insect nest there to practice the fifth level of Heavenly Demon Saint body art. It is a plain battlefield opened up by several super sects in Tuangayao Heaven. The environment is extremely harsh. Except for the main base and several strongholds, other areas have not been developed at all. But the poisonous insects in these places have been almost destroyed. If you practice the poison of the demon sect, it is no problem, but if you want to practice Heavenly Demon Saint body art, it is a bit reluctant. So Su Fan must go to those undeveloped insect nests deep in the plain to practice when he goes to Insect Heaven this time. The degree of danger can be imagined. But no matter how dangerous this trip is, he has to go. Who knows when the Sulan Star region will come to kill him? With his current strength, he can walk sideways in the blue sky star region below the nascent soul, but if a star war really happens, it may not be enough to watch. He has seen the cultivators of the Sulan Star region. Although they are only at the Foundation establishment realm, they can control various sophisticated mechanical puppets, and their combat power is no less than that of the giant and cultivators in the blue sky star region. If the opponent is also a giant and cultivator, Su Fan really doesn't know whether he can defeat him. After all, he has never seen a giant and cultivator in the Sulan Star region. He can only know after fighting. However, Su Fan also discovered their weakness, that is, their melee ability is extremely poor. Maybe they rely too much on puppets. Despite this, their puppet-making level is really high. When facing the overwhelming various powerful mechanical puppets of the Sulan Star region, it is still unclear whether the three major races of the Blue Sky Star region can resist. The next morning, Su Fan came to Chili Peak early. He walked into the cave of his senior sister and saw several women sitting around playing mahjong. He had to spend time practicing these years, so he made a Lingxi mahjong and taught a few people how to play it in order to prevent them from being lonely. Now the three women have become addicted to playing. Because they were short of one. They pulled in a few female practitioners from the same sect later. Guman also became addicted to mahjong and often came to play a few rounds. Judging from their appearance, they had obviously played all night. The senior sister had a droopy face, and it was obvious that she had lost a lot. The noise she made when she threw the cards was much louder than others, and it looked like one lost and three won. Su Fan turned around and was about to leave. This woman was already angry and would definitely take it out on him when she saw him. It was so early in the morning, and he didn't want to be her punching bag. Su Fan had a good idea. Before he turned around, the senior sister looked up and saw him, and her eyes widened immediately. "Why are you here just now? What time is it? Hurry up and cook, I always come at this time every day. This woman is just looking for trouble. Where do she get so many bad habits? What do you want to eat today? I'll make it right now, Dad, I want to eat pancakes." After hearing what Guman said, the senior sister next to her threw a card on the table with a bang. "You only know how to eat, play quickly, you are the most slow." Guman won the most today, and she knew that she couldn't provoke the aunt at this time. She pouted and didn't say anything, but she played as she should. Li Maiaksu, who was opposite the senior sister, saw that the senior sister was a little bit angry about losing, so she put the card she wanted to play back and picked up another card to play. Li Maiaksu had already calculated which card the senior sister had won, so she wanted to give her a cannon to make her happy. "Haha, I lost, all the same, I finally opened a business. Wait, I won too." Gu Kenghan, the player above the senior sister, didn't tolerate her bad habits at all, and directly intercepted her. Lee Myaoxa sighed secretly. They had been playing all night, and the senior sister didn't win. She was kind enough to give a cannon, but she was intercepted. This idea, no one else can come up with it. Senior sister leaned over and took a look at Gu Qinghuan's cards, looking at him with a face full of grief and indignation. You are just a little fart, why are you messing around? I don't want to play anymore. She pushed the cards hard, then stood up and walked out, planning to go out and vent her anger on Su Fan, but who knew that this guy was gone? I was so angry. Su Fan had already run away. He went to Gu Qinghuan's cave next to him to make pancakes. A few days later, Su Fan came to the sect's teleportation hall and took the teleportation array to Yaodu Xiancheng. This is the main city of the Yaodu demon sect of Tuangaoshan super sect. This sect is famous for its poison path. It is said that all kinds of strange poisonous fogs are permeated inside and outside the mountain gate all year round, so ordinary demon cultivators don't even dare to enter the mountain gate. Su Fan stayed in Yaodu Xiancheng for 2 days, found some information about Chongshishan in the city, and then flew for several days on the Ghost Crow and came to the plane passage to Chongshishan. He took the plane channel to the main base of Insect Heaven. The environment here is not bad, with endless mountains and dense forests everywhere. But don't be deceived by the illusion in front of you. This is the territory of the Zerg, and those dense forests are full of various poisonous insects. Although the plane of Insect Heaven is not large, the number is extremely astonishing. Any population can easily reach tens of millions. Moreover, the natives of this plane are all poisonous Zerg. Once surrounded by densely packed poisonous insects, it is basically a disaster. The venom released by the insects here can not only corrode the spiritual shield of the human cultivators, it can also pollute the spiritual magic weapon, so it is extremely difficult. However, the cultivation resources of Insect Heaven are extremely rich. Not only do they grow various rare spiritual plants, but also various poisonous species. It can be said to be a paradise for poison cultivators. Therefore, most of the cultivators who come to Insect Heaven are poison cultivators of the demon sect, because ordinary people can't adapt to the environment here at all. Even for those poison cultivators from the demon sect, it is very dangerous to come to this plane full of poisonous insects. Every year, many poison cultivators die in Insect Heaven. Su Fan also made full preparations before coming to Insect Heaven. Not only did he replenish various cultivation materials and daily necessities, but he also bought a large number of detoxification pills, as well as magic weapons and talismans to protect against venom. But despite this, Su Fan was still very nervous. After all, there are poisonous insects everywhere here. Even if they don't bite people, they are still very annoying. Su Fan rented a cave in the main base, then bought some information in the market of the base, and then returned to the cave to study it carefully. He sat cross-legged on the futon in the cave, took out a few jade slips from the ring, and then put them on his forehead one by one to read. First was the map of Insect Heaven. Although he bought the most expensive map, it only recorded the human-controlled area in more detail. The maps of other areas were very general, and even most areas of the entire plane were still blank. After careful consideration, Su Fan finally chose a nest that no one had explored yet. The map also specially marked several safe routes leading there. This is the nest of the black nightmare spider, which is definitely the most poisonous species in the Insect Heaven. Although this poisonous insect is only the size of a palm, the toxins in its body are very deadly. Once bitten by the black nightmare spider, even a giant in-realm cultivator can be paralyzed instantly and lose vital signs in a very short time. Therefore, although this black nightmare spider nest is very close to the human control area, no one dares to explore it. There are some exploration teams that have been there, but they only recorded the situation around the nest in detail, and the situation inside the nest can only be explored by Su Fan himself. It is said that several teams have been to that nest, but later there was no news and they never came out again. Later, several demon lords guarding the base also organized several clearings, but this black nightmare spider nest would revive again after a while. Later, no one dared to go to the nest of the black nightmare spider, and it was even marked as the most dangerous area on the map. Su Fan chose that place because when practicing the 5th level of the demon body art, the stronger the toxicity, the better the effect. So he saw the information of the black nightmare spider and chose this place without thinking. Su Fan did not go there blindly, but first joined several exploration teams at the base and spent more than 2 months to familiarize himself with the environment of Insect Heaven. Chapter 492, Choose the Lesser of Two Evils. At midnight, Su Fan left the outermost stronghold of the human-controlled area and summoned the ghost crow. He jumped onto the back of the ghost crow, which flapped its wings of more than 10 meters and instantly soared into the sky, and then its huge body gradually disappeared in the air. Su Fan controlled the invisible ghost crow and plunged into the dark night. The night of insect heaven was quiet and silent, especially the dense black dots floating in the air above the dense forest. They were very small and almost invisible to the naked eye. Although these fine black dots were inconspicuous, they were all flying insects with poisonous venom. If they were bitten, half of your life might be gone. Many of the human monks who first opened up this plane died from the bites of these tiny and poisonous flying insects. Not only that, in the grass on the ground, in the streams in the mountains, and in the dense forests, there were all kinds of poisonous insects everywhere. Not only that, the entire insect heaven is not only full of poisonous insects, but also full of various poisons everywhere. Even an inconspicuous grass can poison a cultivator to death. Su Fan drove the ghost crow in the air at a high speed. Occasionally, he would try his best to avoid groups of flying insects. After flying for about 3 days, he finally arrived near the nest of the black nightmare spider. Insect heaven is full of countless nests of poisonous insects, and the nest of each population will control a territory of nearly 1,000 miles. Compared with other insect planes, the poisonous insects in insect heaven are not very aggressive. As long as they are not alarmed, they will hardly be attacked. Even the insect nests are the same. As long as these nests are avoided, they will not be besieged by the insects in the nests. Before coming here, Su Fan bought a lot of information about insect heaven, especially the characteristics of the black nightmare spider, which he had already known clearly. Compared with other planes, the insects in Cultivation are not only highly toxic, but also extremely fragile. As long as you can resist the erosion of severe toxins, even the insect king will be a problem, because the insect king of Cultivation is very vulnerable. The insect king of Cultivation is full of treasures, and many elite teams composed of poison cultivators will kill the insect king in Cultivation all year round. But it is not easy to resist the severe toxins of the insect king. Therefore, except for the poison cultivators of the demon sect, there are generally few demon cultivators from other sects who come to Cultivation for training. Su Fan found a place to land near the black nightmare spider's nest and put away the ghost crow. Boom! Before he could stand firm, a dense group of flying insects suddenly flew out of the bushes next to him, covering him all over. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the tau seeds in his body began to rotate. Purifying the world Red Lotus, an extremely hot anode evil spirit suddenly surged out of his body. With him as the center, all the poisonous insects within a radius of dozens of feet were instantly turned into dust. Wherever the hot anode evil spirit passed, the towering ancient trees that several people hugged were instantly turned into black charcoal. Feeling this extremely hot evil spirit, the surrounding poisonous insects began to flee frantically to the distance. In the blink of an eye, this place suddenly became quiet. The poisonous insects in insect heaven are very troublesome. Generally, if a cultivator comes here, he will be poisoned if he is not careful. Su Fan looked around, then activated the demon body, and then used invisibility and disappeared into the air. He walked carefully into the dense forest next to him and began to move towards the direction of the black nightmare spider nest. The deeper he went into the dense forest, the more palm-sized black spiders there were. They were densely packed everywhere, which made people feel scared. Moreover, there were layers of spider webs everywhere on the ground and trees. The spider web of the black nightmare spider is also a good material for refining weapons, especially the spider silk of the insect king, which is extremely rare and worth a lot of money. The spider silk of the black nightmare spider is very troublesome. Once it sticks to the body, it is difficult to get rid of it. The spider silk is full of strong toxins. Moreover, touching the spider silk here will also alarm the nearby black nightmare spiders. In desperation, Su Fan had to activate the atomi body again, turning into a thin mist and began to float towards the nest of the black nightmare spider. The nest of the black nightmare spider is in the mountains. In fact, it occupies the karst cave inside the mountain, extending to the ground, almost stretching for dozens of miles. Su Fan, who was in the atomized state, floated into the mountain and saw countless black nightmare spiders and layers of spider webs gathered in the cave. These dense spider webs are actually the alarm system of the black nightmare spider nest. Once touched, they will alarm the nearby spiders. Fortunately, Su Fan was in the atomized state at this moment, and he easily went deep into the bottom of the nest. The bottom of the Black Nightmare Spider's lair is much more spacious, but the terrain is still extremely complex. It is not so easy to find the insect king of the Black Nightmare Spider. Su Fan found a safe place, restored his human body, and then slapped the ghost weapon on his waist. Swoosh, swoosh, two dark mists jumped out of the ghost weapon on his waist. A group of mists circled around Su Fan for a few circles, and then turned into the appearance of Sister Zhen, smiling at her master. It took more than 10 crystal cores of yin-yang ghost demon and decades for Sister Zhen to break through to the Ghost King realm. With Sister Zhen's qualifications, it is impossible to break through to the Ghost King realm. She was purely fed by Su Fan. After breaking through to the Ghost King realm, Sister Zhen's ghost body is almost substantial, and now she can communicate with Su Fan normally. When she first came out of retreat, she was almost always beside Su Fan, a chatterbox, talking endlessly from morning to night. Su Fan was afraid of her, so he didn't dare to let her out easily. "Master, I miss you so much, but you didn't even tell me to come out." Sister Zhen's voice was soft and sweet, very tempting. Even though she was a ghost, she was still full of reverie. Su Fan was like a teddy bear now, and he couldn't stand such teasing. "You go underground to find the whereabouts of the Insect King, and tell me immediately when you find it." After hearing Su Fan's order, Yaksha was quite straightforward. The ghost body shook slightly and disappeared. But Sister Zhen was still nagging for a while before she floated away reluctantly. "This time when we go back, we have to take good care of it. This woman is too clingy." The two ghost slaves went there for more than half an hour, but there was no movement at all, which shows how big the underground nest of the Black Nightmare Spider is. Finally, Yaksha sent back a thought. It found the Insect King. Su Fan quickly activated the atomized body, and instantly turned into a thin mist and floated to where Yaksha was. It is better to kill this Insect King as soon as possible, and then extract the toxins from its poison sac to practice. He does not want to stay in this broken place anymore. Su Fan in the atomized state floated to the location of Yaksha, and Sister Zhen had already arrived. "Master, the cave of the Insect King is in front of us. It is filled with thick poisonous fog. The poisonous fog is so toxic that it can even corrode my ghost body." After listening to Yaksha's report, Su Fan waved his hand and put the two ghost slaves into the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. Su Fan turned into an atomized state and came to the thick poisonous fog. Looking at the dark poisonous fog, he couldn't help scratching his head. This poisonous fog can even hurt the ghost body, which shows how strong the toxin is. The ghost body is not real, and ordinary toxins can't hurt the illusory ghost body at all. At this time, Su Fan didn't dare to be arrogant. He didn't know whether his atomized body could be free from the erosion of this poisonous fog. He thought about it, and then carefully controlled the mist to touch the edge of the poisonous fog. Although Su Fan maintained his atomized state, he was still corroded by the poisonous fog. He screamed in pain and could not even maintain his atomized state. Su Fan, who had restored his true human form, raised his right hand and found that the skin on his hand had turned as black as ink. His right hand had completely rotted, and the epidermis was still bubbling. In an instant, the muscle tissue disappeared, and even the remaining hand bones were constantly disappearing. Su Fan's corroded right hand turned into drops of pungent sewage, which dripped onto the ground, forming small pits. What was even more terrifying was that this violent toxin was spreading upward along his right arm. Su Fan didn't even think about it. He took out the magic sword from the ring and cut off his right arm, but it was still a step too late, and the toxin had instantly spread to the torso. His eyes condensed, and the Tao seed in his body began to rotate. The scorching positive pole and the manic thunder of heaven and earth roared out of the Tao seed like two snakes and pythons, and quickly entangled with the pitch-black toxin. Although the poison of the Black Nightmare Spider was extremely violent and fierce, it was still controlled by the Anode Earth Demon and the Heaven and Earth Thunder, and began to slowly recover the lost ground. Su Fan breathed a long sigh of relief, took out a bottle of top-grade interpretation pills, and poured it directly into his mouth. I was careless this time. Su Fan underestimated the power of this poisonous fog. If it weren't for the Anode Earth Demon and the Heaven and Earth Thunder in his body to resist the poison, he would have really died just now. He was puzzled. He had consulted a lot of information before coming. He had never heard of any insect king in the Zerg nest with such a perverted poison. Many elite human teams had killed poisonous insect kings. But the poison of this Black Nightmare Spider King, Let alone the giant and cultivator, even the Yuaning demon lord might not be able to take it down. With the strength of his physical body, ordinary toxins could not even penetrate his epidermis. But this poisonous fog actually corroded his entire right hand. If it weren't for his quick reaction, he would have turned into a pool of sewage. Su Fan hadn't even seen the true form of the insect king. The poisonous fog outside the cave almost killed him. The poison of the Black Nightmare Spider King inside could be imagined. Although the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art has a stronger effect when practicing the stronger toxin, it can't withstand such a strong toxin. At this moment, Su Fan had already had the idea of retreating. He had better get out of here quickly, otherwise he would lose himself before he could practice the art. This time he lost a lot of money. Not only did he make a wasted trip, but he also lost his right arm. Although with his recovery ability, he could slowly recover his arm after returning, but it would take several months for him to grow it back. Thinking of this, Su Fan activated his demon eye body again, and then used the invisibility magic. Because his right arm was destroyed, the effect of invisibility has been greatly reduced, but it can still hide from the low-level Black Nightmare spiders outside. However, with the current invisible state, he must not touch the layers of spider webs in the cave. If he wants to get out of the insect nest, he must have some tricks. Su Fan was about to turn around and leave, when suddenly the thick black fog spread from several passages around. They were screwed now, and their retreat was cut off. The Black Nightmare Spider King in the cave must have discovered him and manipulated the poisonous fog to trap him here. There was no choice but to rush out. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the Tao seed in his body boomed and started to spin. Countless manic heaven and earth thunders and heating positive poles roared out of the Tao seed, and rushed out of the body to form 2 layers of protective shields to wrap him up. At this moment, the endless thick poisonous fog had rolled towards him like a surging tide, and instantly enveloped him in the thick poisonous fog. Hiss, hiss, the thick poisonous fog rushed towards the 2 layers of protective shields wrapped around his body, making an extremely harsh sound. Although the positive pole and the thunder of heaven and earth temporarily resisted the erosion of the intense poisonous fog, the 2 layers of protective shields were constantly corroded and began to become thinner and thinner in the face of the endless thick poisonous fog. Su Fan frantically controlled the Tao seed, but he obviously felt that he was a little powerless. In this state, if he insisted on rushing out, he would definitely not be able to hold on for long. After all, just a little bit of poison almost took his life. Now he couldn't hold on for a while with the endless poison in front of him. Now Su Fan had only 2 choices. One was to rush out desperately, but he didn't know how big the area of the poisonous fog was. In this complex and tortuous underground cave, even if he activated the blood escape, it would have no effect. Because this poisonous fog was the magical power launched by the Black Nightmare Spider King inside, it would be absolutely difficult to escape from this poisonous fog. Maybe he couldn't hold on before he rushed out of the poisonous fog. The other option is to rush into the Black Nightmare Spider King's cave, kill the king, and completely eliminate the source of the poisonous fog. Not far away is the cave where the Black Nightmare Spider King is located. He can use the blood escape to rush into the cave in an instant. But in this way, he will have to face the Black Nightmare Spider King in the cave. The poisonous fog outside alone is so toxic, and the toxicity of the Black Nightmare Spider King can be imagined. In Su Fan's opinion, these 2 options are not very reliable, and he doesn't want to choose either. But at this time, Su Fan has no choice. Choose the lesser of 2 evils. Instead of passively taking a beating, it is better to take the initiative to attack. He made a choice without thinking, that is, to go in and kill the king. Su Fan made up his mind and fought. He turned around abruptly and looked at the King of Insects cave in the distance. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and the man had disappeared on the spot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, The Eye of All Poison. Su Fan appeared in the Insect King's cave. The cave was very large, hundreds of feet in size and dozens of feet high. The cave was filled with dark poisonous fog, and a nearly 2-foot-tall Black Nightmare Spider Insect King could be vaguely seen in front. This was a bit wrong. The insects of Insect Heaven were all poisonous, but their bodies were often not large. Even the insect kings that did not dare to breed were less than 10 feet tall. But the black nightmare spider insect king in front of him was already more than 2 feet tall. Su Fan's heart moved. Could this also be a mutated black nightmare spider insect king? That's not right. The strength of the mutated insect kings is quite weak. How could this black nightmare spider be much stronger than other insect kings? Although he was full of doubts, Su Fan didn't have the heart to think about those things at this time. The most urgent thing was to kill this black nightmare spider insect king. Now he had 2 defensive shields formed by the thunder of heaven and earth and the positive pole of the earth, and he couldn't hold on for much longer. Hiss, hiss. At this moment, the black nightmare spider king on the opposite side began to hiss wildly. The poisonous fog in the entire cave was like ink dyed in an instant, rolling around at an incredible speed, like a surging wave, rolling towards Su Fan. Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and he had already come to the side of the black nightmare spider king, swinging the big sword with his only remaining left hand and slashing it fiercely. Against the wind slash, I saw an extremely sharp sword light whistling and flashing, and the space in the cave was full of visible ripples. The black nightmare spider king swung his huge insect body violently, and a web of secret books covered the sky and the earth. At this moment, Su Fan's physical body was seriously injured, and the sword he slashed was also hasty. The magic sword did not cut off the web of secret books, but was wrapped by the web layer by layer. Su Fan made a prompt decision, simply let go of the big sword, and jumped onto the body of the black nightmare spider king. His body shook violently, and a shadow of an ancient stone ape more than 10 feet tall suddenly rose behind him, and then slammed down with a palm. Stone ape axe. Su Fan's palm chopped fiercely on the head of the black nightmare spider king. Bang! With a powerful palm, the shell on the head of the black nightmare spider king was smashed to pieces, and the entire left arm was smashed into the head of the black nightmare spider king. So weak. Su Fan did not expect that the black nightmare spider king's defense was so low that he could break it with one move. Hiss, hiss, the black nightmare spider king screamed miserably, shaking his huge insect body wildly, and almost threw Su Fan off the stairs. Su Fan certainly would not miss this opportunity, and swung his only remaining left arm and smashed it down again and again. After a while, the huge black nightmare spider king lay on the ground motionless. The poisonous fog that was originally raging in the cave also gradually subsided with the death of the black nightmare spider king. However, what puzzled Su Fan was that the poisonous fog in the cave did not disappear, but continued to spread around. If these thick poisonous fogs were the magical power of the black nightmare spider king, they should have completely disappeared at this time. Could it be that these poisonous fogs were not released by this black nightmare spider king? Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense was completely released, and hundreds of square meters in the cave were immediately in his sight. He found a hole in the middle of the cave, and endless black poisonous fog was swarming out of the hole. Fuck. This is the Eye of 10,000 Poisons. Before coming here, he consulted a lot of information about insect heaven. In addition to various poisonous insects, this plane also has many eyes of 10,000 poisons. There are many different opinions about the origin of these poison sources. Some say that they are insect tombs in the insect nests, and after countless years of accumulation, the poison source is gradually formed. There are also claims that the underground of the insect heaven plane is full of severe toxins, and the reason why the insects in this plane are highly toxic is that they are affected by the poison overflowing from the Eye of 10,000 Poisons. Anyway, there are many different opinions about the Eye of 10,000 Poisons. None of these are important. What is important is that the 2 layers of shields outside Su Fan's body, composed of the thunder of heaven and earth and the anode earth evil, are already on the verge of collapse and may break at any time. With the toxicity of this poisonous fog, once the 2 layers of shields collapse, Su Fan will instantly turn into a pool of sewage. But at this time, the best opportunity to escape has been lost. Su Fan's judgment was wrong. He never thought that there would be an Eye of 10,000 Poisons here. At this moment, it is too late to escape from here through blood escape, because the passage outside is already full of poisonous fog. Even if the blood escape magic is activated, it is impossible to escape from the nest all at once. Once the 2 layers of shields outside the body collapse, he will still die. Su Fan gritted his teeth and died. He threw all his robes, rings, beast bags, and top-grade ghost weapons into the secret realm, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice the 5th level of the heavenly demon saint body art. At this time, The two layers of shields formed by the thunder of heaven and earth and the positive pole of the earth were almost collapsed. Pop! The outermost layer of the shield composed of the thunder of heaven and earth was shattered, and then the originally hot positive pole of the earth also collapsed. With a bang. The poisonous fog in the cave instantly wrapped Su Fan in it, and his skin and hair were instantly corroded by the violent poisonous fog. Then, the muscles and tendons all over his body also melted like candles, and then slowly flowed down from his body. He even lost the feeling of pain and watched his skin and muscles slowly slide down from his body. In just a moment, Su Fan's body was only left with the upper half of his body, and the rest of his body had turned into a pool of sewage. At this time, Su Fan wanted to cry but had no tears, but he could only keep his mind focused, throw away all distractions, and keep practicing the technique. As the technique continued to operate, the Tao seeds in his body began to slowly rotate, constantly absorbing the poisonous fog outside the body. Su Fan had almost lost even, holding on to a trace of obsession, and subconsciously operated the technique. I don't know how long it took, only to hear a hum. The Tao seeds in his body suddenly accelerated and rotated, and the huge humming sound also woke Su Fan, who was almost asleep. Su Fan opened his eyes and saw that he was shrouded in poisonous fog. The thick poisonous fog was spinning wildly around him, and the place where he was like the eye of a storm. The poisonous fog in the cave had been absorbed, and only the eye of 10,000 poisons was still spewing out poisonous fog, but it was instantly swallowed up by the poisonous fog storm around Su Fan. The Tao seed in Su Fan's body was like a spinning top, constantly devouring the poisonous fog, and at the same time emitting a trace of light green breath, which continued to wander in his body as the technique turned. Su Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and finally survived again. This set of techniques was really too wasteful. Every breakthrough was like a walk through the gates of hell. Originally, he thought that he had been well prepared. This was also the first time he had actively tried to break through since practicing the heavenly demon saint body art. Who would have thought that this time he took the initiative to find a place to break through, which was more dangerous than his previous passive practice. If he hadn't made a decisive decision to break through on the spot, the two layers of protective shields on his body that were on the verge of collapse would have bought him time, and the outcome would have been unknown. Fortunately, his nerves had been paralyzed by the poisonous fog, and he didn't feel any pain at all during this breakthrough, so he didn't suffer much. Su Fan practiced in the cave for a whole day and night. He didn't know how much poisonous fog the Tao seed had swallowed, and the speed of the Tao seed in his body gradually slowed down. He stood up from the ground. Just like before, his body was reshaped and baptized again. The blood and meridians in his body were much wider, and his danshan was also bigger. Su Fan was naked at this moment, with no hair left on his body. His skin was as delicate and white as a newborn baby. He picked up the jade key from the ground, took out the robe from the small secret realm and put it on, and put on the ring and beast bag and other things neatly. Su Fan touched his bald head, his eyes suddenly focused, and his consciousness scanned his body. He saw two breaths of red and dark blue, circling back and forth outside the Tao seed in his body, and between the light blue water waves and the dark purple thunder in the Tao seed, there seemed to be a layer of light black mist floating. Moreover, above the golden elixir in his body, in addition to the 5 breaths of dark blue, red, dark purple and light blue, there is now a light black breath. Su Fan's eyes focused, and the Tao seed in his body began to rotate loudly. A jet of black air instantly swarmed out of the Tao seed and overflowed from his arm. Su Fan raised his hand and saw a black gas ball floating in his palm. He squeezed his hand and the black gas ball was instantly flattened by him, and then spread out from his fingers. This should be the essence of the poison in the eye of 10,000 poisons, which is definitely countless times more intense than the poisonous fog in the cave just now. Even the Yuanying's engine may not be able to resist this small ball of poisonous fog in his hand. Su Fan thought, and the black gas ball in his hand was instantly retracted into the Tao seed. He began to check the condition of his physical body again. He broke through the 5th level of the heavenly demon saint body art. Although he felt that his physical body's strength had increased a lot, it was not as obvious as before. After the breakthrough, his physical body's strength and power increased by about 1 time. But his intuition told him that breaking through the 5th level of the heavenly demon saint body art was definitely not as simple as it looked. There was no rush for this, he would slowly explore it in the future. In fact, doubling the physical body's strength and power was already very impressive. You should know that the growth of the physical body of a physical cultivator is the most difficult, and it requires years of hard training. Even a little progress is difficult to achieve. Moreover, since Lee swallowed the blood essence of countless high-level demons, the strength and power of his physical body have increased several times. Now, if we only talk about the physical body, even an early nascent soul cultivator can't withstand his punch. What surprised Su Fan was that his soul strength increased by nearly one-fold again, and his consciousness became more condensed. Moreover, he has just broken through now. When the 5th level of the heavenly demon holy body art is cultivated to perfection and he achieves the 10,000 poisons body, his soul strength will increase a lot. It is extremely difficult to cultivate the soul strength to this point, even if it is to go further. Now the soul has doubled again, and the consciousness is infinitely close to the level of an early nascent soul cultivator. At this time, the poisonous fog in the cave that was swallowed up by Su Fan spread again. Now that he has broken through the 5th level of the heavenly demon holy body art, he is no longer afraid of the poisonous fog in the cave. Su Fan walked to the cave entrance in the middle of the cave, looked down, and found that the dark cave entrance was bottomless. He controlled his consciousness to explore downwards little by little, and explored more than 10 miles deep. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and he quickly retracted his consciousness. Fortunately, he reacted quickly just now, otherwise his consciousness would have been injured. He didn't expect that the toxins in the eye of 10,000 poisons were so strong that they could corrode his consciousness. Such strong toxins were definitely unprecedented. No wonder the several demon kings in the insect heaven base have been unable to wipe out the Black Nightmare Spider King. It is estimated that they were blocked by the poisonous fog of the eye of 10,000 poisons. Anyway, the strength of this Black Nightmare Spider King is just so-so, and it can't make any big waves. It's just that the human cultivators in the base are not allowed to explore here. It seems that insect heaven is really like the legend. The underground is full of extremely strong toxins, which also affects the insects of the entire plane, causing them to evolve into insects with toxins. This kind of eye of all poisons is very rare even in insect heaven. Su Fan certainly would not waste this resource, as such a severe poison is rare in the Blue Sky Star region. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. In the next few months, he lived in the cave of the Black Nightmare Spider King. He practiced a 5th level of the heavenly demon saint body art every day, devouring the poison mist in the eye of all poisons day and night. Su Fan did not leave the cave of the Black Nightmare Spider King until the poison mist in his body had become as black as ink. Su Fan was very low-key on this trip. He returned to the human base in insect heaven, and then took the plane channel back to the Phantom Poison Fairy City in Torgayao heaven. He found an auction house in the city to sell the corpse of the Black Nightmare Spider King, as well as the poison sac and spider silk. After all, it was a highly poisonous insect race. The corpse of the Black Nightmare Spider King might not be noticeable in other places, but it was relatively rare in the demon sect that was good at poison, such as the Phantom Poison Fairy City. So when the corpse of the Black Nightmare Spider King appeared at the auction house, it immediately caused a sensation and was immediately snatched by countless poison cultivators. After a crazy bidding, the corpse of the Black Nightmare Spider King, as well as the poison sac and spider silk, were sold at a premium of several times. The more niche the demon sect is, the more picky it is about cultivation materials, but as long as good things appear, they can often be sold at sky-high prices. After Su Fan disposed of the corpse of the Black Nightmare Spider King in his hand, he took the teleportation array back to the heavenly demon sect. Although the process of breaking through in this insect heaven was quite dangerous, fortunately, it was safe in the end. In any case, after breaking through the 5th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, with the addition of the fierce poisonous fog, which is an unpredictable means, his combat effectiveness has been significantly improved. In the past, when the heavenly demon sect was prosperous, the 5th level of the heavenly demon sect body cultivators only found a place full of poisonous insects to break through. How could Su Fan be so fierce that he actually found an eye of all poisons? If someone else were in this place, let alone breaking through, it would be hard to say whether they could survive. Su Fan had tried the power of this poisonous fog in insect heaven, and the effect was simply amazing. Once the poisonous fog was released, even the most toxic high-level insects would be instantly turned into ashes, and nothing would be left in the end. With such an amazing method, Su Fan had the means to deal with nascent soul cultivators for the first time. Chapter 494 The sky is falling and there is a tall person watching. After returning to the Heavenly Demon sect, Su Fan went directly back to Chili Peak. Now the immortals and demons in his family get along quite harmoniously. Li Miaoxua simply lives in Chili Peak, which also saves him the trouble of running back and forth. Although he has been away for more than a year, the three women in the family don't take it too seriously. Now, in addition to practicing, they will play mahjong in the cave every day when they are free, and they are simply having a lot of fun. Not only them, mahjong has now become popular in the Heavenly Demon sect. It is estimated that in the near future, mahjong may be popular throughout the King Kong Star region. The cultivators in the world of cultivation usually practice very boringly, and playing a few rounds when they have nothing to do is definitely a good pastime. But there are more things to pay attention to when playing mahjong between cultivators. Each mahjong card must be engraved with an isolation array to avoid the detection of the cultivator's spiritual consciousness. Even the mahjong room, as well as the mahjong table and chairs, must be carefully arranged. There is no way. There are so many ways for monks to cheat that it is hard to guard against. If you are not careful, the cards will be changed. After Su Fan came back, he played with them a few times, but he lost miserably. Now the card skills of the women have improved greatly, and Su Fan's level can no longer keep up with him. Every time they play, he loses. Su Fan reunited with several Taoist companions for a few days, and then he began to retreat. In recent years, Su Fan has obviously increased the intensity of his practice, not to mention the fundamental method Hunun Huiki's Henjing and the soul method Demon Eye Refining Shen's Henjing. Then there are the spells and magical powers he has mastered, and he practices hard every day. Although many spells and magical powers have been improved to the point of no progress, he still does not slack off. Now that he has broken through the 5th level of Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art, Su Fan has put all his energy on it, and he practices hard every day. He also wants to complete the practice of the technique as soon as possible and achieve the 10,000 poison body. After breaking through the 5th level of the technique, although the strength and power of the body did not increase much, after many days of exploration, Su Fan found changes that were different from the past. Su Fan had tried many methods and finally figured out the gains after this breakthrough. That is, the toughness of the body has greatly improved, that is, the ability to resist corrosion and poison has been significantly enhanced. Now Su Fan is not immune to all poisons, but it is almost there. Moreover, after practicing his body to this point, there is nothing that can corrode his body. This is the case when the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art has not been practiced to perfection. Once he achieves the 10,000 poison body, the toughness of the body will be qualitatively improved. Moreover, with continuous practice, the poisonous fog in Su Fan's Dao seed has become more and more condensed like ink, and the toxicity seems to be getting stronger and stronger. He once used several monsters to test the degree of the poisonous fog, and as a result, he touched the monster's body with his hands covered with poison. And the monster's body instantly turned into a pool of sewage. Later, he tried it on the bodies of the demons and races respectively, and the results were no different. Su Fan also had to sigh that the poisonous fog in his Dao seed was definitely a very abnormal thing. He couldn't help but look forward to the state after the completion of the practice. Not only did he achieve the 10,000 poisons body, but he also had 2 magical powers that came with the practice, which must be extremely powerful. At midnight, a crescent moon in the void cast a cold light. Under the cold moonlight, the thatched cottage in a corner of the cave looked particularly bleak. Su Fan sat cross-legged alone in the small courtyard outside the cave. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and then stood up from the ground. Now his practice and magic skills seem to have reached a bottleneck, and his progress in cultivation is almost zero. This is also a matter of course. It's not just him. Almost all the cultivators who dared not break through to the middle stage of the golden core are the same. In this world of cultivation, it is a very common phenomenon for cultivators to break through to the late stage of the golden core after more than 200 years. Those who can break through to the Yuanying realm before the age of 500 are all the pride of the major super sects. Of course, the demon sect has many secret ways to take shortcuts, but the price is very high. Only cultivators who have no hope for the future or whose end is approaching will choose to take risks. After a day of practice, Su Fan was about to return to the thatched cottage to rest, but suddenly stopped. His eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense was completely released, taking in the scenery of hundreds of feet in radius. In addition to his keen perception, Even the slightest movement around him could not escape his investigation. Although he did not find any abnormality, his intuition told him that someone was secretly spying on him at this moment. Su Fan turned around and stood in the courtyard with a calm face. If even he could not find the person who was spying on him, it could only mean that the other party's cultivation was far higher than his. If he was outside, Su Fan might be nervous, but inside the mountain gate of the heavenly demon sect, it could only be a big shot in the sect, so he simply withdrew his spiritual sense and silently waited for the other party to appear. As expected, a figure slowly emerged in the air of the courtyard. When the figure of the other party was fully revealed, Su Fan hurriedly bowed and respectfully saluted the other party. Disciple Su Fan, I pay my respects to the demon lord. The person who appeared in front of him was the old monster who helped him to overcome the inner demon tribulation when he broke through the golden elixir. 5th level. Seeing Su Fan nod, the other party glanced at him. The other party's eyes swept over him, making him shudder. He felt that he was seen through from inside to outside. Huh? The old man frowned and asked, where did you practice? There is something about the strange poison in the Tao seed. Su Fan hurriedly told him the story of his Chong's Hishan discovering the Eye of 10,000 Poisons. The other party nodded, then sighed with emotion, and the expression on his face seemed to be reminiscing about something in the past. That's right, the old man stretched out his hand towards him and said. You released some poison, let me see it. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan didn't dare to be negligent. The Tao seed in his body began to spin violently, and a dark aura came along his arm to his fingertips. Su Fan flicked it lightly, and a drop of black poison mist the size of a grain of rice floated in front of the old man. The other party raised his hand, and the black poison mist the size of a grain of rice was caught in his hand. Your poison is much stronger than mine back then. After he said that, he flicked his finger and sent the poison mist the size of a grain of rice back to Su Fan's hand. Refine it well. When you have perfected the 5th level of the technique, even if the nascent soul sees you, it will have to avoid you. Su Fan was immediately excited after hearing this. It seemed that the poison mist in the Eye of 10,000 Poisons was far more intense than he had imagined. The old man opposite looked at him, thought for a moment and said, I promised you 100 years before, but now I'm afraid it's not possible. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan was a little confused. Isn't this what Dongming Demon Lord promised him before? But the old man in front of him is obviously not a person. What you saw before was my clone, that was my appearance when I was young. After hearing what Dongming Demon Lord said, Su Fan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he was valued by Dongming Demon Lord. It seems that the old man should also be a physical cultivator. And he suddenly remembered one thing. When he showed the bone talisman to the bloodbone of the Cheyenne divine sect that he met in the time and space arena, the other party seemed to have mentioned the name of Dongming Demon Lord. Because the two people's appearances were too different, Su Fan didn't think about it at all at that time. He understood what Dongming Demon Lord meant. The reason why he came to him in advance should be that the threat from Sulun Star region has reached a point where it can't be delayed. Although the various sects in the King Kwang Star region have not made any movement, the old monsters in the King Kwang Star region may have already started to lay out. Now the layout of the top leaders may be almost complete, and the major sects in the King Kwang Star region will also start to move. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly. It seems that the world is going to be in chaos again. It's only been a few days of peace. Can't he lie down comfortably? Forget it, don't think about those useless things. Whatever happens, Su Fan can see that this world of cultivation may never be truly peaceful. The only thing that makes him feel relieved is that the 100 years promised to him by the other party have now passed more than half, so there is nothing to regret. Thinking of this, Su Fan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Junior will obey the order of the Demon Lord. After hearing Su Fan's words, the Demon Lord Dongming nodded with satisfaction. I came here today just to see how you are doing after your breakthrough. I think it's not that urgent if you say so. There are still a few years left. You have an idea. At this point, Dongming Demon Lord looked at Su Fan. Since you haven't fulfilled your promise, I can promise you one thing. Think about it carefully and tell me when you've made up your mind. Su Fan didn't even think about it and said quickly, I want to ask the Demon Lord to help me save someone. Dongming Demon Lord frowned and said, who do you want to save? Su Fan quickly told Dongming Demon Lord about his master Hongziden. Although Su Fan spent a huge amount of money to purchase a lot of top-grade elixirs that increase lifespan in recent years, He still couldn't find a way to treat the old man's injuries. After so many years, Hong Zidong's deadline is only in the next 2 years. After hearing Su Fan's conditions, Dongming Demon Lord was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Fan to propose such a condition. This condition may be troublesome for others, and even Yuan Yingzhenjin may not be able to do it. But for Hushan Demon Lord, it's really not a big deal, and it's even a piece of cake. Dongming Demon Venerable could not help but glance at Su Fan again, and his heart was touched. In this world of cultivation, cultivators are often indifferent by nature, and they can give up everything for the sake of the great Dao. There are few people like Su Fan. This is something that Tuo Shen Xianzhen promised, and it is absolutely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was used casually by Su Fan, and it was to help a person whose time was coming to an end. There was no doubt about it. If other cultivators knew about it, they would be so angry that they would hit their heads against their heads and die. Such a good opportunity was wasted by him, which was simply a waste of heaven's gift. However, this also made Dongming Xianzhen look up to Su Fan. At least this kid was nostalgic, and such a talent was worth cultivating. Well, I know, Dongming Demon Venerable said, and his figure slowly disappeared from the small courtyard. Seeing the other party leave, Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He did not regret asking Dongming Demon Venerable's healers on Hong Zidong. This time, the old man's problem was solved, and the only worry in his heart was also solved. He had nothing to do in the future. It is estimated that after leaving this time, I am afraid that there will be no chance to live such a leisurely life in the future. In the next few years, Su Fan will have to make full preparations as much as possible. Who knows what kind of dangerous situation he will face in the future. In the next few months, the major sects in the Qingquan Star region began to have some unusual movements. The Xianmo Divine sect brought back all the inner disciples and elite disciples from the battlefields of various planes, and held a big competition in the sect. All the Jindan disciples of the sect participated in this inexplicable big competition, and the top 500 disciples were selected. Not long after, they left the sect on the bone boat. Not long after, the disciples in the Xianmo Divine sect who were proficient in elixirs, talismans, instruments, formations and puppets also held a big competition and selected hundreds of disciples with good skills. Not only that, even some disciples with good potential in key training and foundation building were selected, and then they also left the Xianmo Divine sect on the bone boat. No one knows where these people went. Even the Yuaning Demon Lord of the sect kept his mouth shut and did not reveal a word. At this time, even the most stupid people would feel that something was wrong. Then came all kinds of rumors, which continued to circulate among various sects, but it was hard to tell the truth from the false, and there was little reliable news. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Su Fan. Not only him, but also his senior sister, Gu Qinghuan and Li Maiaxu were not affected at all, and they continued to live their lives as usual. However, Luo Guan was not so lucky. She had left the sect and had not heard from her since then, and even the communication array talisman could not be contacted. Su Fan contacted Yi Xian specifically, but there was no news. There was also no news about Meng Zhao and Shen Yu, as well as many cultivators from the Zuanluo realm. Su Fan sat cross-legged in his senior sister's cave, and Gu Qinghuan, who was brewing tea next to him, poured him a cup and placed it in front of him. The senior sister took Gu Qinghuan's teacup and took a sip gently. Su Fan, what's going on? Master still can't get in touch with me. Su Fan took a sip of tea and said, it's okay, at least it's been okay for the past 10 or 8 years. Seeing that Su Fan was not in a hurry at all, Li Maiaxu also came over and sat down next to him. Su Fan, do you know any news? How can I know any news? Su Fan drank another cup of tea and said, but, Dongming Demon Lord found me and said he would summon me in advance. What, didn't we agree on 100 years? After hearing what the senior sister said, Su Fan smiled bitterly. I think so too. Although I don't know what happened, something must have happened. Recently, they have lost the mood to play mahjong. They are all nervous to death. So Su Fan didn't tell them the truth. Anyway, there are still a few years, so let them have fun one day at a time. The senior sister came over, hugged Su Fan's arm, and put her head in his arms. Su Fan, I'm a little scared. Su Fan patted her butt and said with a smile, what are you afraid of? If the sky falls, there are tall people watching us. Chapter 495. It's no use even if I say it. In the afternoon, Su Fan drove the ghost crow to the demon city. He just received a message from Yushian, saying that he had come to the demon city and wanted to have a drink with him. In the past 2 years, disciples from all the major sects have left the mountain gate in batches, but the entire King Star region has been calm, and no one cares too much about it after a long time. Later, as the disciples from all the major sects returned to the mountain gate one after another, the originally nervous people also breathed a sigh of relief. All the disciples who returned to the sect had only received more than a year of training and trials, and even they didn't know what was going on. Although the top leaders of the sects kept their mouths shut, many rumors had already spread, and the disciples of all the major sects felt an atmosphere of impending storms. Su Fan knew in his heart that the war preparations in the King Star region had begun. He came to a cave outside the demon city, where old Yi had already been waiting and had prepared a table of good spiritual food. "Why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time." After hearing what old Yi said, Su Fan ignored him and went straight over to sit opposite him. Yi Xian poured him a glass of spirit wine and laughed. "Come, try my spirit wine." Seeing that he looked like he had been injected with chicken blood, Su Fan secretly curled his lips. Now the disciples of various sects in the King Star region are all in a panic. Perhaps only these crazy swordmen can be so excited. Su Fan picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and immediately frowned. What kind of crappy wine is this? It's really hard to drink. But he didn't want to offend old Yi, so he took out a jar of spirit wine from the ring. Su Fan broke the mud seal and poured a glass for old Yi. "This is a jar of spirit wine that I got when I was in Kunlun heaven. I have never been willing to drink it. Today, let's make it." Old Yi picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then looked up at Su Fan with an unfriendly look. "You really want to slap me in the face, right? Nonsense. If not you, who else should I slap? How could that be? I just never had a chance to drink it, so today I took this opportunity to take it out and try it. This wine is okay, right?" Old Yi snorted coldly, snatched the wine jar from Su Fan, and poured himself a glass. "Last time, I went back to check the matter of Star region and Black Soul Bone that you mentioned, but I didn't find much useful information." Su Fan didn't respond, but waited for old Yi's next words. Old Yi stared at Su Fan, his eyes revealing a fanatical and excited emotion. "Tell me the truth, is that Star region going to attack us?" Su Fan took a sip of the spirit wine and said, "You ask me, how would I know? You are not honest." After hearing what old Yi said, Su Fan laughed. "Shouldn't we, the little giant and cultivators, ask about this kind of thing? Why do you care so much?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I know it even if you don't tell me." In fact, the elite disciples of the major sects in the King Star region were summoned together for the trial this time, and I have figured it out a little bit. If I hadn't reminded you, you would have figured it out for nothing. Today, we brothers won't talk about these things. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's drink well." Seeing Su Fan say this, Yi Xian was anxious and scratched his heart and liver. Although he had roughly guessed some things, he still wanted to verify it with Su Fan. "You are really a bad person. How about this, tell me something, and then we will drink again." Su Fan smiled bitterly. He knew that if he didn't say it today, he would let this guy die. And with the spread of various gossips, coupled with the actions of the major sects, it is estimated that it won't take long for the matter of Star region to be widely known. I can only say that it's similar to what you think. I don't know the details. Yi Xian's face flushed red after hearing this, and his eyes revealed an extremely excited look. He picked up the wine glass and bumped it against Su Fan's, then raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. "It's really cool. This wine is strong enough." Su Fan thought for a while and asked, "Where did you go for this trial?" "I don't know either. It seems to be in a secret realm. I have to face densely packed huge puppets every day. I died several times in the secret realm. Fortunately, those puppets were manifested by a certain human race. Otherwise, I would not have the chance to sit here and drink with you." After listening to old Yi's narration, Su Fan nodded. It seems that the spoils of war and the photo materials he handed over did play a certain role. The human race masters in the King Star region also gave it their all. They actually manifested such a big scene. At first glance, it was the means of the refining virtual masters. But if you want to stop the endless puppet army of Star region, it is definitely not enough to rely solely on the power of human cultivators. After all, human power is limited. Therefore, this star war must rely on various cultivation resources such as pills, tools, talismans, formations and puppets, as well as the cooperation of various devours of the immortals and demons. However, Su Fan believes that the great human beings in the King Kwang Star region will definitely think of this. The major sects have integrated talents in this area, and even some potential key training and foundation building disciples have been sent to various places for centralized training. But even so, facing the Sulan Star region with more advanced cultivation skills, the King Kwang Star region still cannot match it. Just in terms of mechanical puppets, the Sulan Star region is dozens of streets ahead of the King Kwang Star region. Fortunately, in the face of the invasion of the Sulan Star region, the King Kwang Star region still has demons and insects. Although the three races used to be incompatible, facing this world-destroying crisis, the three races will definitely put aside their past grudges and unite together. If the three races in the King Kwang Star region can join forces, it is not without a chance of winning. But even if the invasion of Sulan Star region was finally crushed, it was tantamount to catastrophe for King Kwang Star region. No matter what, no one can stay out of the war, and even if they want to run, they don't know where to run. From the map of the starry sky flying boat of the Sulan Star region monk, it can be seen that Sulan Star region has mastered the detailed map of King Kwang Star region. It means that Sulan Star region has done a good job of intelligence collection before the invasion, and now it may have reached the final preparation stage for the war. It may not be long before the puppet army of Sulan Star region will surge out from a certain plane of King Kwang Star region. Now Su Fan has a big family behind him, where can you let him go with his family? Thinking of this, Su Fan's mood became heavy. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip, looked at the excited Yi Xian, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. As long as the war starts, these sword madmen will be a bunch of cannon fodder. Because the situation of the war has changed, facing the overwhelming mechanical puppets, the personal combat power of the sword cultivators can no longer influence the situation of the war. But he couldn't say this to Lao Yi at all, and it would be useless even if he did. Not to mention Lao Yi's group of sword madmen, even he himself would probably not be much better, and he would have to be fed into this cruel meat grinder. The two drank all night before they calmed down. Because he was worried, Su Fan drank a little too much, but he couldn't sleep well, and he left Lao Yi's cave before dawn. Su Fan walked out of the cave, not in a hurry to return to the mountain gate, but walked aimlessly alone. At this moment, the world had just dawned, and the fog and dew from last night had not completely dissipated, and there was still a hint of moisture and freshness in the air. He looked at the ray of light in the distant sky, and his mood was extremely heavy. It was not until dawn that Su Fan returned to Chili Peak at the mountain gate. When he walked into the house, he saw mahjong tiles scattered on the mahjong table in the middle of the hall. He smiled and came to the bedroom next door, and saw the three women sleeping soundly. Su Fan carefully withdrew, sat down at the stone table in the yard, and was in a daze. After a while, he saw Guman and He Shutong walking in from outside. "Dad, why haven't you cooked yet?" The girl saw Su Fan, ran over and hugged his arm affectionately. Su Fan smiled and said, "I just came back, I'll cook." He stood up and walked to the stove next to him, and started to prepare breakfast for the family. He Shutong also came up to help him. Until now, this kid is still trembling when he sees Su Fan. Although Su Fan always smiles at Xia Qiao, he has never had a good face for this kid. Today, he didn't have a cold face like before. He smiled and chatted with He Shutong for a few words, asking him about some things about cultivation. This also made He Shutong flattered and excited. It was not until Su Fan had finished making breakfast that the three women came out of the house. Seeing the family sitting together and eating breakfast, feeling such a warm scene, Su Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. If someone wants to break this scene, I will kill him without a single piece of armor left, even if I risk my life. Even if it means a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, I will not hesitate. "What's wrong with you?" Gu Kenghun, who was sitting next to him, touched him gently. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the people at the table were all looking at him worriedly. With his current strength, even a trace of murderous aura that accidentally spilled out would be a creepy thing. Just now, he accidentally had an idea, and the temperature in the small courtyard dropped sharply, and even the air seemed to solidify. Su Fan quickly withdrew his thoughts and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just remembered something, let's eat." The senior sister opposite looked at Su Fan with a worried look on her face and asked, "You are the pillar of our family. If you encounter something, tell us, don't always keep it in your heart, I tell you." It's useless. I'm really fine. After hearing his words, Gu-man thought for a while and said, Dad, did you hear something? Su Fan shook his head and said, I don't even leave the mountain gate every day. What can I hear? Don't always guess. Li Maiaxu snorted coldly and said, did that sword madman say something to you last night? Anyway, as long as it involves Lao Yi, Li Maiaxu, who is usually gentle as water, is like a different person. Su Fan chuckled and said, he knows nothing. We talked about some things in the past last night, and I just felt a little touched. Oh. Are you thinking of your old lover again? At this time, the senior sister's imagination is the richest, and some pictures can always appear in her mind. What nonsense are you talking about? You don't know who I am. Gu Qinghu lowered her head and drank a mouthful of spiritual porridge, and whispered softly, that's not necessarily true. Who can see through you? The knife was so fierce that it almost choked Su Fan to death. Su Fan was also angry. He glared and said, it's so early in the morning, can you still have a good meal? Seeing that he was anxious, the people at the table burst into laughter. Su Fan was in this state, and the women were relieved and began to squeeze him one by one. I won't eat any more. I can't lie like this day after day. Su Fan threw his chopsticks in anger, stood up and walked out. Seeing him walk out of the yard angrily, the women laughed even more happily, and their joyful laughter could be heard even from a long distance away. Su Fan turned his head and couldn't help but smile. These stinky women. In the next few years, even the poor and helpless cultivators at the bottom could clearly feel the atmosphere of a dark cloud pressing down on the city and ready to destroy it. First of all, the resources for cultivation became tight, and all planes in the King Kwang Star domain began to strictly control all kinds of resources for cultivation. The disciples of the major sects also began to integrate, and then there were various sect tasks, as well as endless trials and training. Now even Senior Sister and Gu Qinghu have been requisitioned, but fortunately they are still staying in the sect. Li Maiaxu is also called back by Luofu Taoist Palace. Now she is an elder on duty in the sect's Talisman Hall, responsible for teaching the disciples who practice Qi and build the foundation to practice the way of talismans. Gu-man and Li Zhao could no longer be seen. They were almost always outside for trials and training. Not to mention the disciples of the sect, even the lowest level independent cultivators from all over the country were gathered together for reorganization. At this time, it was impossible to hide in the deep mountains and forests and lie down. Almost all the human cultivators in the entire King Kwang Star region were mobilized, and the demons and insects were also preparing for war. Of course, Su Fan was still the same as before. Almost no one cared about him, and the Xianmo Divine Sect treated him as if he didn't exist. Now the entire Xianmo Divine Sect was busy like a spinning top, and only he lived leisurely and stayed in the cave every day. Because his senior sister and Gu Qinghu were in the mountain gate, they could reunite with him in his cave every few days, and he would also stay in Luofu Dao Palace for a few days to accompany Li Maiaxu. Su Fan knew very well that although he was Li Zheli now, once Dongming Xianzhen found him one day, he didn't know what he would do. Anyway, his mission was definitely not something that ordinary people could do. In the early morning, Su Fan walked out of the teleportation hall of Luofu Immortal City. The square that was once bustling with people has now become empty. He walked out of the square. Occasionally, a few monks appeared on the street, and they were all in a hurry. The shops on both sides of the street were now all closed. The originally bustling and prosperous major immortal cities have long lost their former bustle. In just a few years, the King Kwang Star region has completed the integration of resources. Now even a spiritual stone is used in its place. All the monks are involved in this upcoming war. Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now all the monks in the entire King Kwang Star region have been assigned to bases in various places, doing their work day and night. Of course, no one stood up to resist at this time. The fact that the Sulan Star region is about to invade the King Kwang Star region has been known to all the monks. Facing the upcoming Star War, all the monks know what to do. This is completely different from previous wars. Once the King Kwang Star region is occupied by the Sulan Star region, it will be a catastrophe that will destroy the world and affect the path of every cultivator. Su Fan came to the cave outside the city. The caves outside the city were originally densely packed, but they have been vacant for several years. The scene at this moment is like the end of the world. He had contacted Li Maiaxu before he left. She might have prepared dinner and was waiting for him at this moment. Just as Su Fan was about to enter the cave, The communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He frowned for a moment, then took off the communication array disc on his waist, and his face suddenly dimmed. Wait for me in the sex transmission hall in 3 days. Chapter 496 Only crying children get milk. Dongming Demon Lord left a message and cut off the communication array. Su Fan held the communication array and stood quietly outside the cave for a long time before putting it away. It's finally his turn, time to go. He took a deep breath and walked into the cave. Li Maiaxu was already waiting for him in the cave. Seeing him coming, she greeted him with a smile. Seeing Su Fan's solemn face, she immediately became worried. What's wrong with you? What happened? Su Fan forced a smile and said, Is Li Jiao in the sect? He and Xia Qiao just came back yesterday and will be here at noon. After hearing what Li Maiaxu said, Su Fan nodded and said, Let them come over immediately and follow me back to the Heavenly Demon sect. Li Maiaxu was stunned and said quickly, That won't work. I can't leave now. The sect. At this point, she saw Su Fan's solemn face and understood something at that time. You are leaving, aren't you? Seeing Su Fan nod, Li Maiaxu's eyes suddenly turned red. She walked over and threw herself into Su Fan's arms. When are you leaving? 3 days later, after hearing Su Fan's words, Li Maiaxu wiped her eyes, took out the communication array talisman from her ring, and then contacted Li Jiao. Before noon, Su Fan brought Li Maiaxu and her mother back to the Heavenly Demon sect. Su Fan specially prepared a large table of dishes today, and the whole family sat together and had a reunion dinner. In the past, at this time, the table was full of laughter, but today the atmosphere was a bit dull. Even the fiery senior sister and the outgoing and cheerful Gu-man didn't talk much. Everyone knew that once Su Fan left, it was uncertain when he would be back. In the past, the wars between the human race and the demon race and the insect race would often last for dozens or hundreds of years. This time it was a war between star regions, and it might even last for hundreds of years. Once the war started, all the human cultivators in the entire star region would have to be put into this cruel meat grinder. It is still uncertain when the family will get together next time, and it may even be the last time for the whole family to get together. All the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect are busy as hell, so why can Su Fan still be so leisurely every day? How could those old monsters of the human race in the blue sky star region leave him unused? A cultivator with the strength of Su Fan must be on the most dangerous mission. Seeing that the atmosphere at the dinner table was too dull, Su Fan didn't know what to say at this time. He picked up the wine glass and thought for a while. What's the matter? I'm leaving soon. How can I feel at ease with you like this? After hearing Su Fan's words, the senior sister slapped the table and raised the wine glass. You are right. Let's have fun today, and don't go home until we are drunk. Gu-man also raised the wine glass and clinked it with Su Fan. Dad, you will always be invincible in my heart. This time, your reputation will surely resound throughout the blue sky star region again. This glass of wine is for you. The words of his daughter made Su Fan feel warm in his heart. His little cotton padded jacket is still caring. Su Fan clinked his glasses with a girl, then raised his head and drank the wine in the cup. Zio man, Chang'an, after I leave, you must listen to your mother. He looked at Li Jiao again and said, Zio Jiao too. Help me take good care of your mother. After hearing his words, the woman could no longer stop crying. Su Fan was also in a heavy mood, feeling very depressed, and suddenly a burst of evil fire rose up. He really didn't have any ambitions, and never thought of looking down on all the mountains, standing on the top of the human race, and achieving any great feats. Su Fan's only thought was that his family lived in peace and contentment, but such a simple wish, how could it be so difficult? It's only been a few days of comfortable life. 3 days passed in a flash, and the only thing that made Su Fan feel relieved was that his family had been with him these days. In the early morning, the distant sky just showed a fish belly white. Today Su Fan got up early and prepared breakfast for his family. Senior sister, Gu Qinghuan and Li Maiaxu also got up. These few days, they simply didn't sleep much, as if they wanted to squeeze Su Fan completely dry. Su Fan certainly wouldn't be stingy with anything, and he was also working at full capacity, almost never idle. But even so, the women seemed to never have enough, and asked for it day and night. Today was the last breakfast Su Fan made for the whole family. Because he had to rush to meet up with the demon lord Dongming, he had no time to eat with his family. Su Fan brought breakfast to the table and looked at the Taoist companions with tears in their eyes. He took out 3 stored rings from his arms and gave them to his senior sister, Gu Qinghuan and Li Maiaxa respectively. Su Fan took out all the things he didn't need, including spirit stones, and divided them into 3 equal parts and gave them to his 3 Taoist companions. For some reason, his intuition told him that it might be a long time before he could come back this time. Anyway, when the war started, except for various supplies and living materials, other things would not be used, so he might as well leave them all to them. The things in these 3 rings are most of Su Fan's property. As long as they don't waste it, it will be enough for his family to use until the end of time. These things are the inheritance he left for his family in advance. You guys eat, I'm leaving, he said, emphasizing, I'll go by myself, no one is allowed to see me off today. After hearing this, the senior sister ran up a few steps and threw herself into his arms. Gu Qinghuan and Li Maiaxu also ran over and hugged him tightly. Su Fan hugged them for a while, nodded to Gu Man, Chang'an and Li Zhao, then pushed them away and turned to walk out of the cave. When he left the cave, he summoned the ghost crow, jumped on its back and roared away. The senior sister and others chased him out, and cried loudly at his back. It was not until he flew far away that Su Fan turned around, looked at the direction of his cave, and exhaled deeply. If he left like this, he didn't know when he would be able to come back. Thinking of this, Su Fan laughed at himself. It was uncertain whether he could survive this time. Why think so much? Su Fan came to the teleportation hall of the main peak of the heavenly demon sect. In the past, this place was bustling with people, but now the teleportation hall seemed empty. At this moment, the demon lord Dongming had already arrived. Su Fan hurried over and bowed. Disciple greets the demon lord. The demon lord Dongming smiled and said, "Is everything arranged at home?" After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan suddenly felt like he was explaining his funeral affairs, as if he would be separated from the world forever after he left. No, the mission he was carrying out this time must be extraordinary. No matter what, he had to make some requests. If you want me to work hard, you have to give me some sweet things, at least let this old monster help take care of my family. Anyway, no matter where you are, only the crying children get milk. And he didn't know what this old monster wanted him to do, and he also wanted to test it. Thinking of this, Su Fan was instantly possessed by the actor, and he was immersed in the role in a second. He nodded with a heavy face, his expression was extremely sad, and he felt more wrong than Dewi report to the demon lord. I have already arranged it. At this point, Su Fan bowed to the demon lord Dongming again and made a big salute. I may never see them again after leaving this time. I dare to ask the demon lord to help me take care of my family, as expected by Su Fan. After hearing his words, the demon lord Dongming nodded solemnly. Well, I agree to this matter. After hearing the words of the demon lord Dongming, Su Fan was surprised and happy. He was surprised that his guess was correct, and this mission must be a life and death mission. He was happy that with the words of the demon lord Dongming, at least he didn't have to worry about his family anymore. Now Su Fan didn't have to be immersed in the role anymore, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of endless sadness in his heart. Maybe today's separation is really a separation between heaven and earth, and we will never see each other again. Fortunately, Dongming Demon Lord agreed to his request. After all, he was the incarnation of the Demon Lord, and he would not take things lightly if he promised. Since there was nothing to worry about, let's just do it. Okay, it's time for us to go. Dongming Demon Lord's words also made Su Fan sober up from his chaotic thoughts. He turned around and looked at the direction of his cave, and then followed him into the teleportation hall. Buzz, with a dull humming sound, the cross-domain teleportation array emitted a dazzling light. Su Fan quickly took out the teleportation jade talisman and held it tightly in his hand, and then he knew nothing. When he woke up again, he found that he had come to a wide hall. Su Fan rubbed his swollen and painful temples, and followed Dongming Demon Lord out of the wide teleportation hall. At this moment, more than a dozen nascent soul cultivators were gathered outside the teleportation hall. When they saw Dongming Demon Lord, they hurriedly bowed to greet him. Welcome Dongming Demon Lord. Dongming Demon Lord nodded, turned around and pointed at Su Fan behind him. You help him find a place. He ignored Su Fan after he finished speaking, and followed a group of Yuanying cultivators to leave the teleportation hall. At this time, a Yuanying Zhenjin came over, looked at Su Fan with a scrutinizing look, and then frowned. Come with me. Su Fan followed behind him and walked out of the square outside the hall. Who is Dongming Demon Lord to you? In fact, it was not only him, but those Yuaning's engines just now glanced at Su Fan intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to know where this kid came from. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan hurriedly replied respectfully, "Report to this engine, I am a disciple of the Xianmo divine sect." The other party frowned immediately after hearing it. He was obviously dissatisfied with Su Fan's words. This kid's words were the same as not saying anything. But after all, he came with Dongming Demon Lord, so he couldn't scold Su Fan. He took Su Fan to a cave in the city with a gloomy face. The other party led Su Fan to the place, and he left. Su Fan glanced at the other person's back, then walked into the cave. This was a luxurious courtyard with an area of more than 10 acres. He had just passed through the formation outside when he saw several beautiful female foundation building cultivators standing there. "Welcome, immortal," Su Fan frowned, then smiled and nodded, and followed the girls to the hall of the cave. "You go, I'll take care of you if you need anything." After hearing this, the girls bowed and turned around to leave, but were stopped by Su Fan again. "By the way, where's this?" "Respectfully, immortal, we are in the 9 Netherworld Xianxia Immortal City." Su Fan nodded after hearing this, then waved his hand to send the girls away. "I didn't expect that I had been here for a while last time, and now I'm back to the Xianxia Demon Palace." He thought for a while, then took out the communication array, activated it and sent out a message, and the other party replied with a few pieces, and a human-shaped phantom suddenly popped out on the array. "Brother Su Fan, I knew you would come, hey." After listening to junior brother Mu Feng's words, Su Fan felt that there was something in his words. This guy seemed to know something he didn't know. After all, he was the chief among the elite disciples of Xianxia Demon Palace. Even in the entire King Quan Star region, he was a well-known figure. He must know some inside information about this. Unlike me, I stayed in the cave of the sect every day and didn't care about worldly affairs. Thinking of this, Su Fan smiled and said, "I just arrived too. I came here in a daze. I also know what I will do next." "Don't talk about you, I don't know." Junior brother Mu Feng finished speaking and smiled and said, "However, in the past few days, many elite disciples from the major demon sects in the King Quan Star region have come. I guessed that you would come too." After listening to junior brother Mu Feng's words, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He thought the other party knew something. "Brother Mu Feng, haven't you heard some rumors? I've been asking around, but the demon lords in the sect don't know what's going on. It's said that the summoning of so many elite disciples this time was a decree passed down by several heavenly lords." Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this mission must be very difficult. Even the Yuaning's engine of the Xianxia Demon Palace didn't know. "Brother Su Fan, last time you came to our Xianxia Demon Palace, you didn't even say hello to me. It's so unkind. How dare I say hello to you? If people know I'm here, I won't be able to go home in a short time. Last time I was really in a hurry. I arrived at Xianxia Fairy City and left after a while, then this time you come, we brothers have to meet." Su Fan regretted it a little. He shouldn't have contacted this guy. Not only did he not find out anything, but he also exposed his identity. It is estimated that if he goes to meet this guy, he will definitely have to deal with a large group of people he is not familiar with. He has had enough of this boring party. But junior brother Mu Feng had already said so much, if he refused again, it would be too unreasonable. "Okay, come to my place, let's have a drink together. Where are you? I'll go find you right away. There are many junior brothers who want to see you." Su Fan originally wanted to meet junior brother Mu Feng alone, but this guy seemed to not understand what he said and found a large group of people. "Junior brother Mu Feng, you know I'm not good at socializing, can you find a few less people?" "No problem, I'll go right away." In the evening, junior brother Mu Feng brought dozens of people over, all of whom were elite disciples summoned from various major demon sects this time. Since everyone was here, what else could Su Fan do? Helplessly, he could only force a smile to deal with it. These people were just like him, elite disciples summoned from various demon sects in the King Quan Star region, and any one of them was a famous figure. Although these people were the most powerful giant disciples in the entire King Quan Star region, they were nothing in Su Fan's eyes. When he thought about carrying out a mission with these people, he was worried so much that his head hurt. To be honest, Su Fan was really afraid that they would hold him back. But he thought again and felt that it was unlikely. Su Fan was brought here by Dongming Demon Lord himself, and he was definitely unique among the elite disciples summoned this time. So he felt that his mission this time should be different from these people, and it must be more difficult. This group of people stayed in his cave for most of the night, and almost annoyed Su Fan to death. After finally getting them to leave, he immediately closed the formation of the cave and threw the communication formation disk into the ring. In the next few days, Su Fan began to stay indoors on the pretext of retreat, and he did not even reply to the message sent by junior brother Mu Fan. Chapter 497, A blessing is not a disaster, but a disaster cannot be avoided. Although Su Fan chose to retreat, elite disciples from various demon sects lingered outside his cave every day. Most of them were elite disciples who participated in the time and space arena that year. It can be said that if Su Fan had not saved the situation, most of these people would have died in the time and space arena. So even though Su Fan closed the door to visitors, his cave was still crowded. They waited for a long time but could not see Su Fan, and finally had to leave helplessly. Before leaving, they would respectfully perform a big ceremony to express their gratitude. Su Fan was also very troubled, but he had no way to do anything. There were hundreds of messages on his communication array, all sent by senior brother Mu Fan, but he didn't dare to read any of them. Fortunately, at midnight 3 days later, the demon lord Dongming came to his cave. Su Fan, who was practicing in the cave, found the person sitting in front of the stone table in the yard outside. He walked out and saw that he hurriedly bowed to greet him. Disciple greets the demon lord, sit down. After the demon lord Dongming finished speaking, he looked at Su Fan expressionlessly. I came here today to tell you something. Seeing the old demon's serious words, Su Fan's heart suddenly tightened. It's finally here. This time I'm sending you to a place, and the journey is extremely dangerous. Since it's so dangerous, can I not go? I'm afraid that except for you, no one else in the entire King Kwang Star region can do it. That means I can't not go at all, so why bother talking about these useless farts? Isn't it better to just say it directly? At this time, what else can Su Fan do? Asking him to refuse to become a demon lord, what a joke. Disciple will obey the demon lord's decree. Hearing Su Fan say this, Dongming demon lord nodded with satisfaction. Do you need to find a few helpers for you? Su Fan hurriedly shook his head after hearing this. Forget it. This is not finding helpers for him, it's more like a burden. Dongming lord heard it, showing an expression as if he had known it earlier, and then gently waved his hand. Su Fan only felt a hum, and his eyes suddenly went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space. The fog was thick here, like a fairyland on earth. There were wooden shelves everywhere, filled with a dazzling array of things. I'll give you 3 hours, and you can choose 3 things from it. At this time, the voice of Dongming demon lord came to my ears. What the hell, there is such a good thing. Su Fan, who was originally in a low mood, instantly became energetic. This is the treasure house of the incarnation of the demon lord. Any item taken out can be said to be a rare treasure. Su Fan's eyes were red. He ran to the rows of wooden shelves and looked at the treasures on them one by one. After looking for a while, he realized why Dongming demon lord gave him 3 hours, because the things here were too damn difficult to choose. It's not that the things here are not good, but they are too good. He picked up this one and couldn't bear to give up that one, which also made Su Fan extremely entangled. In such a place, time often passes quickly. Su Fan hasn't seen half of it, and more than an hour has passed. This won't work. If he continues to be so distracted, he will definitely not be able to choose what he needs. Su Fan took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and calmed himself down as much as possible. At this time, he had to learn to give up and choose what he needed most. The place he was about to go to must be extremely dangerous. So the things he needed at present were, first, to save his life, second, to save his life, and third, to save his life. People were dead, and no matter how good the things were, they were useless. Thinking of this, Su Fan's mind suddenly became clear, and his mind, which had just been overwhelmed by desire, gradually regained its rationality. Su Fan's next choice was very targeted. But even so, he was still full of entanglement, gritting his teeth to eliminate one by one, and finally hesitating in front of more than a dozen things. The time is up, have you chosen? It was not until the voice of Dongming demon lord came to his ears again that Su Fan made up his mind and picked up 3 things with great entanglement. Report to the demon lord, I have already made my choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his eyes go dark. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Su Fan looked around and saw that the demon lord Dongming was standing next to a magic boat. "Let's get on the boat, we should leave." After saying this, the demon lord Dongming turned around and boarded the magic boat. Su Fan hurriedly ran up. When he boarded the magic boat, he found that the magic boat was about 10 feet long, but the interior of the boat gave him a sense of déjà vu. Su Fan followed the demon lord Dongming and came to the main control room in front. He was stunned. He finally knew why this magic boat gave him a sense of déjà vu, because the main control room of this magic boat was almost exactly the same as the flying boat in the Sulin Star region. The main control room of this magic boat also had a semicircular sphere. When spiritual energy was input into it, a three-dimensional star map would pop up. It seems that this magic boat was copied by an old monster of the human race in the King Star region, based on the flying boat of the Sulin Star region. Especially the three-dimensional star map in the main control room, which completely copied the technology of the Sulin Star region with almost no changes. I didn't expect that the reverse engineering of the King Star region was not bad. Dongming Demon Lord glanced at Su Fan, and then pointed to the virtual planes surrounding the control room. "Do you know how the Sulin Star region got such a complete plane map of our King Star region?" Seeing Su Fan shaking his head, he said in a deep voice, "They collected it bit by bit by spreading those black soul bones, which means that the Sulin Star region has been planning in our King Star region for at least decades." After hearing what Dongming Demon Lord said, Su Fan couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that the Sulin Star region has been preparing to invade the King Star region for a long time. The intelligence collection work alone has been done for so long, and it must have been planned long ago. He looked at the plains surrounding him, and Su Fan couldn't help wondering where he was going. "Demon Lord, where are we going?" Dongming Demon Lord heard this and said, "You'll know when you get there. You're not needed here. Find a cabin to stay." Su Fan had no choice but to turn around and leave the main control room, and found a cabin to sit cross-legged. No matter what, let it be. A blessing is not a disaster, and a disaster cannot be avoided. Now that things have come to this, why think about those useless things? Su Fan first took out a cross-domain communication array and chatted with several Taoist companions and children for a while. During this period, he would chat with his family for 1 or 2 hours every day. After chatting with his family, he began to check his several rings, which were already full of various daily necessities and cultivation supplies. He started preparing a few years ago, and the supplies in the several thousand square rings in his hands were piled full. Among them, spiritual rice, spiritual noodles, spiritual fruits, spiritual vegetables, spiritual beast meat, spiritual wine, spiritual tea, dry and wet seasonings, and other spiritual foods are enough for him to eat for 10 or 8 years. He also bought several thousand square spiritual water bottles, which were filled with spiritual spring water. Even if he took a shower every day, he would not lack water for several years. Then there are all kinds of auxiliary cultivation materials, including top-grade elixirs, top-grade talismans, auxiliary puppets, etc. There are countless. He also prepared a lot of ghosts and zombies from the demon sect anyway. He has everything. These are all Su Fan's accumulation over the years. Except for some of the materials he bought himself, most of the rest are spoils of war he captured. This is not even counting the legacy left to the 3 Taoist companions. The rest, such as top-grade spiritual stones, rare materials, spiritual tools, magic weapons, elixirs, talismans, etc., were left to them. Now Su Fan only has top-grade spiritual stones and spiritual crystals, as well as some 4th-level talismans and top-grade elixirs. Anyway, he didn't keep anything he didn't need. Such a huge inheritance made the 3 Taoist companions, who were already wealthy, rich overnight. Su Fan sighed, hoping that they could spend the long years of war in peace, and he would have nothing to worry about. The magic boat flew for about half a year, and finally rushed out of a time and space shuttle point. "Get ready, we are almost there." Hearing the voice of Dongming Demon Lord, Su Fan smiled bitterly. He simply packed up and then went to the porthole to look out. Through the distant void, a light spot can be seen faintly, which may be the destination of this journey. The magic boat flew for more than 10 days and finally arrived at the destination of this time, a plain full of yellow sand. Su Fan recognized this place at a glance. Isn't this the plain where the Sulin Star region was located at the coordinate point of the King Star region? The magic boat slowly landed on the ground, and Su Fan followed Dongming Demon Lord down the magic boat. The two of them walked through an invisible barrier against the whistling yellow sand. The yellow sands and the roaring wind disappeared in an instant. The first thing that came into view was a huge square, with long strips of raw stone on the ground, and some exquisite patterns carved on it. In the middle of the square was a palace-like building that stretched for several miles, with carved beams and painted buildings, flying eaves and brackets, and dark red glazed tiles on the top. The whole palace was built solemnly and simply, without any sense of luxury. Su Fan stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. It has only been a few years, and a huge base has been built here. There are human cultivators walking hurriedly everywhere, and most of them are Yuaning's Henjin. There are also giant cultivators, but the proportion is very small. Moreover, Su Fan sensed many extremely powerful auras. It seems that there are many Huashan Xianzhen in this base. It is estimated that since he handed over the spoils, the top leaders of the human race have come here to develop it. Su Fan followed the demon lord Dongming into the hall, waved his hand and found a giant cultivator on duty at the door to explain. He turned back to Su Fan and said, "You go and rest first." The demon lord Dongming left after saying that, and handed Su Fan to the giant disciple on duty. "Junior brother, please follow me." The other party was also a demon cultivator, with a late giant in cultivation level, and he was quite enthusiastic. Su Fan asked him about the base, and the other party answered all the questions. The other party was a demon sect disciple of Jia Yaoshan, and he had been in the crazy sand realm for more than 3 years. There were thousands of human cultivators in the crazy sand realm base, both immortals and demons. Most of them were Yuaning's Henjin, and dozens of Huashan Xianzhen. There were only hundreds of giant cultivators, but they were all immortal sect disciples who were proficient in the way of talismans and formations. The other party led Su Fan to a small courtyard and went back to duty. He walked into a room in the courtyard and found that the conditions inside were not bad. There were all kinds of exquisitely crafted furniture, and the materials were all spiritual materials. It was really rich. More than 2 months of interstellar travel made Su Fan physically and mentally exhausted. He lay down as soon as he entered the room and fell asleep in a short while. He slept until the next morning, when he was awakened by the vibration of the communication array on his waist. Su Fan picked it up and found that it was a message from Dongming Demon Lord, asking him to come to the central hall of the base. He quickly got up from the ground, packed up simply, and left the courtyard of the room. Su Fan asked someone about the location of the central hall, and hurried to a huge palace-shaped building in the center of the base. He showed his identity J talisman to the on-duty disciple guarding the door, and successfully entered the central hall. As soon as he entered, Su Fan was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw that the interior of the hall was a huge hall covering hundreds of acres. In the center of the hall was a semicircular building. Dongming Demon Lord just came out of it and waved at him when he saw him coming. Su Fan trotted over and followed Dongming Demon Lord into the semicircular building. This is the location of the coordinates of the Sulan Star region. We have gathered thousands of cultivators who are proficient in formation and divination. After years of speculation, we finally deduced the approximate location of this coordinate shuttle point. What the hell, you are not going to teleport me there, are you? After hearing what Dongming Demon Lord said, Su Fan instantly guessed his mission this time. This is too dangerous. Why don't you look for so many Yuaning cultivators, so let me, a giant cultivator, carry out this mission. Dongming Demon Lord seemed to know what Su Fan was thinking, so he began to explain to him. It turned out that the human race old monster in the King Kwang Star region used this coordinate point to reversely calculate a shuttle point near the crazy sand realm. Through this shuttle point, it is very likely to reach the starting point of the cultivator from the Sulan Star region. However, this shuttle point of Sulan Star region is very strange compared to the shuttle point of King Kwang Star region. Large flying boats cannot enter at all, and it can only be used by cultivators below the nascent soul realm. Su Fan guessed that the purpose of this design might be to conceal the whereabouts of the cultivators. After all, the aura of the nascent soul cultivator is too strong, especially in the process of secretly infiltrating a completely unfamiliar star region. It is likely to attract the attention of the high-level masters of the King Kwang Star region. It is estimated that the people sent by Sulan Star region to collect intelligence in the King Kwang Star region are mostly low-level cultivators below the Golden Core realm. No wonder, this also solved the doubts in Su Fan's heart. He has always been a little confused why the person from Sulan Star region who guards the coordinates is only a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. Dongming Demon Lord led Su Fan into the semicircular building, and saw a tower more than 10 feet high standing in the middle. Nearly 100 human cultivators gathered under the tower, and Su Fan immediately felt a stream of extremely powerful auras coming towards him. There were more than 10 transformation gods here, and the rest were all cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Seeing Dongming Demon Lord coming in, more than 10 transformation gods turned around and greeted him, and came over to exchange pleasantries with him. He Su Fan, Dongming Demon Lord exchanged a few words with the transformation gods, and then called Su Fan over. Facing the scrutiny of more than 10 transformation gods, Su Fan felt that he was being seen through from head to toe, and cold sweats ran down his face. Although these old monsters of the human race had restrained their auras, the invisible pressure still made him tremble with fear. Well, the physical body is well built, and the early stage of the nascent soul is just like this. The soul is so strong and so condensed. This kid has some tricks. In the entire King Kwang Star region, there should be no one below the nascent soul who can be stronger than him. This kid's strength is not much. If it passes a few more years, I'm afraid that even the early stage of the nascent soul may not be able to defeat him. More than a dozen incarnations of the Heavenly Lord surrounded him and commented on him, which also brought unprecedented pressure to Su Fan. He felt that in the eyes of these old monsters, he was no different from a commodity. Just like when he went to the pet market in his previous life, looking at the pet dogs in the cages. I didn't expect that I would fall to this point. At this time, the white-haired old man in the lead looked at the Demon Lord Dongming. That's him. Taoist fellow Dongming, you take him down. The Demon Lord Dongming nodded and led Su Fan out of the semicircular building. He handed Su Fan a jade slip and said, you go back first. Try to understand the contents of the jade slip as much as possible in the next 2 days. After saying that, Dongming Demon Lord turned around and walked into the semicircular building, leaving Su Fan alone outside. Su Fan let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He never wanted to experience the feeling of being surrounded by so many gods again. The pressure was really great. When he thought of his future fate, Su Fan couldn't help but feel an endless sadness in his heart. He knew in his heart that even those gods of the human race didn't know where the shuttle point was behind. Behind that time and space shuttle point, it was likely to be the sphere of influence of the Sulan Star region. If he rushed through it rashly, he might fall into a trap. But in the eyes of these people, Su Fan's life and death were no different from the little white mice in the laboratory in his previous life. But he was powerless to resist, because in front of those gods of the human race, he was probably not as good as a little white mouse. This is fucking. Su Fan sighed, and then returned to the abode with a look of disappointment on his face. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the inter-domain communication array disk, but there was no reaction after activating it. Su Fan smiled bitterly, put away the communication array disk, sat there blankly for a while, and then took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. Chapter 498. He really doesn't want to go. This jade slip contains a lot of information, the first of which is the text of Sulan Star region. Many human beings in the King Kwang Star region spent several years to decipher the text of Sulan Star region based on the jade slips in the spoil seized by Su Fan. This jade slip contains a lot of information about Sulan Star region, including the inheritance of Taoism, rune formations, materials for making instruments, puppet making, and many other fields. Although they are all basic information, they also provide a lot of first-hand information for the monks in the King Kwang Star region, which can be said to be extremely precious. In addition, there is also a method of establishing coordinate points across domains, which is probably copied from Sulan Star region. What surprised Su Fan the most was that an old monster from the demon sect also taught him a secret technique. He used the blood and ki of the corpses of the monks in the Sulan Star region and combined it with the secret method of the demon sect to develop a set of secret techniques to disguise himself as the other party's breath. Su Fan could disguise himself as a cultivator from the Sulan Star region through the Shura ghost mask and the secret method of the body, but there was no way to disguise himself as the other party's aura. After 2 days of sleepless efforts, Su Fan finally mastered the Sulan Star region text. Although the text of the Sulan Star region is very old and very complicated and obscure, for a cultivator, just learning a foreign language is not a big deal. He also read a lot of information about the Sulan Star region in detail. The more information he has now, the greater the chance of survival in the future. 2 days later, Dongming Demon Lord came to Su Fan's abode, and he and Su Fan sat cross-legged facing each other. Get ready, You will set off in 3 days. Su Fan sighed in his heart, what is coming will come. Seeing that Su Fan didn't speak, Dongming Demon Lord took out a ring and handed it to Su Fan. This is some supplies I have secured for you based on your situation. Su Fan still did not speak. He silently took the ring, his face still very gloomy, and his mood became more and more lost. Dongming Demon Lord smiled and said, don't worry, I will take care of your family. After he finished speaking, he sighed again and said, although this trip is dangerous, we have no choice but to do it. If we wait until the Sulun Star region occupies the Kingquan Star region, all cultivators will be in a catastrophe. Dongming Demon Lord had said this, and he knew that he should also express his position. Thinking of this, Su Fan stood up from the ground and respectfully bowed to the other party. Please rest assured, Demon Lord, I will do my best. Dongming Demon Lord nodded with satisfaction and said, well, if you can think this way, then I am relieved. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Fan and his figure slowly disappeared from the abode. Su Fan took a deep breath, then picked up the ring, his eyes focused, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. This Qianfeng ring was filled with all kinds of cultivation supplies. Even though Su Fan was in a very low mood at the moment, he was still shocked. There were a full 100 spiritual crystals in the ring alone. With the ones in his hand, it was enough to control the 5th level puppet for several battles. In addition, there were 8 5th level immortal talismans in the ring, including 3 protective immortal talismans and 5 attacking immortal talismans. What surprised him most was that there were 2 5th level sword talismans with the greatest power. These were talismans made by sword cultivators in the realm of transformation. Even if they were used to attack great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage, they were more than enough. Su Fan did not expect that the old monsters in the Kingquan Star domain were really willing to spend so much. The 5th level talisman was not a cabbage. Although it was useless against the god-transforming heavenly venerable, it was a sure thing to use against nascent soul cultivators. In addition, there were 6 sets of top-grade immortal arrays and magic arrays, covering various functions such as attack, defense, hiding, and illusion. These top-grade arrays are incredible. They are all exquisite products made by the old monsters of the array in the realm of transformation. Even if you take out a set casually, it can cause a great sensation in the Kingquan Star region. There are also many elixirs in the ring, all of which are various top-grade immortal elixirs, Taoist elixirs and treasure elixirs, including dozens of bottles of healing and soul soothing, blood replenishing and ki replenishing, mind cleansing and enlightenment, etc. In addition, there are 3 4th level zombies equivalent to the human Yuanying realm. Although the strength of this thing is just so-so, less than 20% of the Yuanying cultivator, it is no problem to use it as a meat shield cannon fodder. There are also a variety of 4th level talismans, auxiliary puppets, rare spiritual materials, top-grade magic weapons, etc., all of which are the best of the best. Although Su Fan left most of his wealth to his 3 Taoist companions, what he didn't expect was that with this ring, his wealth did not decrease but increased, and even increased by dozens of times. Moreover, the quality of these cultivation materials is so high that it cannot be measured by spirit stones at all. If Su Fan had not gone to carry out this life-threatening mission, he might not have been able to gather so many top-quality cultivation materials in his lifetime. Looking at the ring in his hand, Su Fan laughed at himself. The better the things these old monsters gave, the more dangerous this trip would be. To be honest, if Dongming Demon Lord had given these things to him earlier, he would definitely leave all these rare cultivation resources to his family. Although the things are all good, you have to live to spend them. If you click and disappear, what's the use of the precious cultivation resources? Su Fan sighed. Anyway, it's time to stop thinking about those useless things. It's better to plan your own affairs. This trip to the unfamiliar star field is absolutely extremely dangerous. Su Fan didn't know how many difficulties and dangers he would face, so the first thing was to survive. He took out 3 things from the ring, all of which were life-saving treasures that he had carefully selected from Dongming Demon Lord's treasure room. First, there was a palm-sized dark gray fur, which was smooth and soft to the touch. It looked inconspicuous, like the belly skin of some monster. But this unknown fur came from a place called Virtual Realm. Legend has it that this world has 2 sides, light and dark, and Virtual Realm is the opposite of Su Fan's world. Anyway, it sounds very mysterious. However, few people have seen the true appearance of Virtual Realm. It exists only in legends, just like the myths in the previous life. According to the jade slips in the treasure room of Dongming Demon Lord, this fur comes from a virtual beast in virtual realm. Once it is activated, it will turn into a piece of several feet in size to wrap the monk in it, which can not only completely cover the monk's breath, but also can be immune to spell attacks to a certain extent. Su Fan stroked this palm-sized fur, and he felt a little uneasy. But after all, it came from the collection of the incarnation of the Demon Lord, so he should not brag about it. Su Fan put away this palm-sized fur and picked up an inch-sized nameless jade talisman. According to the jade slips in the treasure room, this jade talisman is not small. It is said to be made from the fragments of a damaged defensive immortal weapon. Although it is only a fragment of the defensive immortal weapon, it can still resist the full force of a great cultivator in the late Yuanying period after being activated. Even if it is affected by the attack of the God-transforming Heavenly Venerable, it can also reduce a lot of damage to the cultivator. The most amazing thing is that this jade talisman can be used 3 times, and it only takes more than 10 days to be activated again each time. Su Fan never thought that there was anything that could resist the attack of the God-transforming Heavenly Venerable, because the only thing that could resist the attack of the God-transforming old monster was an immortal weapon. But with his current strength, he couldn't activate it even if he was given an immortal weapon. So the defensive effect of this jade talisman is particularly amazing. With this jade talisman, at least when he is attacked by the Yuanying True Lord, he can save his life. And if he is unfortunate enough to encounter a fight between immortals one day, he, a mortal, can at least increase his chances of survival. Su Fan played with a jade talisman for a while and then put it away. He took out the last one, which was a gray, worn-out robe. Although it looked clean, it had been washed and turned a little white. According to the jade slip in the treasure room, this was once a robe worn by the incarnation of the Celestial Lord, named Taihao Immortal Robe. Unfortunately, it was also destroyed in a war. Now, most of the formations engraved on this robe have become ineffective. Only the big and small Ruai and Divine Light Body Protection formations have retained some of their effectiveness. But despite this, the defense of this Taihao Immortal Robe is still extremely strong, at least much stronger than the Taoist robe of Yuanying's Henjin. The material used to refine this robe alone is enough to throw away the Taoist robe by more than 10 streets. In addition, the formation of Divine Light Body Protection on the robe is enough to resist the attack of Yuanying's Henjin. The only shortcoming of this Taihao Immortal Robe is that it looks too bad. If worn by a cultivator, he would probably be looked down upon, and people would think he had met a poor casual cultivator. But for Su Fan, this Taihao Immortal clothes is really suitable for him. He doesn't like to show off, and he is afraid that others will see that he is rich. Of course, after coming here, Su Fan did not change into this Taihao Immortal clothes. Because the people in the Crazy Sand Realm base are either Yuanying cultivators or incarnations of the Heavenly Venerable. Such old monsters will definitely be able to see the extraordinariness of this robe at a glance. In order not to attract their attention, Su Fan can only temporarily put away the Taihao Immortal clothes. It must be said that the collection of the God-transforming Demon Venerable is really awesome. In fact, there are countless things in the treasure room of the Dongming Demon Venerable that are better than what he chose. There are all kinds of rare treasures in it, and many rare materials that are almost extinct in the world of cultivation can be seen there, and there are even many top-grade Taoist instruments and immortal instruments. But Su Fan still resisted the temptation and chose 3 things that are most suitable for him at the moment. Su Fan spent countless energy, resisted the inner tangle and made a difficult decision, so that he was not dazzled by the dazzling treasures. A bird in the hand is worse than 100 birds in the forest. No matter how good the things are, he can't use them for the time being. This trip is so dangerous, and it must be more suitable for him to save his life. 3 days later, in the morning, Su Fan followed Dongming Demon Lord to leave the Crazy Sand Realm. They flew on the interstellar magic ship for more than a month and finally came to an unknown starry sky. Su Fan found that the magic ship stopped. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, then stood up from the cabin, pushed the door and walked out of the cabin. The time and space shuttle points opened up by the Sulan Star region should be nearby. Su Fan came to the main control room of the magic ship and saw Dongming Demon Lord sitting cross-legged there. Seeing Su Fan was about to salute him, he waved his hand. "Don't come with those empty words, sit down." After hearing the other party's words, Su Fan hurriedly sat cross-legged opposite Dongming Demon Lord. "I didn't tell you before that this time space shuttle point opened by Sulan Star region is a one-time use. If you pass through it, You will probably disappear automatically. Fuck. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? If I passed through it, how the hell did I come back? Seeing Su Fan's bad face, Dongming Demon Lord smiled. When you get there, find a safe place as soon as possible and establish a coordinate point. We will try to open up a new time-space shuttle point. Now he didn't believe a single punctuation mark in what this old demon said. These old monsters just treated him as a guinea pig for experiments. It is estimated that even they don't know whether they can open up a new out-of-control shuttle point. This is too damn pitiful. Although Su Fan was resentful, he also knew that he could not resist the orders of these old monsters. He, a small giant and cultivator, was no different from an ant in front of Huishan Demon Lord. He could blow him to pieces with just a breath. Dongming Demon Lord took out a naked corpse from the ring. It was really the foundation-building cultivator of the Sulan Star region. Now the body of this corpse is covered with dense cracks. Although it has been stitched up neatly, it still looks a bit creepy. It is estimated that this cultivator from the Sulan Star region has been torn into pieces by those old monsters. I am afraid that every pore will be studied countless times. Remember his appearance. When you get there, disguise yourself as him. If you meet someone from the Sulan Star region, try to fool him. What the hell, I can't even speak the language over there, so do you want him to pretend to be dumb? Disguising as the other party can make the people over there lower their guard and give him the opportunity to attack and kill. Have you practiced the secret technique of disguising blood and ki? Su Fan nodded, his eyes condensed, and a bloodline appeared on the corpse of the Sulan Star region, which was instantly swallowed by his body. He then turned away from the secret method and began to merge the other party's breath. Seeing Su Fan's chemical magic, Dongming Demon Lord frowned immediately. This is obviously an evil technique. No wonder this kid had such a strong evil thought when he came back from the time and space arena last time. But at this time, Dongming Demon Lord didn't want to care about it. Not to mention that Su Fan practiced evil magic. Even if he was an evil cultivator, he couldn't care so much. After a while, Su Fan completely merged the blood and ki of the Sulan Star Domain cultivator into his own blood. His eyes condensed, and the aura of his whole body changed instantly. Dongming Demon Lord nodded with satisfaction. This kid's comprehension is indeed extraordinary. In just a short while, his aura is no different from that of the Sulan Star Domain cultivator. He took out a ring from the ring and handed it to Su Fan opposite. Here are the materials for establishing cross-domain coordinate points and the long-distance cross-domain communication array. When you get there, you must establish the coordinate points as soon as possible, and then try to use the long-distance cross-domain communication magic tool to contact me. Su Fan took the ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. In addition to being filled with various materials, there was also a tower-shaped magic tool several meters high. This should be the cross-domain long-distance communication magic tool. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Demon Lord, this person from Sulan Star region has been dead for so long. Have they already known that he has been exposed? Don't worry about that. We have deciphered several of his jade slips, and he would send back a message every 3 years from Crazy Sand Realm, and we have sent the message back in his way. After hearing what Demon Lord Dongming said, Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's not exposed, it will be fine. Once the people over there know that the coordinates have been discovered, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap if he goes there. Demon Lord Dongming glanced at Su Fan, then waved his hand and collected the corpse of the monk from Sulan Star region. Okay, we should go. Su Fan sighed secretly. He really didn't want to go. But what else could he do at this time? He could only go there with a stiff upper lip. Could he let him resist the order of Demon Lord Huishan? That would probably make him die faster. Demon Lord Dongming took Su Fan away from the magic boat and flew to a nearby airspace. He took out a small boat of several inches in size, and threw it into the air. The small boat immediately turned into a star-filled flying boat of more than 10 feet in size. Su Fan was stunned for a moment. This star-filled flying boat was exactly the one he had seized from the cultivator of the Sulan Starfield. Dongming Demon Lord waved his hand again, and a light circle of several feet in size appeared in the distance. He turned around and looked at Su Fan. You get on the boat, and pass through the out-of-control shuttle point as soon as possible. Su Fan took a deep breath, jumped into the flying boat, and then drove the flying boat, whizzing through the light circle in the distance. As soon as the flying boat passed through, the light circle instantly shattered, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 499. As soon as he opens his mouth, The truth will be revealed. Su Fan stood in front of the control console, staring at the light screen in front of him without blinking. At this time, the flying boat seemed to be flying rapidly in a passage. He felt that this passage was very long. The flying boat had been flying for half an hour, but it still did not fly out of the passage. In the past, Su Fan had seen time and space shuttle points in the King Kong star region, and he basically passed through them very quickly, which meant that the distance he traveled this time was very far. Thinking of this, Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little sad. He traveled to a distant and unfamiliar star region this time, and it was uncertain when he would return to the King Kong star region in the future. Moreover, he bought a one-way ticket, so even if he wanted to go back, he didn't know if he could find the way back. Suddenly, the flying boat rushed out of the passage, and the view in front of him suddenly became clear. Su Fan quickly pressed the semicircular sphere on the control console, and with a flash of light, a three-dimensional map suddenly popped up in the control room. Looking at the dense plains surrounding him, he quickly found his location. This is the end of the world. He originally thought that the end of the passage was also in the void, but who would have thought that he would come to an unfamiliar plane? The most frightening thing was that Su Fan found that the flying boat had lost control. No matter how he touched the semicircular sphere on the control console, he could not control the movement trajectory of the flying boat. At this moment, the scene around the flying boat had been displayed in real time on the light screen. The flying boat seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force and was flying rapidly towards an extremely magnificent huge building in the distance. Su Fan took a deep breath and began to change his appearance. The body cultivator can change the muscles and bones of the whole body, the body size can be large or small, and even the appearance can be changed to make it indistinguishable from the real one, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. After a while, his figure and appearance were exactly the same as that of the cultivator from the Sulan star region. Except for the single horn on the other's forehead, he couldn't get it out no matter what he did, so Su Fan had to wear a hood on his head to cover his forehead. At this time, the flying boat had already entered the magnificent building, slowly flew in a passage, then drove out of the end of the passage and stopped in a hall. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he used the secret method of the demon sex blood path, and his aura suddenly changed. The more it is at this time, the more you can't panic. Su Fan pushed the door and walked out of the control room, and walked towards the hatch of the flying boat. At this time, the hatch was already open. I saw several cultivators from the Sulan star region standing outside, all of whom were at the foundation building stage and the golden elixir stage. They were all wearing black robes, tall and thin, with faces like skeletons, sinister eyes, and a single horn on their foreheads. Behind these people stood dozens of mechanical puppets several feet high, and more than a dozen small flying puppets were constantly circling in the air. Su Fan suppressed his inner tension and walked off the flying boat expressionlessly. The giant-level Sulan monk who was leading the group under the flying boat glanced at Su Fan and spoke a lot of nonsense, but Su Fan didn't understand a word. This was bad. He was talking nonsense, not a single human word. Just when Su Fan didn't know how to respond, the giant-level Sulan monk opposite him turned around and left. He suddenly had an idea and followed him. The other monks from the Sulan star field surrounded him and walked out of the hall together. Su Fan secretly thought it was a close call and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He followed the giant-level Sulan monk out of the hall, and outside was an extremely huge indoor square. The square was nearly 100 feet high, with a transparent dome above, and the blue sky and white clouds outside could be clearly seen. The sun shone on the square, bringing a touch of warmth. On the ground, neatly arranged were mechanical puppets several feet high, and it was estimated that there were almost thousands of them. The square was full of people, but most of them were key training and foundation building monks, all busy and tense around the mechanical puppets. This should be a base of the monks of the Sulan star region. His current situation is extremely dangerous, and it can be said that he is trapped in a dragon's den in a tiger's lair. Su Fan knew in his heart that even though he could get away with it temporarily, he could not withstand the investigation. Apart from anything else, as long as he opened his mouth, he would be exposed. He was ready to fight to the death. Even if I die, I have to drag a few people down with me. Several Sulan monks took him to a room, and then beeped at him, and then locked him in the room. Su Fan didn't let out a long sigh until the footsteps of those people gradually faded away. He was ready to take action several times just now, but fortunately he resisted the impulse in the end, so he didn't take the risk. Although he didn't understand what Star Region said, he roughly guessed the other party's intention. Locking him here should be to investigate him. It is estimated that someone will come to question him tomorrow at the latest. By that time, I really won't have any chance at all. Thinking of this, Su Fan began to look at the environment of this room. It was about 10 square meters in size, and there was nothing around except a simple bed. His eyes condensed, and his consciousness was completely released, carefully checking the inside and outside of the room. There were at least 4 extremely suspicious places in this room, which should be devices similar to cameras, indicating that his every move was under surveillance by others. In addition, there were several tall mechanical puppets guarding the door outside the room. Fortunately, there was no formation outside the room. It seemed that his identity had not been exposed for the time being. His current situation might just be a necessary procedure of the base. After all, he returned to the base from the coordinate point of the King Kong Star region privately, and he must be examined. So he was only temporarily under house arrest, and no compulsory measures were taken against him, nor was he searched or his personal belongings confiscated. This was definitely a blessing in disguise, and it also created a chance for him to escape. From now until he was summoned tomorrow, this period of time was his last chance, and he had to escape from here anyway. Although the current situation was dangerous, there was still a chance. Thinking of this, Su Fan turned around and came to the bed, fell on it and began to sleep soundly. In fact, he was not asleep at all, but just closed his eyes and did not move, while his consciousness was always observing the situation inside and outside the house. A few hours passed, and Su Fan was still lying on the bed motionless. According to his calculations, it was already early in the morning, and most of the people in the entire base might have fallen asleep at this time. Through observation during the day, most of the cultivators here were still at the stage of foundation building and key training. Su Fan did not believe that they did not need sleep. Moreover, Su Fan lay on the bed for several hours without moving, and even the people who were monitoring him would not keep watching him all the time. Su Fan took out a 4th-level immortal talisman from the ring, and he carefully activated the talisman. Almost at the same time, he activated the atomization state. At the same time when he turned into a thin mist, a body exactly like him instantly appeared on the bed. Su Fan activated a 4th-level incarnation talisman, which could transform into an avatar with the same aura as himself, which could last at least 1 hour. If you don't use your spiritual sense to check carefully, you can't find any difference at all. For him, 1 hour is enough for him to escape from here. Although there was a slight difference between Su Fan's mist and the process of the incarnation talisman transforming, he guessed correctly that the person monitoring him was taking a nap at this time. A mist spread out from the house along the crack of the door, and the several mechanical puppets guarding outside the door didn't notice anything at all. A puppet is a puppet, no matter how powerful it is just a puppet without life. After the mist, Su Fan spread all the way out along the corridor outside. At this time, an accident happened. At the end of the corridor, an invisible barrier appeared. Fortunately, he was careful and didn't bump into it, otherwise he would definitely alert the guards of the base. Helplessly, Su Fan, who turned into a mist, could only float back. Not far away from the other end of the corridor, he found the same barrier again. Su Fan was a little confused. If he didn't break through this invisible barrier, he couldn't escape from here. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and instantly released his atomized body. Su Fan activated his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings and found several suspicious places above the corridor, but he could no longer care about them. He took out the magic sword from the ring, and then walked towards the invisible barrier with a ruthless heart. As expected, Su Fan walked through the barrier, and the barrier did not react at all, which also made him feel relieved. He activated his atomized body again, turning into a thin mist and continuing to spread forward. In fact, Su Fan's every move just now appeared on a light screen, and the monk Sulun who was monitoring this area was still dozing. After passing through the barrier, Su Fan in the atomized state floated to the end of the corridor. There was a door here. He went in through the crack of the door and saw a staircase leading to the underground. Su Fan hesitated for a moment, but still floated down the stairs. This is a spiral staircase that leads deep underground. He floated down about 100 feet deep and finally came to the underground of the base. The underground of the entire base has been hollowed out, and there are strange facilities everywhere, engraved with all kinds of dense and strange runes. Next to each facility underground, there are tall mechanical puppets standing to guard, And there are also flying puppets that fly by from time to time. Occasionally, some monks from the Sulan Star region can be seen guarding key positions. It may be because of the long-term peace, and the boring environment makes these monks very low in vigilance. Su Fan felt extremely rich spiritual energy here. This concentration of spiritual energy is simply unprecedented. Endless spiritual energy is sucked out from the spiritual veins deep underground. Even in the atomized state, he still felt a feeling of being heavily wrapped in a dense aura that is almost atomized. This feeling is familiar. When the Zuanluo realm was invaded by Dalu Ocean, he also saw a similar scene in the demon-controlled area. Su Fan made a judgment in an instant that this should not be a certain plane of the Sulan Star region, but their occupied area. It seems that this should be a star field invaded by the Sulan Star field. Such reckless behavior of absorbing spiritual veins is definitely a desperate move, and it only occurs in the occupied area. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. He struggled with his mind for a long time, and finally made up his mind and did it. After Su Fan made up his mind, he continued to float towards the core area of the underground. The closer he went to the core area, the stricter the guards became, and invisible barriers began to appear. Fortunately, the monks of the Sulan Star field guarding nearby were almost not vigilant. Often when encountering barriers, Su Fan would hide in an unmanned dead corner, remove the atomization state, and then take out the magic sword to easily pass through the barriers. So although the underground core area is very heavily guarded, no one would have thought that there would be such a cheater as Su Fan in the world. It was as if he was in an unmanned area here, and he could easily pass through the barriers. Finally, Su Fan floated to the core area of the underground, and saw a thing similar to a formation disk with a radius of hundreds of feet, which was densely covered with various strange runes. In the center of the formation disk was a giant tower several dozen feet high, which emitted a series of dull roars. Su Fan floated to the front of the giant tower and drilled into it through a hole. He saw that it was empty inside, and there was a huge bottomless pit underneath. He controlled the mist to float down to the pit. The spiritual energy sucked up from the depths of the ground was like a violent hurricane, which instantly blew his atomized state into pieces. Su Fan quickly lifted the atomized state and turned into a human body. Fortunately, there were no monks from the Sulan Star region here. He resisted the spiritual hurricane sucked up from the ground, and grasped the edge of the pit tightly and slowly explored downwards. Even though his physical body was strong, it was still blown to pieces. He went deep into the pit for thousands of feet before he came to the bottom of the pit. The density of the spiritual energy here was already in a liquefied state, as if he was in a gushing spiritual spring. Su Fan punched into the edge of the cave wall, then stuffed a fourth-level bone talisman into the fist-sized hole, and then filled the hole with his hand. He arranged 4 bone talismans in the deepest part of the ground, and then jumped up, with the help of the violent spiritual hurricane, and soon rose to the giant tower. The 4th-level bone talismans that Su Fan arranged in the deepest part of the ground were all called Yin-Yang Mother Talisman. As long as the Yang Talisman was arranged somewhere, and then the Yin Talisman in his hand was activated several miles away, the Yang Talisman could be completely detonated. How could he feel at ease just by arranging a few Yin-Yang Mother Talismans underground? Su Fan also arranged more than 10 4th-level Yin-Yang Mother Talismans in the core positions of the giant tower and the huge array outside, and then floated away with satisfaction. He learned from the experience and lessons in Zuanluo realm last time, and he never wanted to bury himself again. Su Fan, in the atomized state, successfully left the core area of the underground, but he found that he could not find the original spiral staircase. There was no way. The spiral staircases leading to the base from the underground were almost exactly the same. Su Fan had to randomly choose a staircase and float up, but when he got up, he found that he had come to a hall. The hall was full of light screens, which played images of various locations in the base. It looked like a control center or a command center. There were control consoles everywhere in the hall, but there were not many monks here, and they were scattered everywhere. These should be the monks on duty in the Sulan Star region, all of whom were foundation building and key training monks. Most of them were dozing off at their posts. Even if they were not dozing off, they were sitting in groups of 3 or 5 chatting, without any vigilance. There was only one Sulan monk in the Giantan realm, sitting at the back of the hall. He sat cross-legged there, and ignored the monks on duty scattered around the hall. This is the heart of the base, so it must be completely destroyed. The Giantan cultivator at the back of the hall was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, practicing, and didn't feel the danger coming. Puff! Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared in the air and slashed across his throat. The atomite blade almost cut off most of his neck, but the other party didn't react at all and was easily killed by Su Fan. Su Fan was a little confused. This was too easy. Are all the cultivators in the Sulin star domain of this quality? Too scum. If it was a cultivator from the King Kong star domain, let alone the powerful sword cultivators and the gloomy and treacherous demon cultivators, even the Jindan disciples of the Xianzhuang would not be so vulnerable. This Jindan cultivator from the Sulin star domain didn't even have the most basic sense of vigilance. What happened next was even simpler. He attacked and killed a group of defenseless Foundation establishment and key condensation cultivators one by one on the spot. Until the last person fell, no one in the entire hall noticed his existence. Chapter 500, Can the Blue Sky Star region hold on? Su Fan released his atomite body and put all the corpses of the Sulin star domain monks in the hall into his stored ring. He also used a cleaning talisman to clean up the blood on the ground and the bloody smell in the control hall. Having just witnessed the fighting power of those Sulin star domain monks, Su Fan felt that he should not rush to escape from this base, and he could take advantage of the chaos to toss around for a while. Su Fan took out the corpse of a key training disciple and cast the blood transformation magic mist. Bloodlines came out of the corpse like little snakes, and then circled around Su Fan for a few times before being swallowed up by him. Then he cast the magic sect secret technique, and his aura suddenly changed. It must be said that the secret method taught to him by the old monster of the magic sect's blood path was indeed extraordinary, and it was easy to deceive the Sulin star domain Jindan monk. Su Fan used the 9 other hiding technique again, suppressing his realm to the key training realm, and then changed his appearance and body shape. He collected the Sulin star region monk who had turned into a skeleton, and then took out a bunch of 4th level bone talismans and activated them one by one. Boom! Boom! As a series of loud noises came, the hall with a radius of hundreds of feet shook violently. At this moment, the miserable scenes in various places underground were transmitted in real time on the huge light screens on the surrounding walls. Boom! At this time, a loud noise that shook the earth came, followed by an extremely huge shock wave that exploded from the underground. At this moment, the hall was already in a mess, and the control consoles in the hall and the light screens around were all shaken and flew everywhere by the loud noise. Even Su Fan felt that his eyes went black and he was almost shocked to spit out blood. This huge explosion shock wave finally found a breakthrough in the square in the base, and directly turned the square upside down. The neatly arranged mechanical puppets several feet high on the square were blown up into the sky by an extremely huge shock wave, and even broke through the transparent dome on the top of the square and rushed straight into the sky. After a while, the puppets several feet high that were blown up into the sky fell from the sky one after another, and all smashed into the magnificent huge building of the base. The entire base was completely in chaos. Many disciples were shocked to death in their dreams, and some were directly buried under the destroyed buildings. The base was full of crying, wailing and screaming. Countless disheveled Sulin star region monks ran around like headless flies. Suddenly, Su Fan felt a powerful breath rushing towards the control hall. Su Fan quickly squatted in the corner of the hall door, curled up his body and covered his ears, pretending to be collapsed, wailing loudly. At this time, an old cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul realm ran in from outside. He looked around the control hall that looked like the end of the world, and walked to Su Fan's side. Su Fan was picked up from the ground by him, and he roared loudly. Facing this nascent soul realm cultivator from the Sulin star region, Su Fan kept shaking his head, and both of them tightly grasped the old man's arms. At this time, the Tao seed in his body began to rotate. And a dark poisonous mist instantly whistled out from his hands, and poured into the opponent's body along his arms. The fierce poison of the Eye of 10,000 Poisons was so strong that even an early-stage cultivator of the nascent soul realm could not withstand it. The old man's arms were instantly corroded by the poison and only a skeleton was left. Moreover, the dark poison had already flowed into the old man's torso along his arms, corroding his internal organs. 9 strength bone transforming hand. At this time, Su Fan certainly would not miss this opportunity. He punched the old man in the chest with a fierce punch, and a sinister and strange force instantly penetrated into the opponent's chest. Crack, crack, with a series of crisp sounds, the bones of the old man were broken and he collapsed to the ground in an instant. Seeing that the Yuanying early-stage cultivator in front of him had lost his life, Su Fan quickly took back the severe toxins in the old man's body, and then put his body into the stored ring. Is this still a Yuanying early-stage cultivator? It's too easy to kill him. But then he thought about it and understood a little. Sulin Star region is good at refining puppets, and it has even formed a scale and industrialization, and there is also a trace of modern technology in the previous life. Even foundation building and key training cultivators can control powerful mechanical puppets to defeat opponents of higher levels. Therefore, the cultivators of Sulin Star region are too dependent on powerful mechanical puppets, and their individual combat effectiveness has been weakened a lot. Once Su Fan, a pervert, gets close to him, even a Yuanying cultivator has to kneel. Of course, this is because Su Fan disguised himself as a cultivator of Sulin Star region and broke into the base, so that he can fully exert his advantage of strong combat effectiveness. If they were on the battlefield, facing the overwhelming mechanical puppets, no matter how strong the individual combat power of the human cultivators in the Kingquan Star region was, they would not be able to fully exert their power. At this time, there were several more breaths of the giant in realm in the distance, rushing towards the control hall. Su Fan stood at the door, and several giant in realm cultivators from the Sulin Star region rushed into the hall, and saw a thick black poisonous fog, which instantly enveloped them. With a series of wails, the bodies of several giant in realm cultivators were immediately corroded by the poisonous fog. Su Fan took back the poisonous fog, collected the remains of these people into the storage ring, and then continued to hide behind the door of the hall, preparing to continue hunting here. Next, Su Fan continued to ambush the cultivators of the Sulin Star region at the door of the hall. After a while, he attacked and killed hundreds of people, most of whom were giant in realm cultivators who rushed over from all over the base. Su Fan collected several corpses on the ground into the storage ring, then his eyes focused, and his consciousness was completely released, and everything within a radius of hundreds of feet was in his sight. At this time, he already had a clear idea in his mind. This base in Sulin Star region only has one Yuanying realm cultivator in charge, and even the number of giant in cultivators is only a few hundred. The remaining nearly 10,000 cultivators are almost all minor cultivators in the foundation building and key training realms. Moreover, the base's long-range cross-domain transmission array and cross-domain long-distance communication facilities are almost all arranged deep underground, and have been destroyed by the violent explosion. At least for a few days, this base will not receive support from the outside world. Su Fan slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist and summoned Yaksha and Genji. Go, don't let any of them go. Seeing the two ghosts whistling away, he was still a little worried, fearing that someone would escape from the base on a flying boat. Su Fan slapped the beast bag again and summoned the ghost crow, asking him to patrol the airspace outside the base and shoot down any flying boat that escaped from the base. Looking at the whistling ghost crow, he also left the hall. The underground energy facilities were destroyed, and the high-level cultivators of this base would definitely rush to the main control room as soon as possible, so they were almost caught by Su Fan. Su Fan had just walked a short distance when he saw a group of Sulin Star region cultivators running over. They were all minor cultivators in the foundation building and key training stages. His eyes condensed, and the minds of more than a dozen minor cultivators in the foundation building and key training stages were instantly blown into paste, and they all collapsed to the ground. At this time, at the end of the corridor, a large group of low-level cultivators ran out from the corner. Because Su Fan had changed his appearance into a Sulin Star region cultivator, they did not panic and ran past him one after another. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the Tao seeds in his body began to rotate loudly. He activated a magical power corrupted bone poison mist, and saw a thick black smoke overflowing from his body and began to spread around the corridor. The dark poisonous smoke enveloped this group of minor cultivators in the foundation building and key training stages. When the poisonous mist passed, the ground was already full of puddles of pungent sewage. Su Fan wandered around the base, controlling a thick black poisonous fog that spread all over the base. Large numbers of low-level monks from the Sulin Star region were corroded by the poisonous fog and turned into pools of sewage. Not only the bone-corroding poisonous fog, but also various means such as bone-eroding yin wind scroll, purifying red lotus, life-demanding curse-killing technique, Tanling Pajin 7 killing sword formation and so on were used. In addition to the two ghost kings, Yaksha and Genji, and the fierce ghost crow, it took less than 2 hours to slaughter the entire base. The violent explosion deep underground has killed many monks from the Sulan Star region, plus the people buried under the collapsed buildings, so it is wrong to say that half of the base can be left after the explosion. Because the base has lost its power source and various facilities have lost their functions, the low-level monks from the Sulan Star region have no chance to resist. Although some Sulan Star region summoned mechanical puppets in their hands, under the environment inside the base, the puppets could not exert any combat effectiveness at all. Facing Su Fan, who was disguised as a monk from the Sulan Star domain, and the attacks of two ghost kings who were good at hiding, many low-level monks in the base didn't even know what was happening. Moreover, the high-level people in the base had already been wiped out by Su Fan. The base had lost its organizational ability, and many low-level monks from the Sulan Star domain could only be slaughtered by Su Fan. The most tragic thing was that the violent explosion underground also automatically triggered the defense formation of the base, and the invisible barrier enveloped the entire base. Some monks from the Sulan Star domain tried to escape from the base by flying boats, but they were blocked by the defense shield of the base. The autonomous defense formation of the base must be closed by the main control hall of the base. After slaughtering the entire base, countless corpses were scattered everywhere, and the ghosts of countless monks from the Sulan Star domain were also collected by Sister Zhen and Yaksha, allowing the two ghost kings to gain nearly 10,000 younger brothers. Not only that, the corpses of nearly 10,000 monks from the Sulan Star domain were also collected by Su Fan in his ring. Su Fan asked Sister Zhen and Yaksha to search for spoils in the base, while he went to the main control hall of the base. He searched the control hall and walked towards the place where the flying boats were parked. When passing the indoor square of the base, he found that the entire square no longer existed, and a huge deep pit had formed. The transparent dome above the square had also been completely broken. The scene was like the end of the world. Su Fan walked into the hall where the flying boats were parked. This place was at the edge of the base. Although many facilities were destroyed by the shock wave of the explosion, fortunately the Star Domain flying boat was not damaged. He put the flying boat into the storage ring, then his eyes focused and activated his spiritual sense to explore the surrounding hundreds of feet. Su Fan found that the outer edge of the base was full of passages, which were the entrances and exits of the flying boats to and from the base. Many flying boats were parked in the hall at the end of the passage. Of course, he would not be polite and put all the flying boats that were not damaged into the storage ring. He also found several warehouses. The area inside did not look large, but they were filled with countless densely packed cabins. These cabins are several meters in size, a bit like containers in the previous life, neatly stacked in the warehouse. Su Fan came to the cabin and used his spiritual sense to scan it, which made him stunned. The cabins here are all space equipment, and each cabin is equipped with hundreds of flying puppets. Su Fan looked at the placement of these cabins again and understood it immediately. Once the base is invaded by foreign enemies, as long as the facilities in the warehouse are activated, countless flying puppets will pour out of the space cabins and pour out from the passages on the outer edge of the base. There must be many warehouses like this on the edge of the base. He simply counted and there must be hundreds of thousands of flying puppets. Thinking of this, Su Fan took a breath of cold air and couldn't help sweating for the Blue Sky Star region. Just an ordinary base has so many flying puppets. If the two star regions fight in the future, facing the overwhelming flying puppets, can the Blue Sky Star region withstand it? Su Fan worked in the base until night. And then he finished his work. He asked Sister Zhen and Yaksha to drive the flying boat first. He didn't take out a 5th level immortal talisman until the flying boat disappeared in the dark night. He threw it towards the dilapidated base in the distance. After throwing the 5th level immortal talisman, Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was more than 10,000 meters away. He summoned the ghost crow, jumped on its back and whistled away. Su Fan turned his head and saw a dazzling light in the distance, which was particularly brilliant in the dark night. Boom! Then there was a loud noise that shook the earth, and then a violent shock wave, which blew the ghost crow to the point of collapse, and it almost fell from the air. The already dilapidated base could not withstand the power of a 5th level immortal talisman that was enough to destroy the world. At this moment, the entire base might have sunk deep into the ground. Although the 5th level immortal talisman was extremely precious, he could only grit his teeth and use it. There was no other way. He had just crossed over from another domain, and he must not let the people in the Sulan Star domain find any clues of his howling. If Su Fan's identity was exposed, Not only would he be in danger, but even the King Kong star domain would face an unpredictable situation. Su Fan looked back at the base in the distance. The violent flames of the explosion had illuminated the dark night sky. He took a deep breath and urged the ghost crow to fly at the fastest speed. After a while, Su Fan met up with Sister Zhen and Yaksha, then he boarded the flying boat, and drove the star domain flying boat and disappeared into the dark night. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.